hey, I knew you'd come in. Welcome. You're just in time for the Buddy System, a tournament series where your favorite streamers alongside some of your favorite Shadowverse players team up to determine who's the best, as well as earn some sweet cash prizes. You see what I'm saying? This bear is overwhelming sometimes, but hey, if your plans didn't go well on Valentine's Day, we have some excellent news for you. First of all, my name is Jeremy Lopez. I'll be your host for today's Buddy System, and for those of you joining us, we've had ourselves quite the Season 1. We also have some great news as well. We actually got renewed for a Season 2. Hey-o! That's what I'm talking about. Where is it? Come on, give it to me. There it is. That's what I'm talking about. We got ourselves a Season 2, a brand new season here at Buddy System. And to kind of kick things off, we also have a brand new caster alongside some of the classic OGs. We have Wonder Chef joined by none other than Templestorm's own Noir. Yo, welcome to the show, by the way. Let me give this to you, actually. This is yours now.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very excited to be here. It's my first time casting. I just came back from World Grand Prix, and I'm thankful that I'm a caster now, so I don't have to lose anymore.
I have the totem now. Wait, you're not pot washer? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm super pumped that we're back for Season 2. Woo! And it's great to finally meet you. So yeah. I've been watching you actually play for like years. So it's really cool to finally meet you. I said the same thing to Pot Washer when originally I got to cast with him. But hey, new experience. You know, hey, it's the first week of, or I guess it's the first month of Season 2, and you are the champion of the first month of Season 1. So it's pretty appropriate that you're here. You're going to be helping us get kind of into the mind of the coaches and stuff, right?
That's right.
Yeah, we haven't been able to get that experience yet because it's just been Pot Washer, right? And he hasn't coached yet because he's been too busy sitting here and trying to
calling all the shots, really.
Yeah.
I got both perspectives now.
Oh, that's perfect. And you know, to kind of thank you for your first time here, we got yourselves some nice, sweet Valentine's Day chocolate.
Thank you. My Valentine, LC.
Thank you so much, LC.
Wow.
You know the reason why we call him LC is because he loves chocolate. That's the reason why.
Wait, hold on. Check something.
Oh, boy. You're going to open it up?
Oh, no legendaries. No legendaries in mine. Sorry.
Oh, my God.
As long as I get chocolate from you guys, it's always a legendary feeling. I feel that.
Legendary in my heart.
That's what I'm talking about. No matter what, it's always going to be absolutely perfect. Hey, listen, if it's your first time here at Buddy System, we have quite the show for you today. Let's take a look at the format as well as the rules and how we go down here in Buddy System. So, of course, the teams consist of one streamer as well as one pro coach. Everybody's allowed to bring a max 2 decks per team. One is just fine, though. You know, that worked out for a lot of the players last month. Best of 3, single elimination. That's right. It's going to be real quick. And the coaching rules, of course, game number 1, no coaching restrictions. Absolutely none. You can do whatever you want. However, the difficulty is up significantly in games 2 and 3, where the coaches are muted during the even turns, as there's a big amount of cash on the line. We have first place taking home $2,500, second place with $1,500, and again, third and fourth with $500.
And Nor, I gotta ask, in the middle of this, how does it feel knowing you can't win that money this week?
Big yikes.
Oh my God. I mean,
it's going to be all right. Hey, even though you're not winning any money, same for the guys at home that are watching this, they can also participate in our giveaway at SV Buddy System. For those of you following along, use that hashtag on Twitter to win yourself some prize packs, some packs of cards for the Ultimate Coliseum to build up your inventory because, again, if you didn't get anything on Valentine's Day, you'd at least get yourself some packs. That's for sure. Noir, I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to participate as well. So don't worry. Even though you're casting, you'll be able to get some prizes. Don't worry. Let's take a look at the teams today and who we have. We have a couple new faces, as a matter of fact.
yeah, good to see my boy Frost coming in, coaching for the first time, I believe. And we've joined by a lot of old faces as well. Zero Fine coming in, Eldrin, a lot of familiar faces here.
Yeah, today's really the battle of anime profile pictures versus real pictures. We're 4 versus 4 today, which I think is the most even ratio that we've had as far as that goes. So you got to choose team anime profile, team real profile. I know which team you're on.
I mean, you already know me.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I am the anime profile.
I feel like the illusion is shattered, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We do have the schedule up for who's going to be playing in what order, right? The quarterfinals is going to be game 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's going to be Sophia Bot with Coach Ishiro going up against Terran and Eldrin. Game number 2 with Mary Maybe coaching up again with Zero Fine versus Avery and Cure Mango. Game number 3, we have Snake Maid with Coach Azure Cloud going up against Covert Go Blue and Coach Omega. And of course, rounding it out for the last quarterfinals, it's Amazonian with Frost going up against Bebo Boop and Zones.
What a good name. You said it so well.
Bebo Boop is actually one of my favorite names, actually. I'm not going to be biased here. I'm not one of the casters, but Bebo Boop, that's an excellent name. But one interesting thing to note is that the reigning champ from last month, which was Sleet, is nowhere in sight. So the throne is up for grabs.
Yeah, and we saw Mary Maybe play extremely well last month. Just absolutely like perfect. Like nothing. I mean, there was obviously there's always going to be choices that could be made, maybe a little bit better, a little bit worse, no matter what level you're at, right? You always have to make choices. But like execution-wise, like every turn was done perfectly. All the ordering was perfect. It was. I was super impressed. Potwatcher was impressed. So I'm really excited to see how she does again this month.
Yeah, Mary may be definitely really impressive with her play last month. I think she's going to be the opponent to beat. Look out for the most this time around.
Okay, so now we actually have some really cool chances here to ask you, since you're a coach, right? We get to get your opinions on how it feels to coach with people, how it feels to be part of this format. The first one that I'm going to ask you is, so we've seen all these players. We actually know kind of what decks they're bringing, but if you had to choose which you have before. So hypothetically, in the event that already happened, which deck would you choose for a player who's maybe not as experienced for the game to be able to coach them easily, and like why? Like how does it work with like the coaching turns, etc.?
Yeah, so for Buddy System, you definitely want to bring a deck that is not only strong, but can be taught relatively easily. It has really straightforward game plans. So decks like Amato's Force can be very good for that. You kind of already know you're just going to play really aggressive, going to look for lethal setups, just count the damage in your hand, and just play really aggressive. So Amato's Force is definitely, I think, a very good choice for this format. And you also have to keep in mind that you bring one deck, but you can have two versions of that. So if you're able to, put a second version that has like a few tech cards for those matchups that might be a little bit more difficult, then that can be really effective as well.
So you're telling me not to bring Control Forest?
Not at all. I would
is-
steer clear and far away
I feel like
as
that is
much as
just
possible.
not a great idea.
No, not at all. Especially if maybe the streamer you're partnered with may not have too grand of an idea on how to exactly play Shadowverse, right? But this is still a great way to get them into it. So let's take a look. We actually have our first-timers going up against each other. Our first deck, which you guys mentioned, Amato's Forest, coming from SophiaBot and Hishiro. Again, it's going to be Team Bold People with the deck name Bald Guy and Cute Fairies.
Ooh, I know you like that team name.
Absolutely.
For sure. But you also like this deck, and there's a reason why, because it's very fun, it's very fast and aggressive. Obviously, Noir was just talking about it. Your whole goal here, buff your fairies in your hand, hit them in the face really hard, right? I mean, it's pretty much as straightforward as that.
Yeah, exactly. And this deck, it's very, very standard. You have everything that you expect. You've got Amato's and Divine Smithing to give the fairies in your hand, Storm, and push a lot of damage. The new card this expansion, Kokoro Faithful Guide, 2-cost 1/2 that can draw cards when played alongside other cards. So really helps out with the consistency. And that was one of the biggest issues that this deck faced in the past, was just not being able to draw your key cards, but having that draw power really helps. And we do have the one of Lila Arborist as well. Definitely helps out with the aggro game plan against decks like Rune.
Yeah, Kokoro's so good. One of those cards that I feel like we're going to see in Forest until it cycles out, right?
Yeah.
It has so
It
many
is a
uses.
staple.
I mean,
It's very, very good.
On top of the fact that if for some reason you do live long enough, it has like the perfect Union Burst for this deck, right? It's like it was made for it. Just bust your whole board. It's like, okay, yeah, well, we'll take it.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of presence this deck brings against the rest of the cast. I know that Amato's Forest is one of the, I wouldn't say like more popular decks with the amount right now with our current roster, but I mean, maybe like 3 people brought it on board, 2 people?
2 people, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty diverse roster overall from what we've seen on the deck list, right? I think what we would have expected was like a lot of Shikigami Rune players, but that's not the case this time around, is it?
Yeah, so the meta in general right now is definitely very diverse, and you mentioned Shikigami Rune. While it is probably generally considered the strongest deck, it's also easily one of the most difficult decks, and of course for Buddy System, you don't really want to put that much pressure on your buddy, especially with Rune, because you have to take so many actions every turn. You have to be very, very efficient with your spell boost and constantly counting, constantly doing a lot of mental math, and so it can be very, very difficult. In fact, like oftentimes, there are like very challenging lethal turns where if you don't spot the solution within like 30 seconds, you just won't have enough time to execute everything.
Right, yeah. Well, let's take a look in depth at what that deck looks like. We have the Shikigami Rune coming from the side of Terran and Eldrin. It's the first time Terran's been on board, but who's carrying who? Whatever XD just named them Spell Boost.
Whatever, XD. Yeah, so Spell Boost, Runecraft, we're only seeing one of it this month, as we said earlier, but of course one of the strongest decks in the format, all based around spell boosting your cards, your high cost cards. You can see it's still there. The 8+ cost cards, there's 15 of them, but none of them are ever pretty much going to be played for that full cost. And
even if you wanted to.
Yeah, even if you wanted to, you usually cannot. I mean, how do you hardcast a 15 cost Kuan? I don't know. You just don't.
Yeah, so this deck, again, is very standard. The one thing that really stands out is the 2 of Contra Golem. Really decent early game card, and it's a very simple card card to use. It's literally just 2 cost 2/2. You just play it out whenever you can, and it really helps out the early tempo to stave off the aggression from some of the decks like Amatoz. Definitely gives you some space, saves you some HP. Just a very solid card in that sense. And the rest of it, very standard. You've got traditional sorcerer, demon caller, all of these ways to swarm the board and just overwhelm your opponent.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, they also brought a different version of this deck, which adds the Bazooka Goblin. They're only aiming for one type, and it's those ambush players, as you can see on the very top. Screw ambush players is what it says.
Yeah, so with Bazooka Goblins, when this card was first announced, you already knew the only reason you would ever play this card is to destroy Leod, right? It's 2 cost 2/2, vanilla stat line, and it's even got the same cost as Leod. They drop Leod, you hit them with the Bazooka Goblins, get Leod out of there, and even though Ambush Sword has many ways to draw Leod and they are constantly looking for it, they usually are only going to have one in their hand at a time. So when they play it out and it's not buffed yet, you hit them with the Goblins, it gets destroyed, and then they're left with no game plan.
Or you could just slow them down, which is still really good in the matchup, right?
Exactly.
Plus you put a 2/2 on board, and you can push some aggression with it for the add cost. It's nice.
And it's so specific, too. They're looking only for Ambush Sword players, and I believe from the entire roster, we only have one Ambush Sword deck. The other 2 swords are, what, mid?
Yeah,
mid
there's
sword?
one other sword deck, and it's Evo Sword, or
Okay.
Mid Sword, yeah.
Yeah, so we're not going to be seeing it against literally anything except for that Ambush Sword deck, but
Pretty much.
we'll see if it can actually make its way there to match up against that. But so I have a question for you. This is so nice actually having a coach on here who's coached in multiple of these before. So you were talking about how Spell Boost in general is one of the hardest decks to play because you have to spot your turns within the first few seconds of your turn and then execute it. But then on top of that, how difficult is it when you have to coach a player for the first minute or so of a turn and then tell them what to do within that timing and then the ordering? Like, do you ever run into issues of the player running out of time?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's a huge thing to think about, to basically manage your time in Buddy System, because not only do you have to explain to them the current turn, you also have to look at the following turns, especially like on game 2 and 3 when the coach can only speak on even turns. You have to tell them what to look out for on the following turn, and you have to, as a coach, keep in mind what could they possibly top deck that could change what you're telling them. Have a very cohesive plan and make sure your player has a very good grounded understanding so that even if they top deck this or that, they're going to know what to do. And with Spell Boost Rune, you already are strapped for time just doing the current turn. It's just going to be overwhelming for you to think about future turns at the same time.
Yeah, we see that a lot, actually. One of the biggest things is we see people that say, like the coach will be like, okay, so, their optimal plays next turn are like, if they do this, then you do this. If they do this, then you do this. If they do this, then you do this. And then on the next turn, they have a super suboptimal play, and the player has no idea what to do.
That's
they're like,
rough, yeah.
They're like, oh, they didn't have their good plays. What do I do here? And then they play something that's ability doesn't trigger, and they freak out, and then it's bad.
It's just a disaster.
We'll see how the coaches, if they manage to tell that much information. I mean, the first game is going to be just fine. The coaches are going to be there on deck, so the players will at least have some sort of familiarity with the deck. I'm sure they've been practicing as well. So let's take a look. It's going to be Sophia Bot going up against Terran, and then the coaches, Hishiro and Elgin, both solid veterans of the game, right? So I'm pretty sure both of these players are in good hands.
Oh, yeah, super experienced players. I mean, you would know the players way more than I would know the players.
Yeah, so Hishiro and Eladrin, definitely both top players from Europe. Eladrin actually beat me in the January Cup very recently, so...
You're rooting for Hishiro, is what you're saying.
You have to say no more.
Exactly. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm definitely expecting really good coaching from both of these players, and then it's going to come down to Sophia Bot and Terran to see how well they can retain that information and carry it through to games 2 and 3.
Oh, and shoutouts to the Valentine's Day Christmas tree in the background.
Dang.
That's pretty stylish.
That is like a very economical way to not take down your Christmas tree.
Yeah,
You just use it for something else.
That's suboptimal. Because it's a mix of both,
optimal.
right? It's not maximum. It's not maximum optimized conditions for Christmas or Valentine's Day. It's a mix of both.
Maybe that makes it more optimal.
I guess so. Either way, game number 1. Here we go. Sophia Bot versus Terran.
All right, so the mulligan phase is always one of the most important things, especially right now. Tell me how you feel about their options.
All right, so first of all, it's pretty good for Eladrin's side that he's managing to go first in this situation. With Amatoz versus Rune, with Amatoz being a really aggressive deck, the player who goes first is definitely going to have some kind of advantage there. But something of note, the Divine Smithing for Hishiro is already in hand. That is going to be a really useful card to give Storm to all his fairies. And yeah, that is exactly what they're looking for right now. On the other side, though, Shikigami Summons, pretty solid early game card. Good for just stalling time and generating a few spell boosts early on.
All right, yeah, that looks like it's, well, okay, so there's a lot of spell boost options in hand, but also nothing to spell boost. Now on the other side, never mind. So
boy.
I was about to say
Here
there's
it
a
comes.
bunch of really good options and no fairy generators.
All right, well,
but-
there it is.
Yes.
Wily Puck, the optimal fairy generator. It just generates like a bunch of fairies by itself as the 1-cost crystallize, as a fairy to your hand at the end of each of your turns. And they even have the option to bounce it and play it again if they want to. Of course, if you bounce the Wily Puck when it's an amulet, it will stay
stays.
as an amulet, so you can play it as a 1-cost at any point during your following turns.
Yeah, I've made that mistake before, but to a negative point. I was like turn 5, I had like nothing. I was like, I'm gonna bounce it and play it as a creature, and then I could not, and then it was a big misplay. But yeah, that's gonna be really nice. So okay, we've seen for Forest or for Amatoz. Oh my God,
that's a lot of fairies.
There's 6 fairies. You're good, but you only have the Divine Smithing. You don't have like an Amatoz in hand. Now you do have the double Spirit Blossoms. Do you play a more aggressive play with that? Would you in this situation?
I think I kind of like dropping one of the Blossom Spirits here. It gives you the option to go for the really aggro plan. If Eldrin and Terra don't have more early game. However, we did see they just drew that Conjure Golem. They still have the Shikigami Summons in hand. Their hand is kind of dry. They don't have that much value, but at least their early game is looking pretty stable. So I feel like, okay, I think they're going for the Airbound. Nope. Yeah, Airbound is not bad here, definitely, to get rid of that 2/2 and just replay that Wily Puck. Not revealing any information here.
Yeah, and you don't need to be super scared about hitting your max with only that one Wily Puck to get full 6 because you have the second one in hand, of course. Also, I said it's Blossom Spirit, right?
Yeah,
Did I call it Spirit Blossom? I said it
Yeah, you
backwards?
did.
It's too early in the morning for me. I need way more caffeine to function. I can't say names correctly during the day, but in the morning, I give up.
Okay,
There it
Kuan,
is.
that is a pretty big draw. Now, obviously, Kuan is important, but in this matchup in particular, and against Ambush Sword as well, against these aggressive decks, you're really looking for traditional Sorcerer. You want to get the wards as early as possible. Around turn 5, turn 6, you need to have a really big board swing as Rune in order to have a good chance in these matchups. And so Kuan is nice, but it's actually not quite enough on her own. We're going to need to see traditional Sorcerer in particular, but hopefully something like Kyoka as well to help out Terran and Eladrin make a really strong turn 5 play.
All right, so then what would you do? Oh, just playing the Shikigami Summons.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Next turn, they can play Missile plus Mysterium Project, see what they draw first, and then copy something. It's not terribly great to copy either of these targets in their hand. You know, the second Kuan is not going to be too relevant in this matchup. If you're playing one of them, you know, usually you're at the point where you're either, won or lost already.
Oh, and there is the Blossom Spirit.
There's one Blossom Spirit. They have a second
Wily
one in
Puck.
hand. Okay, yeah, that is a lot of fairies. They've got Spirit Shine as well.
Yeah, this is way more fairies than you could possibly need. So, interesting choice to not actually just drop one right there and just go for more fairy generation. I mean, that could have built a little bit scary of a board, but
I think I like it. They are definitely setting up for Divine Smithing, so they do want to maximize the amount of fairies they have in hand right away. Turn 4 is like a very common turn for Rune to remove at least one thing. Clark is a very common card for them to play on turn 4 going first. They might also have like Missile or something. So I definitely like the decision to play out the second Wily Puck here.
Okay, well, let's see. So for this next turn, let's see if we can take a listen in to Sophia, Bot, and Hishiro for our first listen-in of the day, because I want to see how they want to order this.
And at one point, they will play a card that will make their board. So we want to kill them before it happens.
Okay. Okay.
There we can play. I think we can just play 2 fairies.
Okay. 1 fairy.
Hey, let's play.
2.
Hey, let's play.
Then you can evolve the Blossom Spirit you have on board.
Wait,
The
what can I
1/1.
do?
You can evolve the 1/1.
Evolve the 1/1? Evolve it? Okay.
Yeah.
好きだらけですよ。
And then you go face.
Okay. And then I just go face?
Yeah.
Can I
Yeah.
do that with...
And
Oh, wait. Okay. And that's it?
no. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
So this way we start to put a bit of pressure.
Okay.
Because now if they don't kill all the fairies, they can attack face on the next turn.
Okay. I feel like this is kind of an overwhelming deck to play against. It just seems like there's a lot. Huh.
Yeah. You mean to play against? Yeah.
Yeah, to play against,
we-
yes.
We kind of have a good end. We just miss Amat.
Okay.
All right, so we do hear that well, actually, one of the reasons that I love listening in on the first game, especially with these new players, is to kind of get an idea of like how they feel or how comfortable they are. Like there were some things like she was like, well, can I attack face with anything else? Or like, saying like it's very overwhelming playing against spell boost, which it is.
Yeah, it's definitely really interesting to get all of these different players from different backgrounds, hearing their first impressions about all of these decks. And I mean, I definitely kind of agree. Amataz can be a really scary deck. I mean, spell boost as well. Yeah, I definitely really like that turn coming in from Sophia Bot and Nishiro. I definitely like that they're setting up to get a lot of damage out of their Divine Smithing while setting up a scary board. Eldrin and Terran, they are going to be able to make a pretty okay turn 5 here. Not the best turn 5 that's like ideal for this deck, but that is definitely still pretty scary.
Ooh, and we see the Almataz draw.
Oh my goodness.
That is perfect. That is
Okay, that is really, really strong, yeah. So now they can actually just use the Divine Smithing as the 1-cost now to buff their fairies instead. And so they can probably go like Spirit Shine Amataz into the 1-cost Smithing.
Well, wait, Spirit Shine will still only be... Oh, no, wait, what am I talking about? It's you draw the card for the tree. Whoa, I don't know why I was thinking that. Of course, it's 2. It's Fairy Circle. Yeah, that seems super...
Oh, wait, no, they're already... Oh, no, never... Their hand is already full.
Hand.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, wait, my bad. Yeah, that's actually kind of interesting then. I wonder how they're ordering this. They might play out the Blossom Spirit here just to make sure that they can actually get all of these fairies from the fairy generators. So then they're still going to be playing the 1-cost Smithing, I suspect. You can play the Whisper at this point, yeah. Okay, I like it. Yeah, so this is still going to be really, really scary for Eldrin.
Yeah, it could have been a lot scarier, like 1 turn faster, but hand size.
Yeah, that can definitely be a concern sometimes with this deck. You have to play out multiple Wily Plucks sometimes just to make sure you do have enough fairies. But then you might draw into the fairy generators anyway, and then it can be really cloggy. It might be difficult to actually play out Amataz as timely as you would want. Sometimes it just happens. You can't really do a whole lot about that. Definitely playing pretty well, though, both teams so far.
Yeah, well, this is a very, very scary hand. They don't know that yet. I mean, they do see the first Divine Smithing, and when you see a 1-cost Divine Smithing, you have to assume there's an Amataz in hand, right? Or maybe another 4-cost?
Yeah, exactly. So when you see that 1-cost, it does mean that they have another card available to give Storm to their whole hand. I would be suspecting that it would be Amataz at this point because a 4-cost Divine Smithing they might have played earlier. It's very unlikely for them to have drawn it like back to back, which would be the only scenario where this type of this line of play would happen, I think. But with that delay on the Amataz, we could be seeing the second Kuan actually make an impact in this game. So Traditional Sorcerer might come into play here. Yeah, there it is. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to play the Zealot at the same time unless they trade in that...
trade it in, yeah.
Yeah, they could trade that in and get the Zealot out, but they would lose a ward. And that ward is definitely really effective against Amataz because wards are HP essentially. That being said, though, it would only be able to save 2 HP, which does matter, but they might want to value that face damage and extra pressure a little bit more. Okay, respectable. You're going to play out that Zealot and push a lot of face damage here. Try and just flip the aggression over. And that is definitely one of the ways that you can win with Runecraft, even when you're having a bit of a slower game. Finding opportunities to just turn the board around. Okay, I like this. They're going all the way in here, evoing face with Zealot.
Oh, and they're running out of time. They attack.
It's tragic.
Was that 11 damage? Or was it, 13 damage? No, that was that turn. At least 11 damage.
Yeah, at least 11 damage, depending on what they decide to trade with. That is heartbreaking.
Yeah, and sets up such a beautiful board too that had the 11 damage gone off, that you know 100% there's zero chance that Forest can kill you in one turn, right?
Exactly.
There's no way. So
There's
they
no way,
have to
and
deal with
then-
your board.
You have a lot of potential to set up lethal for next turn, especially if they're forced to trade into the 5-2, the 5-7. Oh my goodness.
So they're actually still, it could be a worse situation. They still have an amazing board that you have to deal with here, and then 2 Kuons in hand that are going to go back to back. So it could be worse. But isn't it funny? Weren't we literally just talking about
we were just talking about runecraft and time management. It's so difficult. You can't really fault them for that. You know, I've been, as a coach, I've been in that type of situation where, like, there's just not enough time, and sometimes, the worst thing it happens right in front of you, and it is really, really, it's even worse that this is happening in the first game because it's only going to get harder from here.
Oh yeah, I mean, essentially twice as hard. Or 50% is easy? I don't know how it works. It's the math. But, all right, pushing some damage to
they're
face.
going all the way face. Okay, I like that. I mean, you were mentioning how, from the Rune perspective, Forest would not be able to kill them in one turn, but the flip side is true as well. Rune has 9 damage on board, and it's not really possible for them to have 11 damage from hand, so... Or, I mean, 9 damage from... Yeah, 11 damage from hand.
It would have been possible had the last turn played out, though.
If they had pushed the damage properly, it could have happened. But... That being said, though, they will be able to deal with this board and then develop the Kuon. That ward will probably be able to save them if I can count properly.
Let me see.
Yeah,
I mean,
especially if they full trade, they've got what is that? Three attack fairies? I can barely see.
no, they've got 4 3-attack fairies.
Oh, they've got 4?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
4 and then a Mei that could potentially hit something,
Yeah.
right?
It's still going to be okay, though. They can trade off the 2-2, value trade with the 1-3. Yeah, they're going to be okay. Yeah. Even
Oh.
at... Oh,
Interesting.
okay.
That's
That...
scary.
I guess...
The 2-2 to go face. So let's see what's possible here. They don't have any Evos left. So no, it's not possible for them to have lethal right now. Not at all, right?
Yeah.
Because they have to trade in 1 fairy no matter what.
Yeah, so this is exactly what I was mentioning before. Your wards are HP against Amataz. Their removal options are extremely scarce. They've pretty much only got Mei and Sylvan Justice, which are not going to be enough to exactly get rid of a very strong Kuon board. And so at that point, you're running in your Storm Followers into these wards. And it's really going to be difficult for Sophia Body Hishiro to actually find enough damage off the top to actually close out the game.
Yeah, especially with a second Kuon available. Okay, so you have 2 Meis potentially here if you wanted to play 2 Meis. Oh, wait. No, this is possible.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not possible anymore. If both the Meis hit wards, then they could have traded one. Okay, if both the Meis hit one of the wards each, they could have traded in one of the fairies with the 4-5 and then played another fairy and then swung for 9. That would have been possible, but it didn't hit it that way. It hit the Kuon, and so now they're in a significant amount of trouble.
Yeah, now, actually, none of the Meis hit the 4-5. That 4-5 is
Yeah.
going to soak up 6 damage here, I think.
And now the problem is, how do you get this much damage, even if there were no more wards in the future? I mean, you'd have to hope for Mallet Monkey, I guess?
Yeah, Mallet Monkey is a big source of Storm as a single card, so that is definitely one of the newer cards that can help this deck out a lot. Kokoro off the top isn't the worst because they still have got 18 HP, they're relatively healthy. They can still draw into something like the Divine Smithing and look for lethal that way. Core off the top, oh, that actually goes perfectly with the 1-cost Kuon that they've got.
Yeah,
if they want to go for that, I think they should. No reason not to, I think.
Yeah, that was interesting. That was an interesting trade. That was just an interesting trade in general. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they are just trying to play out the long game. They've got another Kuon for wards. They've even got another traditional sorcerer as well. And they know that the opponent only has 1 more Storm Fairy. And at this point, it's actually not too likely for them to draw lethal, especially through all of these wards that are coming out.
I guess if you get rid of your own Kuon, then you give yourself 1 more ward, right?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
you have the sorcerer.
That is
so
pretty much what they're thinking, I believe.
It's just a lot of stats to just say goodbye to, especially when it could have been evoed. But Obviously, they're going for the safest play here, which, I mean, knowing the other hand, we know there's pretty much no way that you could possibly, I mean, even without knowing the hand,
Yeah, there's only
really no
one
way.
unknown card. They know that they have 2 fairies, and then that one Fairy Whisper on its own is not going to do anything. At this point, there's too many words. Even if they draw Divine Smithing off the top, it's not going to be enough damage.
Yeah, I don't think there's any outs in the deck, which is a really weird thing to say because they're still at 18, but I mean, that's pretty much 2-turn guaranteed. There's no real way to stop this. What's going to be?
Yeah,
Monkey.
I mean, not a bad draw on
Yeah.
turn 8, but obviously not nearly enough damage here.
Yeah.
So even with that, extended BM not hitting face for 11, the Kuons just end up taking it in the end with all of the warding being extremely safe, making the right trades, I think, and just making sure that, Amitos has absolutely no room to push damage.
Right. I mean, so hitting face there would have been a way to more guarantee yourself that they have to play defensive, but at least it wasn't like a bad value trade. It wasn't like you really lost anything within that, so they could still win the board with Rune, which is the power of Rune. I mean, you can luckily, when you're playing against somebody else who might be making mistakes on their end or might not be able to, get their optimal job. A Kuon board is still a Kuon board, or a double Kuon board is still a Kuon board, right?
Yeah, it's definitely rare to see double Kuon come out so effectively against Amitos. But this time, it was almost because of not hitting face that it became relevant. But yeah, definitely, shoutouts to Terran and Eldrin playing this game out very, very safely, and I think quite well. They're gonna have not lethal, I believe, but
Yeah, I don't think there's any way they can hit lethal. Wait, there is, right? They don't have it, but they are going to have what?
they have lethal now because the 3/2 did not die.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because they have core in hand, so that's 2 more damage.
Oh yeah.
And they've even got the Kyoka if they wanted to Union Burst that. But that is not necessary.
That's extended BM.
Yeah.
That's a real BM.
Yeah, so it looks like Terran and Eldrin going to take game 1. And going back to what we said at the beginning, going first in this matchup definitely did make a difference. If Forrest had been able to go first, especially with that hand having double Blossom Spirit, going first against Rune is just really, really devastating. The Rune can't really deal with a 1-3 on turn 2, and followed by another one, and then 3 fairies coming out. It's just way too much for Rune to deal with. Their early game is just way too slow.
Well, I mean, there will be another chance. They of course are sticking with the same decks and everything.
Oh,
so
they're hitting them with the
they
Union
match up.
Burst.
Oh,
Oh, that is maximum damage.
maximum meanness.
That is gonna be it. Terran and Eldrin taking game 1. And now, for the rest of this set, it's gonna be muted coaches on the even turns. So we're gonna have to see how well Terran can pilot this deck on her own half the time.
Yeah, that is going to be very, very difficult. I mean, both of these, it's not going to be easy. Obviously, we saw one of the biggest issues being hand size for Amitos, and we could very much see that again. There are a lot of turns where you have to really think ahead for Amitos and be like, okay, well, I know next turn I'm going to be getting guaranteed 2 cards in my hand, so I have to burn a card right now, even if I don't want to, even if it doesn't look good. So we'll see if some situation like that ends up happening, and maybe things.
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of situations where you have to choose between keeping a fairy or milling your next card, and oftentimes the correct choice is going to be to keep a fairy if you've got Divine Smithing or Amitos in hand. But even though the deck in general has a pretty straightforward game plan, you still have to play very precisely, and the really fine details of the execution can definitely make a big difference, especially against Rune that will just absolutely run away with the game if you let up on the pressure at all.
Now I'm more interested to see how both of these players play, knowing how the decks kind of work, just like the general gist of it, and going without their coaches every other turn, right? We saw the kind of mishap we had with the Shikigami Rune where we didn't get to see the full-on attack. We kind of missed that segment where it's just like, oh, you could have gone for phase there for some extra damage, but you ran out of time. I wonder how she's going to micromanage that time and what she needs to do with each and every one of her turns without her coach by her side, right? So it's going to be pretty interesting to see without him.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of it's going to come down to comfortability with the deck too. Like you might see that actually a turn could have gone faster because maybe Terran didn't need as much coaching,
That's
right?
very true. That is very true.
Yeah. Anything could happen on those even turns. You really don't know what to expect.
Yeah, but both players looking pretty familiar with their decks overall, so it's going to be very interesting to see how it turns out for the rest of the games. Again, it's each and every one of these matches are 2 out of 3, but it is single elimination, so it's do or die time for SophiaBot to get herself on the board and tie it up with Terran. But we'll see. Maybe Terran has something up her sleeve. She's like, you know what? The Shikigami Rune deck, no problem.
No problem. Easy, easy, easy. It's not like the amount of text within that deck is like a novel or
Yeah. It's just like a couple lines here and there.
So here we go. Game number 2 between SophiaBot and Terran.
Okay, well, looks like SophiaBot is going first this time. That is definitely going to be a pretty good advantage there.
But that hand.
Yeah, you definitely want to get rid of these Maze. Like that's just giving me horrible flashbacks to playing Control Forest. You never want to draw Maze. I mean, in this deck, it's not even as bad because you can at least, give them Storm with Divine Smithing, but it's not a card you want to see. Definitely going to expect to toss those. But on the other side, Insight Shikigami Kuan, that is almost the picture-perfect opening hand. But, of course, it's still not quite enough with just those cards against Amatoz. Still going to have to look for a strong turn 5 and a strong turn 6.
Ooh, wow, what an interesting hand from SophiaBot. They've got 1 draw, 1 Mallet Monkey.
Oh, that
okay.
Water Fairy on 1. Here we go. We've got some gamers in here. Nice. some real gamers.
Some
okay,
real
I
gamers.
really respect that. Props to SophiaBot and Hishiro for that Water Fairy on 1.
I wouldn't have drawn Water Fairy.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I'm here. But anyway, yeah, that is going to be definitely really scary. That being said, though, the Shikigami on turn 2 does contest the board pretty well. However, they're not going to be able to value trade that because they will have that 2-cost 3-1, the Avatar of Fruition coming down. Not going to be able to afford a value trade in that situation. You have to get that 3 attack off the board as soon as possible. And I do expect that to come down. I think there's no reason not to. You can definitely look for a draw from Kokoro later. So definitely play the 3-1 here. You don't expect Spell Boost to be keeping Magic Missile in this matchup. So the 3-1 on turn 2 is not as bad as it would seem. Okay, very interesting there. Just forgetting to attack.
Yeah.
That 1 damage, it could come back to bite them.
Damage matters a lot. I mean, we always talk about this, but there's no healing, obviously, in Spell Boost, so...
Yeah, every single bit of damage you get, it matters. It will stick. There is no source of healing in Spell Boost Rune. Everything matters. And, I mean, that Water Fairy, I guess they're just trying to give them a little bit of mercy there.
Well, yeah, just like...
I don't even need to hit you right now. I'll just kill you later. But that Fairy Whisper, pretty solid draw. It looks like they will be able to set up a draw turn with Kokoro and then hopefully get some Storm cards on the following turn.
Yeah, this is nice. They're really getting to a lot of fairies. They're getting close there. They're getting the draw. Plus, they're building a pretty nice board. Mallet Monkey.
Okay, Mallet Monkey, definitely a more aggressive option. Respectable. They do have, I mean, the 1-2-3 curve, so this is definitely acceptable as well. Very strong as well. You definitely don't need to play Fairy Whisperer yet, so Mallet Monkey on 3 puts on a lot of pressure.
Yeah, now we do see that was a really nice draw, I guess, last turn of the traditional Sorcerer. That seems like a super key card in this matchup, right?
Exactly. So it's very, very good for Terran that she managed to draw that card this early on. It's going to get the boost from the Shikigami that's going to trade off into the 3-1. They are still looking for a better Evo target. Something like Kyoka would be extremely powerful right now.
Let's see if they're a real gamer.
Well, it's still turn 3, so okay. Clark, not bad, but not quite what they're looking for yet. Probably going to just trade off into the 3-1. You have to get that damage out of the board, and then I guess they're going to play, I think, maybe another Shikigami, or the Conjure Golem is good as well. Definitely, you know, one of the reasons you play this card, that they decide to bring it for Amatoz, for Ambush Sword, and for actually Evo Sword as well. Just having a more stable early game definitely makes a big difference here. They're going to be able to play out the... well, no. They could play out the traditional Sorcerer for 4, but that's not too efficient, so it's probably not too likely to happen. Yeah, they're definitely going to want to see Kyoka. Kyoka just completely turns this game around.
Yeah, I mean, well, we know for sure right now that even though there are some fairies being built, there's still no win conditions in hand, so it's a little scary, but the aggression on board is still so strong. It is nice to see the Conjure Golem, though. I think Conjure Golem really fills out that, like, 2 damage slot. You know, there's a lot of 1 damage. Well, not a lot, but there's a good amount of 1 damage and 3 damage in the deck. But when there's something like Mountain Monkey out there, you're like, I don't know. Do I want to waste 3 damage on it? So this 2 might be perfect. But yeah, going down pretty low. They now have the ability pretty much to kill from, not from hand, but eventually from hand.
Yeah,
right?
eventually from hand. They still don't have any Storm cards available yet. They decided to go with the Fairy Whisper into Kokoro, not getting actually the full value from Kokoro there. That was, of course, an even turn. I definitely think I would have liked to see the full effect from Kokoro. The Whisper wasn't totally necessary to develop yet. Now it's going to be potentially a little bit harder for them to actually, find the cards that they need. Let's have a listen into Hishiro and Sophia Bot, see what they're thinking right now.
So this turn, we can play the 2 cost.
This. Okay.
Yeah.
May the forest be at peace.
We can play 2 fairy.
Hey, let's play.
And you can play the spell on the left, Divine Spirit Shield.
This one.
Yeah, it will give us 2 fairies.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can evolve the water.
The water fairy, evolve it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we go face.
Yes. Okay.
And as you see, I have only 7 life left. 7 life left.
Help me, fairies.
Yes.
On the next turn, you can play Mallet Monkey.
Mallet monkey.
Yeah, it will do.
It'll
It will. It has storm, so it can attack directly.
Oh, okay, okay.
And when you're playing for 6, it will summon another copy of himself.
Okay, so play Mallet
So that's
monkey.
4. Yeah, and you evolve it. You go face.
Wait, Mallet monkey. I go face.
And evolve it with it. And evolve before.
Okay.
Don't be so fast next time.
Okay.
Okay, so now we want to play traditional Sorceress as a first card this turn.
I watch over the course of this.
And now play Shikigami Summons.
'Kay.
So that it gets the
For
shield.
the sake of the future.
Now play Fire Embrace on the 3/3.
And then you just use my golem to take out one of them.
Yeah, but kill the one on the right, the
'Kay.
girl with the ponytail. And now evolve the one free
For a bit.
and kill the other girl
'Kay.
with a ponytail.
You're done.
The one on the right, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's because if they return it to their hand,
I'm gonna
it
rest
does
for a
something,
bit.
and fairies cannot do nothing. So
Okay.
okay, and before you end the turn,
Yeah.
next turn is almost for sure just Q1. If you draw, I'm trying to think here. If you draw Insight, play Insight before that, of course.
Okay.
If they kill both our Shikigami summons, then play. If you draw Magic Missile, then it's okay too.
Okay.
The way it goes. If our
Alright.
Pluto stays on the board and we play Q1, we probably win.
Okay.
Okay, so actually, I have to point out, Sophia Bot and Hishiro told Sophia Bot exactly what to do, but a double ward is like not a situation they really discussed, right?
Yeah, definitely not. So she is gonna go with the Mallet Monkey anyway. I mean, fair enough. She did just draw another one. But now, it's gonna be a little bit tough to get through this. And I don't know if she's gonna use her Evolve Point here. She might just trade off. Okay, now it's a little bit awkward. Oh yeah, cause I mean I guess I would have just like evolved into the 3/4 and just hopefully push 1 damage. We'd be able to push 1 damage.
You push 1 damage face and you'd leave a 4/1 up, right?
Yeah, and
and also another 2/1 technically.
Yeah, so the traditional sorcerer is never gonna get destroyed this turn, which is definitely a threat with Kuon coming up. So okay.
Oh,
Interesting.
Nothing.
Okay, yeah. So what this does is the Shikigamis are actually gonna stay alive and they're not gonna be able to boost. However, the 3/2 did take enough damage to be able to be traded off now, so they still can play Kuon this turn. The real like Galaxy Brain play would have been play the Mallet Monkey. If they were gonna do this and just not attack at all, then neither of the Shikigami summons would have been able to be killed, and then they would not be able to play Kuan. But they did hit in once, and so now that Shikigami can be traded off, and Kuan can be dropped for exactly 6 play points. It is one of those situations where like it's just really hard, and you'd have to be like counting spell boost very precisely. But yeah, I mean, now with this type of board, it's not looking good at all for Sophia Bada Hishiro. They still don't have Amataz or Divine Smithing in hand, and at this point, either option would be just too slow. This type of board on turn 6, it's way too difficult, and this is exactly, you know, the type of thing where, you know, Rune gets traditional Sorcerer on turn 5, avoids a lot of that damage, because if it wasn't for traditional Sorcerer, they could have pushed a lot with that Mallet Monkey, right? They were able to put 2 wards up into Kuan. This is the follow-up that Rune loves to see, and it's because of this that, you know, Sophia bot, I like it. Yeah, I mean, they don't have a Storm follower anyway, so it looks like it's gonna be a clean 2-0 from Terran and Eladrin.
Yeah, can they even prevent lethal next turn is the question.
Well, there is a Zealot in hand, and that's going to get boosted a lot by these followers being destroyed, so I don't think so.
I think that's, they can't even defend. I mean, of course, that wasn't really an optimal hand from Amataz, but there were some opportunities to, at the very least, try to last a little bit longer, because there is only 7 damage left to, you know, have to be dealt.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, you really hate to see it. You bring Amataz, it's favored against Rune, and then you lose twice to Rune. You know, Rune is just, this is why this is the overall strongest deck in the current meta. Sometimes it just beats everything, you know? When it has a really strong turn 5, especially with traditional Sorcerer, it's such a strong card. It gives you the space that you need to set up for the rest of your game plan. And when you have the Kuan follow-up, they've even got a second Kuan, even though they don't need it anymore. But, you know, it's just too strong. When Rune gets going, it's borderline unstoppable.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why I think Spell Boost is, even though it's difficult, it is kind of good for a format like this. It can be kind of good. Of course, when you start running into people who are really confident with their decks and really comfortable in making the right plays, then if your player is not maybe as comfortable with Rune, with Spell Boost Rune, then that's when you start to run into issues. But we saw it a lot with Alana back in the last meta.
Yes, my favorite. You gotta love Alana in Buddy System, the classic. Zero Fine, you know, really went to the bank with that one.
Hey, it was good, but for the same reason. Sometimes your boards just run out of control if your opponent isn't playing optimally and like hitting you down fast enough.
It's a very simple deck to play. You know, it just tries to make wide boards, kind of similar to Rune. You know, when you're playing at the highest level, of course, it's going to be very difficult, and there can be very precise lethal setups, but that is still a minority of games. Most of the time, you can just play efficient spells, swarm the board, make your opponent deal with it, and in Buddy System, you know, what we're seeing is that, and what we have seen in the past, is it's much more difficult to be the one playing against Kuan than the one playing it.
Yeah. Like, if you mess up as Kuan, sure, you mess up. But if you mess up against Kuan, then you give them enough time, and then
to just play another Kuan, you know, on more Zealots.
Yeah, depending on what they have in their hand, there's still that kind of, like, leverage to be like, oh, I could play just another Kuan. It's fine. I'll have like a wide board, and they have to deal with it again. So it really is like there's a lot of space for error for the likes of Spell Boost. So it's very, very interesting to see. But either way, big congrats to Terran moving on to the second round. So that's going to establish the first quarterfinal, really. They're going to be moving on with Spell Boost Rune, and they're going to await their fate between, I believe, Mary Maybe and Avery, who Mary maybe brought Amataz Forest, who's done a really, really great job from last month, getting a second place, as a matter of fact. And then we see our first ambush sword. And we got the rest of the matchups for you guys to take a look at as well, and what you could expect in the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at those brackets. Again, Mary maybe going up against Avery, with Coach Zero Fine and Cure Mango as well. And on the other side, we have Snake Nade with Coach Azure Cloud going up against Covert Go Blue and Coach Omega. And then on the bottom there, you have Amazonian with Frost going up against Bebo Boop and Zones. I can't get enough of that name.
You have so much fun saying it.
It's such a great name.
Bebo Boop.
Yeah.
Say that 5 times fast.
I can't. I'd probably bite my own tongue, honestly.
A robot. Okay, so Noir, how do you feel about the fact that we're about to see Amataz against Ambush Sword?
Oh, so, these combo matchups are definitely just, you really can't expect what's going to happen. Even if you know who the players are and, maybe one of them you might think is more experienced, you still really don't know what's going to happen. It really comes down to, how their game plans pan out, who manages to hit their key cards, who doesn't. In general, though, Amataz does have the option to go a completely aggro route. They don't have to focus too much on setting up combo. They can just play, early followers, set up the Blossom Spirit, and make a really wide board, and that can be really difficult for Ambush Sword to deal with. So I do believe, Amataz is definitely favored here, but it is definitely winnable for Ambush Sword as well.
Yeah, I guess if you had a really bad hand, also you could potentially die to Maze, right? Potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen for sure.
Okay, well, I've never seen at a high level Amataz versus Ambush Sword in this current meta, so this is pretty exciting for me. And we do see Mary Maybe, who, again, was playing exceptionally last time.
We're all big fans from last month. That was
yeah.
very,
We've
very
all been
solid
converted,
play.
yeah.
I've also heard that she's been playing, since, within the last month.
Yeah, definitely been hearing that she really enjoys Shadowverse, which is always, great to hear. Love to see, these players coming in for this tournament, but then continuing to play the game afterwards. Really great. But yeah, I definitely expect Mary Maybe as one of, the best performing players from last time to, be able to properly pick out that aggro game plan and know how to put the right amount of pressure, play, the right cards on curve, and just go all out on face. Put as much pressure as you can on that Ambush Sword player. Don't let them set up Leon for free. I think
we'll have to see, honestly, because Avery, also a returning player, bringing that Ambush Sword. But we're going to get Mary Maybe with Coach Zero Fine going up against Avery and Cure Mango in just a few more minutes. As a matter of fact, we're going to take a quick break, so do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss this match, and we'll see you after this break. Oh, yeah. I was going to say, welcome back to the sultry sounds of Buddy System. I'm your host, Jeremy Lopez. We are back again with none other than Noir and Wonder Chef. Gentlemen, how are you doing after that break?
doing pretty good. Doing very good.
I wanted the song to keep playing, man.
Are you just going to keep talking like this?
Only for the sultry sounds of your voice.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, baby.
We can talk like this for the rest of the cast.
It has to be like those
If you
old-timey
want.
radio DJ voices. My voice doesn't go that deep, so unfortunately I can't do it.
Oh, I know.
yeah.
Deep and raspy?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Welcome back.
Boom, there you go. He has it in the bag right there.
Christian Bale right here.
Where is she? How does it go from the radio DJ to Batman? I don't know the correlation. But either way, welcome back to Buddy System. We have ourselves a brand new caster with Noir. Again, one-time champion, multi-time coach, if I'm not mistaken. Now, we kind of had a conversation before we even started. When it comes to a system, like a tournament system like this, what are some of your favorite decks to play and why?
So in Buddy System, or just in general?
Let's go with Buddy System first, and then as more towards your professional career, why you've chosen the decks you play.
Yeah, so I mean, the first deck that I brought to Buddy System with Axe when we won was Alana Haven. It was back in Rebirth of Glory, so Alana was a really strong deck at that time. And I mean, Alana, you guys know, it's just really straightforward. You play Alana, you evolve her, and you just play followers, and then you heal yourself, and they just get buffed. You just keep on doing that, and eventually your opponent is just going to lose most of the time. So, you just keep doing the same thing every single turn. You really, there's not a whole lot of, room to go wrong there. Obviously, it's, when you're actually playing, it's not that simple, but it is simple enough. Generally speaking, if you just do the same stuff, it's not going to be too bad.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Well, the cool thing about Alana, though, is Realm of Repose turns. I love Realm of Repose turns, okay?
Yeah, so, I specifically did not want to bring Realm of Repose when I played with Axe because, I know this is a difficult card to play.
Yeah.
Even, for, pro players and competitive, it's a really challenging card to make use of really perfectly because if you mess up with it, you might just throw the entire game. There can be games where, it lets you win more consistently or more quickly, and then if you throw that by messing up with repos, it's gonna feel really terrible. It's not really the kind of pressure that I want to put on a player. Yeah, so I mean, I would barely even trust myself to play it perfectly. So
at least you're honest, and I appreciate that. Now, you've also participated in numerous Shadowverse Opens. What were some of the decks you were playing at that time as well? I mean, you made it to top 8 for the first month, right?
Yeah, in January I got top 8. So, of course, I was playing Shigami Rune is just too good not to bring, I think. I brought Shadow as well. Shadow is a pretty strong deck. Honestly, I've had such mixed feelings about Shadowcraft as of late.
Sure, yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's just a solid mid-range deck. It can do a lot of different things, not quite as well as Rune can, but it holds its own against almost everything. It's got a very even matchup spread, which is a very good thing to have in a tournament environment. And then in January, I brought Evo Sword. So this is a deck that, you know, from the day one of the expansion, I thought the deck was actually kind of bad, but I ended up bringing it anyway at with a 3 a.m. epiphany the night before, just like going, you know what, maybe Evo Sword is the answer after all, and you know, it turned out to be my best performing deck. And then I didn't bring it in February. That's how I lost.
That's actually pretty godlike.
Yeah,
for you to do that, yeah.
It's. I don't even know what to say. I wish I could have, you know, brought Evo Sword again. You know, brought it back, but decided to put it on the shelf. So, you know, then I was not in top 8.
That's understandable.
It's just that
we
simple.
get it. Yeah.
What did you bring instead?
I brought Control Forest, which, you know, a lot of people were hyping up as one of the top decks, and it is really strong, especially when it works. But only when it works.
Couldn't that be said the same for all the other decks? I mean,
To some extent, but actually with Sword, it's one of the most consistent decks in the game right now. The highs are not as high, but it's super consistent.
Okay.
You will almost never have like a truly unplayable game with Sword, at least in my experience. And I think Rune is similar to that as well, just to like you know, as higher highs and slightly less consistent. But with Control Forest, when I played it, it was like, there's like 3 Maze in my hand. I'm like, dude, why did I bring this deck? I mean, it really happened. Sometimes it just really be like that. And it's one of those things where I know that I would not have bricked so much if I had brought Evil. I mean, you know, not to say it's a bad deck. It's obviously a really strong deck. It's having really good performances, you know, not just in SVO, but in Japan as well. It's been doing super, super well. A lot of top players having really strong performances and, you know, really speaking favorably about the deck. But, I mean, it just didn't really pan out for me that time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously I understand why everybody really, well, like a lot of people really like Control Force right now, but also last SVO in the top 8, the only time that we saw Control Force win was when it got a turn 7 Roach kill.
Yes. You know, as they say, you know, when you're drawing just like an average human, it's Control Force. But once you've ascended, it becomes Roach. You're basically playing Roach without Lisa, but getting the turn 7/6 Roach equals anyway.
If you're really good, you're going to draw Roach anyway. Yeah, easy. Why would you need Lisa? Lisa's a crutch, right? It just slows you down if you're already drawing it.
Exactly.
Now, we've talked about the current meta and how this game's been shaping out since Ultimate Coliseum. Noir, as well as Chef, this is open to both of you. In your opinion, which is the most underrated deck that's not within the top tiers?
Evo Sword, definitely.
All right.
I mean, in terms of being underrated, as in like the public perception of it is way worse than where it actually is. I think Evo Sword is almost the only true answer for me, because everything else I think has like a pretty reasonable, you know, opinion versus, you know, actual performance. You know, Amatoz and Ambush, people regard them as pretty good decks. They're not the best, but they do have a place in the meta. They do have their really strong matchups. They can pull up really crazy upsets, and that's pretty much what people think of them as. But, you know, you think about the other decks that aren't really regarded as being very top tier. You got like Blood Portal, you know, those decks. I don't
Blood
think
hasn't seen a lot of life recently.
Yeah,
so.
people consider them to be kind of bad, and they are kind of bad. So,
I mean, I do like Aggro Blood still. It's still always Aggro Blood, right? It's fun. The other one, well, my answer for it, just before we move on, is I played one time that weird Hades Shadow deck, and it turn 7 killed me, and I could not stop it, and that's the only time I've ever played it, and so I got really salty, and I'm just gonna go with, not that it's good, but I'm salty because that was the only time I've ever played that deck, and I didn't have a chance.
There was also a few Dragoncraft decks that we've seen multiple times, both in SVO. I don't know if we've seen it too much on Buddy System. Now that I really think about it,
I think a few, but
just like a handful,
yeah, just
right?
a
Not
few.
too
They
much.
never really got too far through the bracket, and from
surprising,
what I remember.
honestly.
Yeah, but I know you also have some of the decks queued up. Actually, we wanted to take a look in depth with some of the decks that Noir's queued up.
Yeah,
The Dragon card stop, huh?
Because I couldn't, like, you know, type out the entire name of the deck. It was like Dragon cards off the top. Dragon card. I don't know something.
I
like,
said card stop. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, it's cards top. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, what are you talking about?
Something like that.
I didn't get it either. I was like, card stop.
Yeah.
Like, is that it? Like, is that your turn? You're like, dragon card, stop.
Yeah, so, this Dragoncraft deck, it's mostly pretty standard. Something that does stand out to me is that one of Byron Full Metal Dragoon. It's a definitely really aggressive option. It allows you to buff up the followers that you play after it, as well as having this really strong evolve effect. You summon an Assembly Droid, and then, it's an Amakita follower, so it becomes a plus... It becomes a 2/2 basically. So really strong evolve follower for when you don't have Eldain. It allows you to have a really effective, early game against decks like Rune, where you can take advantage of how slow they are early on. And when you get that chip damage in, especially against Rune, because all the damage you get matters, it can be really helpful. It really cuts down on the amount that you need to stall against those decks, so you don't have to have that many Valdane ticks. You can push the damage, only get like a couple Valdane ticks, and that's going to be enough to seal out the game. So, this type of, on-curve dragon, well, with cards like Byron and with, a lot of 2-drops, you've got Inori in there as well. This card can be played early on, but is definitely mostly used for the Union Burst. It gives all enemy followers at the start of your turn deal 1 damage to your leader and 2 to the follower. The important part is 1 to your leader. So when their opponent has a full board, even though Dragon no longer has Mass Immune for those insane late game board swings, they can have Inori once the Union Burst is active. If they got a 5 follower board, that is 5 points of damage to their face. Stack that on top of the damage you pushed early on in the game with all of your aggressive 2-drops, plus all those Valdane ticks, and you're looking at an insane amount of damage. Enough to just burst out, pretty much any deck in the game very, very early on. So definitely, Dragon is, an up-and-coming deck recently. It has been showing some very good performances across like Shadowverse Open, across JCG as well. So definitely can see this deck performing very well today.
Yeah, so I've always kind of wondered, well, I mean, I guess within the most recent meta, why more people don't bring Dragoncraft for the buddy system. Because, I mean, obviously, again, every deck is difficult, right? But I feel like for the power level and consistency of Dragon, it seems relatively good. And it's like a lot of times you set up situations where they don't really have to, like, figure out complex lethals, right? You're just, like, burning them to death and they can't stop it.
Yeah,
so why do you think people aren't bringing more Dragon?
I think the main reason is people expect Ambush and Amataz in this tournament because, like, people know that these are relatively simple decks to play, and they are really effective against the other deck that you expect to see, which is Runecraft. And actually, all of these decks, Rune and the combo decks, they're all favored against Dragon. So Dragon coming in, it is like a fairly simple deck, as you mentioned. You know, if you have Eldain, you just play it, burn through a bunch of trees, and just, you can just pass your turns, and then the opponent just dies. But it is so dangerous to bring this deck in the current meta in Buddy System, which being a one-deck tournament. You're going to go up against unfavored matchups almost all the time. In fact, probably the only deck that you're not really strictly unfavored against is like Shadow maybe, but even that one, Shadow can definitely get the upper hand on Dragon when they have a very strong curve. They've got cards like Helio, and even, Evo Sword is not an easy matchup for Dragon at all. You still have to be playing very on point. And even though the general game plan is very simple, the difficulty in Dragon has always been, balancing your ramp, your, board control, and developing your actual win conditions. Having the right balance for all of these things, because you do need to do all of them, is very difficult. And it may be very challenging for buddies to, for the players to, properly find that balance, and, not only make sure that they are in a winning position, but also, they can live long enough to get there.
That makes sense. Okay, so why aren't people bringing aggro blood?
That's a loaded question. I feel like that's definitely he's.
Yeah, I mean,
I have genuinely wondered, because aggro blood is really easy, and it can.
It is so easy. It is the easiest deck in the history of Shadowverse. I'm serious. Like, even
well, yeah, you're like 1 drop, 2 drop,
1, 2,
3 drop,
3, 2, 2.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but I mean, of course, it's super easy. But Vicious asked earlier, what's the most underrated deck? I didn't say Blood because it actually isn't very good. That's just the sad reality of it.
That's actually pretty rough.
Didn't like one person like top their pull at JCG with aggro blood? I think somebody did. I don't know.
Probably,
Listen,
but
I'm obviously
I mean,
a Blood fan, okay?
I mean, it happens. You know, it is an aggro deck. It does have sort of a high roll potential every now and then, so it's not like an invisible deck. You will see it sometimes, especially, you know, this is a meta where you would almost expect to see a lot more aggro blood because, you know, Rune is the most popular deck. It should be weak against aggro. It's strong against all the combo decks. It can get a really, you know, good position against Control Force if they don't have enough healing. So, you know, it's good against most of the decks in the current meta, but it's still not seeing a lot of play because it's just still not that consistent. It falters so easily. It's just like, it's literally a straw man. You blow a little bit of air at it and blood just...
No. All right, so I do appreciate the insight from your perspective on like what decks to play, what has been the most consistent, and what's just kind of bad, I guess, in general. Thank you for letting us know on that insight. But either way, we do have our matches up, queued up. Actually, we have Mary Maybe going up against Avery. We do have the deck list. Let's take a look at what Mary Maybe and Zero Fine are bringing to the table. It's Old Man Zero Fine version 2 with Fairy Knights. Of course, Amataz is back again.
Yeah, and it's looking very similar, obviously, to the first Amataz deck that we saw. There isn't a whole lot of room for tech cards in this deck, but one thing that they do have is the 2 of Miracle of Love. Definitely a card that used to be played much more often back in Verdant Conflict, but now with like Mallet Monkey and Kokoro, a lot of players have been cutting Miracle of Love, but it's still a very solid card. It can be really good against Rune if they play Shikigami on turn 2. The 2 play point 1/3, which normally is pretty good because, you know, it gives them that spell boost and it gives them a little bit of early pressure. But Miracle of Love can just take that away completely by playing a 3/2 rush. It just trades over that Shikigami right away, and Rune basically just, you know, they didn't get anything out of that Shikigami except for the spell boost. But at that point, you're facing down a 3/1. The follower that you played didn't really do anything. And so Miracle of Love can be really effective for that. And not only that, we mentioned earlier that against Rune with all those wards and the lack of removal options, your Storm can sometimes just have to be your removal. You know, ward is health against this deck, but not so much with Miracle of Love. You can play it with that extra effect where the rush becomes a 5/4. You can destroy Celestial Shikigami very well with that. And so it can double as a removal option, which is definitely really good against Rune.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a good card in general, right? It's so flexible in every single type of deck. I mean, even if you needed to like try to buy yourself a turn, you could just play it as the ward. It's a great card. I'm glad we get to see it. I loved it in all of the previous metas decks, and I'm love to see it here now.
We'll see who the opposition brings to the table as well. Again, it's Avery with Cure Mango bringing the Ambush Sword. Very, very straightforward game plan here, boys.
So Ninja Assassin, they know exactly what this deck wants to do. It is pretty much just Liat the Ninja going in, trying to do everything all by himself. Doesn't need anyone's help. So another very, very standard deck. We've got 2 Brave Intervention. It's definitely a card that has like a very flexible, you can run like 1 of it or even 3 potentially. But it's basically just extra consistency. You can get Liat out on turn 4 if you really don't have, you know, him earlier, but setting out multiple Liats with Brave Intervention can be useful. It can also bring out Quick Blader to push a little bit more damage. So generally a solid card. One card that's not included in this deck is Tsubaki, which some players, especially in a pro league, have been bringing in Ambush Sword as of late just because it's an extra ambush follower, and, you know, not having Liat is so backbreaking for this deck, or, you know, having Liat get destroyed, also very backbreaking. So having an extra ambush follower to set up a little bit more damage that doesn't necessarily require you to have Liat already, just being a standalone card, can be very useful. And, you know, in the worst case scenario, can even be a Liat substitute until you draw an actual Liat. So, you know, Tsubaki can be very useful, but obviously not mandatory. You don't see it here from Ninja Assassin. The rest of the deck, definitely really standard. Good removal options with Clash of the Heroes. Very good for removing cards like Celestial Shikigami, breaking through the wards that Runecraft can set up. Yeah, but of course with this deck, even though they do have a lot of removal options, they have to, you know, they have to draw Liat, and they have to draw buffs, and they have to draw removal, and they have to execute very, very well to make sure that everything flows together. And it can be very, very difficult to do that against Amataz Forest when they know they can go for that aggressive game plan. If you got like Water Fairy on 1 into like just 2-3, you know, whatever, and then it can create so much pressure. They go so wide that until they have Ivory Swords Dance available, and that's not really going to be until their Evo turns pretty much, then Average Sword doesn't have a great way to deal with those wide boards.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this matchup a little bit earlier. It's definitely going to be somewhat of a race to their
Yeah, that's what I'm
combos.
thinking.
Exactly. Yeah.
But, you know, who knows what's going to draw. I mean, I love matchups like this when we get to see it be a kind of like nobody has their combo perfect, you know? And they kind of have to like play from both weird positions. I love watching matchups like that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, suboptimal hands, those are really what tests, you know, how good a player can actually be. Especially with decks like Ambush Sword. You have to go for some very peculiar and creative plays sometimes, you know, evolving, you know, revealing Leon sometimes, you know, evolving Assassin, you know, doing all sorts of plays to make like the very, you know, suboptimal hands winnable. It can be very difficult to do. Against Amatoz though, I think it's not quite going to be as complicated so much as it is just demanding in terms of what they need to draw.
Well, we'll see how it turns out. It's going to be Mary Maybe with Coach Zero Fine once again, coming from their second place show from last month, going up against Avery and Cure Mango. And I got to say, Avery is really impressive with holding that smile for so long. Absolutely impressive. Here we go. Quarterfinals, game number 2. Let's see how it goes down. Amatoz Forest versus Ambush Sword.
Yeah, you see Mary maybe getting quite hyped over there. Really excited, I'm hoping, to play this matchup. Let's see, and Ambush Sword is going to go first. Of course, as always, Amatoz wants to go first against everything.
Oh, and weird hands on both sides.
Yeah, that's an easy
like
toss all. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow, okay, so double Fairy Whisper. That is already four fairies, and not a bad hand from Avery and Cure Mango either. They've got Leod with they've got literal Leod. They've got Leod. I mean, multiple Leods definitely can't happen with this deck. Unfortunately, like sometimes you might draw too many Leods. But with 2 Leods, that is perfectly fine. Although this one probably just going to be Quick Blader, played on 1. That is the really good thing about Everlasting Castle. It's a very flexible card. It costs 0, but it summons a random follower from your deck based on the amount of play points that you have left over. So it can be a Quick Blader, it can be Leod, depending on what you need at the time. And with Leod already in hand, that Quick Blader on 1 going to be really useful for pushing a bit of damage while also contesting the board against what Amatoz is going to play early on.
So we already have 8 potential fairies in hand and an Amatoz. So I'm liking this forest hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
But actually, I mean, honestly, both of these hands are really good.
Yeah, that Ivory Sword Dance, really important card. Gonna be able to clear out the Amatoz that comes out later on, as well as any wide board that Forest tries to set up. Very important there. They've got Strategic Assembly for those that gradual buffing over time. It gives a random allied follower 1 attack every single turn, and of course Dual Blade Flurry to get that 1 shot once they get to like turn 6. They can do an insane amount of damage.
All right. So now my question to you is, when you're looking at this this Amatoz hand, we're going up top. How do you stop from burning cards? How would you effectively play it out to clear out your hand a little bit?
Yeah, so basically there are some situations where you do want to play out some fairies if you know you're gonna play more later or generate more later. Water Fairy can definitely be useful there as well, because she doesn't give you a fairy right away. She can just be, the -1 to your hand.
Right.
And then you might burn the fairy later, but by that point maybe it doesn't even matter. So you could definitely play out the Water Fairy, play out the Fairy Whisper or something, and then that would already be setting up for the Amatoz on turn 4. So Strategic Assembly gonna come out here, get that Leod buffed up. Might as well play out the King's Welcome. So this is what I was mentioning earlier. Sometimes you get too many Leods, and thankfully for Avery and Cure Mango, they already have a lot of the important tools. So drawing extra Leods here is not too bad. That is just an insane amount of fairies. That's like
2 games worth of fairies.
That is 2 games, exactly. Sometimes there are games with Amatoz where you just have like no storm followers, like what we saw last set. And then on the flip side, there are games where you have 3 Amatoz in your hand and not a single fairy in sight. Really unlikely, but it does happen every now and then. So yeah, this is the play that I was mentioning earlier. Just play out the Water Fairy and then fill out your hand with the Fairy Whisper. Really good play. Next turn, they're gonna be able to drop that Amatoz really easily and just play out a fairy right away and look for an insane amount of damage. Okay, so
Well, that's a good
that's
draw.
a pretty solid draw. Forge Weapon, you're going to give +2/+2 to an allied follower. They can use it to buff the Leon right away. They could also potentially go for the 2/2, play Leon and clear those 2 followers here. Avery is hovering over that Ivory sword dance. It's making me feel a little bit anxious.
I know, me too.
I hope they play the Forge Weaponry here. They definitely need to hold... Okay, nice. Yeah, they definitely need to hold on to the Ivory Sword Dance to deal with Amataz and the board that ensues from that point.
Yeah, so now they're looking at a potential turn 6 lethal, right?
Yeah.
With the dual blade fur in hand. All right, well, let's take a listen into Mary Maybe and Zero Fine to see how they're going to play out this Amataz turn.
Play what fairy? Evoid. Evolve it. Hit them! Hit them!
Hit them all.
So sparkly. Stay away. Help me, fairy.
All right. So,
Normally, they don't have a way to deal with our Pokemon.
You're done for.
See the truth there in the dark.
So before you attack, because you don't want to attack in that ward because that's Bane. Ivory Sword Dance equals 9. He's got 11. I think you Ivory Sword Dance first.
And then click on Leod.
Yeah, click on Leod. Yeah. He's your only target. It buffs him and then he'll deal the damage too. Oh, that's bad.
Okay.
That was a really bad roll.
Can I just attack this shield and then Veiled Reckoning my Leod?
No, because the enemy has Bane, so that means that Leod will just die. So you have to pass here.
So end turn.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is no bueno.
Yeah.
I got a strong Leod though.
I think you're just dead though. It's unfortunate. He has.
Don't say that.
No. I know. He's got.
All right.
Yeah, no bueno indeed. That is the literal worst possible outcome for that Ivory Sword Dance. You really hate to see it. If that Amataz got down to 1 HP, or if it was just destroyed outright, they could have finished it off with that Veiled Reckoning, and they would have been able to survive until they play, that turn 6 Dual Blade Flurry, and I think they actually would have won that game if it wasn't
true, we
for
both
that.
are bald.
Yeah.
She's a fan of the bald. That's what I'm talking about.
Bald boys.
Bald boys unite.
That's
for
why
sure.
you got into this business, right? If it's just for the fans.
Absolutely.
For
As
the
soon as
fans,
I
the
found
ball.
out that Amataz that he exists in the game, I was like, I gotta be a Shadowverse player. I gotta be a Shadowverse host. So that's what it was. That's why I'm here. But either way, that was a really unfortunate case of bad RNG.
Yeah, that is just really heartbreaking. That was literally, I'm pretty sure, Avery and Kiermango had that game. They had the setup going first into the really strong Leod into the Ivory and the Dual Blade Flurry. Really easy turn 6 lethal setup, but they were not able to get through that one Amataz ward, and not only did they have the ward there, it was able to give them lethal. It's just a tragedy.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the actual odds of that happening are, right? Because it was what? It was 8?
It's super low.
Yeah.
So
it was, there was 9 on board and it did 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
They had 11 health on board.
Okay, and it did 9. There we go. That's what it was. Yeah,
Yeah.
It was, my math's off.
Yeah, because there were still 2 left
9
on the Amataz.
So then the odds are you needed to do at least 4, and it did 3 in that spot.
Yes.
That is so annoying.
That is so horribly unlikely.
Someone do the math for me.
I'm also glad that Avery decided to not pursue that action of hitting Amataz. I'm glad that Kiermango was able to stop that in time and be like, no, it has Bane. So that's something she needs to keep in mind for sure going forward. Here we go. Game number 2 between Mary Maybe and Avery.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about how I love watching the bad hands from matchups like this, but that was actually a really interesting match between two good hands.
Yeah.
That did really go down to some really bad RNG. But now we get the coachless turns, which is going to be, in my opinion, huge here in two decks like this. Oh,
yeah. Oh my, that is a banger of a hand. Once again from both players, I would say. Grand Acquisition, not really a huge, not really a really impactful card. You could definitely toss that. But from the other side, this could potentially be a keep all for Mary Maybe and Zero Fine. Yeah, and they are going to keep all very, I agree. You've got that one cost Divine Smithing. At this point, it's just going to be a card to give one attack to all your fairies. You have one of the best fairy generators in Fairy Whisper, which of course can be bounced if it's not cleared to get 2 fairies again when you replay it. And of course, Amataz being a ward and giving Storm to your fairies. On the other hand, though, Avery and Cure Mango, they've got Leod, they've got Buff, and they actually, I believe they kept Grand Acquisition. Okay.
Yeah, they got rid of the Dual Blade Flurry, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, I think
it's because it ruined them last game, and so to spite it for RNG, they were like, "No, you've betrayed me. Leave."
Yeah, understandable.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was Dual Blade. It wasn't Dual Blade, right?
Ivory. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely a card that you only want to see one of, especially in this matchup. So, not too disagreeable for sure. You definitely want to find other cards. You needed to find buffs, so I can agree with that. Everlasting Castle coming out here. You could play this for the Quick Blader again.
Yeah, or you preemptively Grand Acquisition, but of course you could say that for later so you can get the enhanced cost if you want.
Yeah, the enhanced Grand Acquisition, it puts one of each of those gilded spells into your hand, and it recovers all 6 of your play points. So basically, Grand Acquisition, the spell becomes free, and then you get to spend the rest of your play points on those spells. Importantly, though, the Gilded Goblet, it heals an ally for 2 health, which against a deck like Amataz Forest, where every single bit of damage matters. I mean, one heal from that is basically 1 fairy hit, right? So if that stalls out an extra turn, that could be all you need to get lethal.
It could also have some nice synergy with Clash of Heroes if you really need to like remove something with it and you don't have enough like health left on your Leod, maybe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It could definly come up. Probably not so much in this matchup, but in other matchups, that is the type of thing that you need to keep in mind. With Ambush Sword, it is a deck that oftentimes requires some really creative solutions. So it's good to always keep those in mind. Kokoro, pretty solid here. You don't really need that much more card draw. You're basically going to be filling your hand with fairies at this point, so might as well play out the 1-2 to contest the 1-1 as well as you can. I like it.
And they're at 4 fairies potentially in hand right now, so they still need to draw a few more. Leod coming down, of course, easy turn.
You're going to hit face, push 1 damage with that Leod. And this early chip damage definitely does matter. Amataz doesn't have any healing either. I mean, aside from, Kokoro Union Burst, but that's almost never going to happen. So, this could be setting up for a potential dual blade lethal on turn 6 like we almost had last game. But this early damage definitely is going to make a big difference. A Spirit Shine coming in, just even more power. This is like basically the ideal Amataz draw for Mary Maybe and Zero Fine, definitely showing, just how strong of a duo they are.
Yeah, so here's where you have to try to order things. So they're obviously going for, they're clearing that, so they're probably going to play the Avatar Fruition, right? So to save it, that's probably one of the reasons why they would clear that there instead of just trying to take a little bit more face damage. I mean, of course, you want your life, but so that's a nice choice. That's leaving a 3-1 on board that's going to be super difficult to deal with. Well, not difficult, but awkward.
Yeah, exactly. And, this is the type of thing where, Ambush Sword, the only sort of way it can deal with wide boards is Ivory Blade Dance. They did toss it, but obviously, it wouldn't do anything in this situation. It only really becomes useful once you hit, your turn 4 or turn 5 Evo turns. And, of course, you still need to get the buffs first and then hopefully draw Ivory. So, obviously, it's not the first card that you need. But when you're faced with a situation like this, you don't really have other ways to deal with this wide of a board, and it's only going to get even scarier from here. That 3-1 might not actually be cleared this turn because...
Well, you could Grand Acquisition...
Yeah, you could Grand Acquisition
and then
get the Gilded Blade.
Or, no, you could get the one that buffs Leod and then use Clash of Heroes, right? Right? That's actually an option.
Yeah, I mean, it is an option for sure. It's a very round... that's called taking the scenic route, you play out the Grand Acquisition, you're saying, okay, I have a very easy way to deal with this follower, but
I'd
I'm
rather
not going to
do the
that.
cool way.
I'm rather just going to like style on you instead.
Yeah, that's more important, right? You're not actually trying to win, you're just trying to be stylish, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
It's in the rules, right?
Yeah, somewhere in the contract. Okay, so they are going with the gilded necklace here. They're just not gonna...
I thought maybe for a second they were doing that. That would have been really funny. But yeah, so that's going to be a lot of damage then. They are just letting themselves go. Yeah, I mean, obviously one more turn, then it'll be really easy to take it out with the Leod Evolve, just for the one little ping. But yeah, that's 5 damage face. No
yeah,
way to deal
it's
with it.
looking really, really scary now for Avery and Kiermango. Obviously, going second doesn't do much to help, but not being able to clear this board and also not having too much damage in hand either. Their hand is basically just a bunch of single target removals. That's half of their hand with, you know, Clash and Brave Intervention, which really those cards are not that useful against Amatoz. So at this point, it's not looking like they're going to even get, you know, a turn 6 lethal with Leod. It might not come until like turn 7, but at that point, with this type of hand from Amatoz, they're not going to see turn 7.
Yeah, this type of hand, and then on top of that, not being able to even deal with the early board, which is come together pretty nicely in a weird way.
Yeah, and here comes Wily Puck just saying, you know, just in case you needed even more fairies, I'm here. You know, don't forget me. But now, Fairy Whisperer, Circle, or Spirit Shine into that 1-cost Divine Smithing. This is a picture-perfect Amatoz hand. And that is going to be 6 fairies if the water fairy goes down. But hopefully Avery and Kiermango don't clear that water fairy and don't have a follower to trade into. But to hit both of those conditions might be a little bit rough. Not that with that draw, though. That's a pretty good draw. Lets them deal with a bit. But... the thing is, like, you would want to trade with Leod if you want to stay alive a little bit more, but that would always result in having a follower left on the board. So I think they're just going to go for as aggressive of a game plan as possible and, you know, hope that Amatoz isn't coming down, even though clearly it is.
Yeah.
Because there's no other reason to play the 1-cost Divine Smithing.
Also, let me point out that this is a coachless turn, so this is actually a bunch of really tough decisions.
Yeah. Oh, no! Oh,
and when I say tough decisions, I mean hopefully anything but this.
This is like your morbid curiosity is just compelling you. You want to look away, but you... Oh, okay. Oh, saved? Wait! Not saved. No! Oh, no!
Okay. At least the potential is there for a re-stealth, right?
Yeah, you can definitely re-stealth here. I think that's... Okay, now that...
Re-stealth. Okay. At least it's
only... That whole sequence...
It's only a net loss of 4 face damage, right? Yeah. So that means that we are going to have the 6 fairies.
Wait. Okay. Hang on a second.
What?
Hang on a second. Galaxy Brain.
Oh, that would...
Oh, no.
No, that would have been the smartest call ever,
That would have
actually.
been so sick.
You know, it doesn't even matter. There's self-injustice there.
Oh, well, it would have mattered.
Oh, it would have, because it would have been a target.
The Clash would have destroyed the assassin, and then there's no target for the Stone of Justice. They could have prevented Amatoz from being live this turn.
But it is most definitely there. So this is a coach turn. But honestly, I don't want to listen to some. I want to listen to the next avoid turn. But this turn is so easy. It's like you play some Storm Fairies, you hit face. It's not lethal.
These are
next
just
turn.
1-cost demonic strikes coming down. It's just really deadly. Let's listen to Avery and Kiermango, see what the reaction is to all of this.
Well, once they end their turn.
Once their turn starts.
It's always like, okay, their turn's over. And it's like, oh, that's right, they're talking to each other. I forgot. I mean, it's not like they have that much thing. All right, listen in now.
Okay, what do I do now?
Oh, that last turn.
Did I mess up?
You did it in the wrong order. So you attacked the 3-1 instead of attacking face.
I wrote down what you said, and that's what you said.
Sorry.
That's why I was contemplating whether doing it or not. You said necklace evolve, then attack 3-1, then attack with Leo at phase.
Sorry, I meant you used the Veiled Reckoning on the 3-1 because the Veiled Reckoning does 1 damage.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, sorry.
I was
I hope
confused.
I sorry I confused you there, but yeah.
That's okay. So now what?
Unfortunately, again, he has that card that we have a really hard time dealing with. It's really unfortunate, but
I'm just dead here.
yeah, like even if you made the right play last turn, he would be at 12, and we didn't have enough damage to beat it, so it didn't really matter. It was a tricky play. There was a way to win, but it really required a lot of like knowledge of the opponent's deck. Yeah. Yeah. If you're around next time, we can spend a little time to build a different deck. Again, I chose this one because it.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be it. Unfortunately, that means that every single time that anybody's ever brought Ambush Sword on the Buddy System, it has gone out first round. I just want to see it win. I want to see it win once. But, I mean, as usual, great plays all around from the top team, and we are going to see not a rematch, but a rematch of the matchup that we saw in the very first game in the first quarterfinals match, or semifinals match, because we're going to see Spell Boost Rune against Amatoz again.
Once again.
Right.
Maybe she's been in this situation before, didn't quite pull out the victory last time, but she's going to be more prepared now, hopefully, and she's definitely playing quite well, I would say. And with Zero Fine, giving her that support, I think she'll be able to put up a very good fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling very good about that. And also, what are the chances that you bring? The first team that brought Spell Boost Rune, right? Their matchups so far have been potentially Amatoz Forest, and then another Amatoz Forest or an Ambush Sword. So their entire path choosing Spell Boost is like rough going into finals, right? And then we'll see, of course, who they could play against otherwise. So that's weird. You don't expect it to be so heavily right in that spot, but I mean, you got to figure that out when you go into Buddy System, Like, what are the easier decks? You're probably going to run into that more than the more difficult decks.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the funniest thing is, even though it's, on paper such an unlucky bracket, we could very likely see Rune go through all of those and actually make it to the finals anyway.
That's true.
Only to lose there. But I mean, who knows? But I mean, that could definitely happen. I mean, it's not too unlikely. Spell Boost Rune certainly has a fighting chance against Amatoz, as we saw in the first game. You get that traditional sorcerer, you get Kuan early, you have a really strong turn 5 into turn 6, and it can be really difficult for Amatoz to actually push enough damage through all that ward.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, Spell Boost has a great chance against everything. There's a reason why it's like the deck right now.
Yeah.
You never want to look down on that deck.
So we do have that to look forward to over in the semifinals, but let's take a look at the full bracket and who we can expect on the other side, right? We have Snake Nade with Coach Azure Cloud going up against Covert Go Blue and first-time coach here, Omega, if I'm not mistaken. On the bottom, you have Amazonian with Coach Frost going up against Bebo Boop and Zones. I never get tired of it, and I can't stop saying it the way I do. But either way, it's going to be a very, very exciting quarterfinals for the other side. Again, you saw our semifinals matchup. We have Mary Maybe going up against Terran, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be a very interesting one with a spell boost Rune going up against Amatoz Forest. But when we return, we will see another sword with mid-range from the likes of Snake Nade, as well as a mid-shadow from Covert Go Blue, who's actually won a Buddy System. So in the meantime, we hope for you guys to stick around. And again, use the hashtag SV Buddy System and get yourself some packs. Man, I'm just excited for these games already. But again, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, you'll see the rest of those quarterfinal matches, and we'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to Buddy System. My name is Vicious, here again with Noir and Wonder Chef. We saw ourselves the first quarterfinal matches. Again, if you just missed it, we had Mary maybe pull out the W over Avery, as well as Terran going over Sophia Bot. Now, we actually have Snake Nade getting ready to go up against Covert Go Blue. But if you're just joining us, and this is your first time at Buddy System, let me do you a favor and break down the rules. I was waiting for them to do it, like right on cue. It would have been godlike. Boom! But either way.
Well, it's because you didn't introduce the bear. I would be mad at you, too, for not introducing the bear.
The bear is a lovely addition to the set, but you know what? There's more important things to be had. We have the teams with 1 streamer and 1 pro coach, max 2 decks per team. Again, 1 is just fine as well. And it's also best of 3 single elimination. Now, let's take a look at the rules from what you've seen so far. Game number 1, no coaching restrictions, none whatsoever. You could literally do advice play-by-play, hand-by-hand. Games number 2 and 3, however, the difficulty is kicked up a notch with the coaches muted during the even turns. And again, there's a lot of cash on the line. Take a look. First place with $2,500, second place with $1,500, as well as third and fourth taking home $500. But that's not all. Everybody in the chat, everybody watching, maybe us, if we can low-key use our phones as well, can log on to Twitter, use the hashtag #SVBuddySystem to win yourselves a couple of packs from the Ultimate Coliseum to get yourself ready for the mini expansion as well. I think it's a good time to hoard yourself some packs, get yourself familiar with the game as well. So be sure to use that hashtag #SVBuddySystem. Let's take a look at the teams and who's remaining here again in our semifinals and our quarterfinals, as a matter of fact. We do have Snake Nade coming up against Covert Go Blue, but who is actually out of the running now?
Pure Mango and Avery with Team Mavery. I do like the fact that they went with like their shipping name for that. And then we also have already lost
bold people, not bald people, but bold people.
Bold people. Yeah. Neither of them are bald, I'm assuming.
They're fully haired people.
Yes.
I don't know what bold people exactly means.
You're just very, very assertive.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I mean, they were playing a very assertive deck, so it makes sense.
So you see here, games 1 and 2, how it went down. 0-2, or excuse me, 2-0 for both sides, really. Now we're anticipating Snake Nade with Coach Azure Cloud going up against Covert Go Blue, returning champ, going up against first-time Coach Omega, and of course Amazonian with, I believe, is the first time we've seen Frost as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Going up against Bebo Boop and Zones, another first-time coach.
Yeah, definitely a lot of newcomers on this side of the bracket. Got my boy Omega and Frost in there. A lot of good Canadian representation as well. Definitely really great to see these guys come out to Buddy System, and I'm excited to see how they coach.
Yeah, I always really like seeing different people's coaching styles. Like, I'm actually really sad that we haven't had a chance to have Akamora Red on the show for a while, because listening to him coach is like really fun. He's really, really like clean and clear about everything. And then there's some coaches that are like way more funny. Like actually Zero Fine, like you heard the last one. He's
very animated.
He's like
Evolve it.
Go face. You know, it's like all right, yeah.
Like, that's like kind of how he talks like us normally, right? So that's just him. That's just him.
Yeah, you got the real inside going in
the
here, right?
original Zero Fine.
Yeah,
that's him.
Yeah. All right, so I'm really excited for this next matchup because I've made a lot of decks, but it's actually kind of like vial-wise like a pretty expensive meta right now to make like all the decks.
Sometimes, yeah.
Well, I mean comparatively, like it's more than like the last meta, for instance, just to make all the decks. So the one deck that I haven't invested a lot of like vials into is Evo Sword. Right, I've made all the popular ones, and I play with them a lot, but Evo Sword is the one less that I've played with. But you obviously love Evo Sword. You pretty much talked for like 20 minutes about Evo Sword already.
It's a love-hate relationship, right? It's taking them to the upper stages, but it's also taking them down.
Wait, okay, but when you have that relationship with something, that means that it's like your thing. You know what I'm saying? You can't.
The fact that you're still sticking by it despite your L's, you're like, there's something special there, and you want to untap that, like you want to unlock that full potential.
You're telling me Evo Sword is my Valentine?
Maybe.
Probably.
I guess so. You should have played it, and then you left it. So maybe I don't know. Maybe you need you need to take these chocolates
you ain't loyal.
and give it
That's
to
the
Evo
thing.
Sword.
You gotta be loyal, Noir.
Yeah.
Have you learned nothing from what we've been talking about on Valentine's Day?
Yeah, we need your pen so you can write down 2 Evo Sword.
Either way, we're going to see Evo Sword and the key cards here from Snake Nade and Azure Cloud with Swordnado. Too slow for Tsubaki.
All right, well, tell me about it, because that's what I was going to say. I'm excited to learn about Evo Sword from you.
Yeah, so Evo Sword, this is very, very standard with one small change. They cut one Lisha for one Cyber Cannoneer. Now, Cyber Cannoneer, definitely just a solid 2-drop, but also really good turn 4, especially going first. Creates a wide board with the 2-2 and 2 1-1s. So really good for pressuring early, going wide. There are a lot of matchups where you have to win by going wide and putting on the threat of a turn 5 Evolve plus Ivory Sword Dance. That's really effective against a lot of decks like Rune, like Shadow, etc. So definitely a solid choice there, although Lisha is also a really powerful card. Definitely could go either way. But aside from that, very standard. You've got all the really strong Union Burst followers. Got Pekarine, and you've got Shizuru in there. Now, the thing with this deck, almost all the cards can be played very early in the game, but they all have some kind of late game scaling, some kind of value later on. They can be used in really strong ways, even as the game continues to progress. So it's just strong throughout the game. It's basically an open toolbox, this whole deck, and you really have to think carefully about how you want to set up lethal, because you do have to have a very aggressive playstyle when piloting Evil Sword. You cannot stall too long, because even though you have really strong late game cards, most of the decks in this game, in the current meta, will beat you in the long run. So
now, yeah, they do have a different variation of this deck as well, if I'm not mistaken. I believe they brought another Evil Sword, a different version, the Pest Control General.
Yeah, so this one does have a little bit more late game insurance with that honorable Front Guard General, that 7 cost 5/6 ward. It cannot be targeted by Amnesty spells and effects, so definitely trying to avoid getting hit by Fiery Embrace there. And then the last words, it will summon a Shield Guardian and give it a huge buff based on the number of times you've evolved during the match. And obviously, this deck being Evil Sword evolves an insane amount. So that is going to be a gigantic card right there. Honestly, this card is kind of reasonable to play. You do see other alternative late game win cons like Zeus coming in. You have a lot of evolves, you play Zeus and you just like hit face for 17 damage.
I know.
It can happen, but what the problem with Zeus is that oftentimes games don't get to turn 10 either way. And you could almost say the same thing for Front Guard General, because the thing with this deck, as I mentioned, you have to play very aggressive. Most of the time you have to set up lethal by like turn 7, turn 8. That's when, that's the window where you should be either winning the game or be, in a very, very winning position. And Front Guard General doesn't exactly, push the envelope for you. It basically just stalls and creates space, but what you need isn't really space. You need Smork, basically.
Okay. So what would you say they've created the second deck with the Front Guard General for?
It could be maybe for Rune, if I had to guess. Maybe for to deal with the combo decks, possibly against like Amatoz or Amber Sword, having something like Front Guard General come out could definitely, just completely hamper any of the progress. Like you can imagine, like Amatoz just does not have a way to get through Front Guard General.
Yeah.
It just would not be able to push any more damage for the rest of that game.
Right, yeah, because of the ward too. Yeah,
Exactly.
being able to have that many resources on deck. But we're going to see how it turns out against the opponents. We have Covert Go Blue with Coach Omega bringing mid-range Shadow.
Yeah, so this deck also looking very standard. With this deck, you do see a lot of variation in terms of some of the 2-drop numbers. So a card that's not here is Nicola. It is that 2-drop that recycles itself once it gets destroyed, and after enough times, it will give you a free spell that can deal damage for 4 play points. Definitely a good card for longer games, but you're not expecting to see Control Force, for example, in Buddy System because it's such a difficult deck to pilot. So Nicola loses a lot of value in that sense. And so they're bringing out, more Sora, more Ghoul. You've got 3 Helio as well is a big thing. Helio is a deck that, is a card that is really aggressive, really helps you with your early curve. It's really strong against decks like Rune, against Dragon, and also against the combo decks, just to put out as much pressure as possible.
And I believe they've brought a different variation of this deck as well. It's the CGB's deck. So one was Omega from the coach, and the other one is from Covert Go Blue.
Yeah, so this deck, they do have quite a few changes, actually, bringing in Dawn Splendor and Manifest Malice. Now, these cards are extremely defensive. So Manifest Malice is a card that was initially quite popular with this deck just because you think that, do 2 damage and summon a Ghost, which is a 1/1 with Storm that goes away at the end of the turn. You think that is generally a strong card, but the thing is with mid Shadow is you usually have better ways to spend your 2 play points, and in a lot of situations you either want to be setting up drawing cards or denying an enemy follower from attacking with Yukiona, or just putting out more pressure. So that's why Malice has kind of fallen out of favor. But with this deck, definitely trying to take out some of the Amatoz players, I think, with that Dawn Splendor, with that effect, being able to prevent storm damage every time a Storm follower tries to hit your face right after Dawn Splendor comes into play, it loses 2 attacks. So being able to play those, especially consecutively, can just lock Amatoz out of the game.
Well, one card that I saw that I haven't seen for a while that was in the second one, but I didn't see if it was in the first one. It was Shiva. There was one
Shiva.
Right.
Yeah. So I love Shiva. I think a lot of people love Shiva, right? It's a cool card, but I haven't seen it for a long time.
Yeah,
you know?
Shiva's an interesting card, and it does go along with that theme of being a little bit more defensive. It's a gigantic ward. If you play it on turn 6, it will heal you right away, so that's kind of nice against the likes of Ambush Sword against Amato's Forest. So it's definitely a deck that's made to stop those counter decks, those combo decks in their tracks completely.
Yeah, and it's a big ward. It pushes a little bit of damage on 8 guaranteed, so it's nice. But yeah, wow. These two players have been in almost every single buddy system.
Yeah, I remember. Snake Nade was the very first player that I went up against. And
Your first victim?
Wow. Yeah, my first victim.
Dang, because you won the first buddy system.
He was playing Ambush Sword. You mentioned how like Ambush Sword never gets through, the first round.
Yep.
I remember
One day it will. What we need to do is convince enough people to play Ambush Sword that at very least we get an Ambush Sword mirror,
and then it has to advance.
So here we go, the quarterfinal number 3. We got Snake Nade and Azure Cloud going up against Covert Blue and Omega, and here we go, game number 1.
All right, let's go. So we've got Shadowcraft going up against that Evo Sword.
And Shadow going first.
Yeah, so going first or second in this matchup is generally not as big of a difference compared to when Amatos was in the picture. So generally, like what Sword is looking for, of course, is to go wide and then threaten with Ivory Sword Dance, because a lot of the key cards from Shadow, being Shujin Doji and Series as well, these are cards that don't really affect the board state when they're played. They're only going to remove one thing at a time when they trade in. So being able to go wide is really effective against that. There is Sora from Shadow that can deal damage when it's evolved, so it can clear 2 things. But if they play Sora instead of one of these other cards, they're going to just slow down their game plan, which, by the way, is to evolve Shuden Doji. Once that card is evolved, their leader gains a permanent effect. Anytime they play a follower that has 1 attack or 1 defense, it's going to gain Storm right away. So really, really powerful, really great synergy with Gensetsu. 1 attack originally, but it summons a bunch of wards with Rush and Drain. So you can already see that's a very effective card against a mid-range deck like Sword. But once those wards get traded out, once they are destroyed, Gensetsu gains a lot more attack. It can hit face for potentially 9 damage. So definitely really good to see that already in the hand of Covert Go Blue and Omega.
Yeah, and that was a really nice first-round pickup, too, from Covert Blue and Omega, getting the Demonic Possession, throwing away a ghoul, and then getting another ghoul back. So it's essentially just a plus in there.
Yeah, so... Okay, so 2 Gensetsus, a little bit extra. So this is the type of thing that can happen with Shadowcraft. They have a lot of cards that are either really strong early game or really weak early game. And wow, the triple Kagemitsu, that's yeah, so I mean, I guess it was because I called this deck consistent earlier, and now and now this is happening on stream. I'm very sorry.
It happened last week for a Spell Boost Rune deck. We saw them go through 11 cards, and every single one was a Spell Boostable card.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah,
that was ridiculous.
That is really sad. It's so unlikely, but it does happen every now and then. You gotta be ready for it. So this 1-2, I guess at this situation you would just try to play out the ghoul. And, your early game is just completely ruined at this point. But you might as well draw a lot of cards and see if you can hit something like Series or Shuten Doji. Sora at this point is not even the worst. You just have to find cards that can stabilize eventually and hopefully draw into something that, actually allows you to win the game.
And can I just say that Ghoul into Thoth is extremely satisfying, getting all that draw,
He draws 3 cards. Ghoul draws 2, and then Thoth has that last words, draw a card, so you're drawing 3 cards. Really juicy there.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a weird hand, It's like, it's definitely not bad. It's awkward, maybe.
Yeah, but you see, you wanted to see 2 awkward hands go at it. Well, you're gonna get that now. So they're gonna go with that legendary skeleton instead. Sets up the 1/1 Bane. Oh, there's the.
I mean, we know which deck they're using now, but also with hands like this, that might be a really good card. Like, first of all, there's obviously a lot of evolutions available with this hand, this super weird hand, but also it doesn't look like Shadow's putting on so much of a threat that you're going to be dead before turn 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like, it's actually really good against Shadow, surprisingly. I think it's probably specifically for Shadow, if I had to guess. because it's honestly a little bit slow against some of the combo decks, but against Shadow, it's pretty much perfect timing coming out on turn 7. It can stop all the storm damage. It cannot be destroyed right away by the enhance effect of Yukiona. When it's at 8 cost, you can just destroy an enemy follower, but the Honor Vanguard General cannot be targeted by effects, so it can dodge that completely, and it's really effective against Gensetsu. There's no way that they can get through both the front guard himself and the ward he summons afterwards. So that's actually quite an effective tech, just for Shadow specifically.
Yeah, your best bet. I mean, luckily there are a lot of Banes in the deck, but I mean, you know what, shooting and then Legendary Skeleton, but you're still trading really in annoying ways, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the ordering with Shadowcraft can be a little bit difficult at times, because the shoot and doji effect, it only affects the very first one attack or defense follower that you play, but at the same time, Legendary Skeleton is Necromancy 8, you evolve the follower, and so sometimes you have to like set up the Necromancy, but then that means you can't give Storm to Legendary Skeleton.
Right.
Sometimes you have to play Legendary Skeleton first, but that means if you have to trade it, you're wasting the Shoot and Doji effect. You know, sometimes it can be really rough in terms of the ordering.
Yeah, and then of course sometimes you have so many shadows that like, well, only so many that you can't play like a Shoot and Doji first if you want to play a second one just to clear something out, because then it uses up the shadows to give you the evo point, and then you can't get the free evolve on the skeleton. So it's like, oh, there's a lot to it. Actually, I want to take a listen into Snake Nade and Azure Cloud, because Azure Cloud had a really interesting coaching kind of situation last time. I just want to see how they're kind of getting along.
All right, let's play the Leod and evolve it.
Darkness is lit by truth.
And then trade a Kagemitsu into the Wawa.
One of these cards, or?
Yeah, trade the Kagemitsu on board, yeah. And then we just pass. Next turn, even if it has a series, we can Elegance in action and like double trade if we miss on the spell.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we want to keep the Assassin in our hand.
Okay. I think this is just shoot in and then evolve and then kill the Kagemitsu.
Nothing else?
Yeah, nothing else. We're gonna keep the pudding.
Going on.
Most popular play on turn 5 is Ivory Sword with Leod. And then that'll deal 5 damage to everything. So if we do play the pudding and he has the Ivory Sword, we get heavily punished.
Gotcha.
All right, so it's pretty like just solid discussion here. Nothing like crazy. Not really talking too far forward. I do like the fact that Omega was already talking about the next turn and like what their optimal popular play was.
Yeah, you know, being conscious of what the most common play from the opponent is, and when that might punish you, definitely really good to bring that into Covert Go Blue's awareness. So very good stuff there. So they are gonna be able to clear this with another Kagemitsu, and then I'm assuming they're gonna just hit face and re-stealth that Leod. They're gonna be playing a lot of Kagemitsus this game. Eventually that's gonna set up into a pretty strong like turn 6 or 7 alongside that front guard general potentially, because we could have another Kagemitsu next turn plus front guard. That is a really scary board.
Yeah, so they're already at 2 evos and they're gonna be getting that third for sure. And then of course they're going second. They've got 2 more just on board, so we'll wait to see how many that ends up being over time. It's gonna be a lot. All right, so now what do you do this turn? There are quite a few options.
Yeah, with both of these decks, there are a lot of turns like this where you have a lot of low-cost cards and many different ways to play them. So the thing is, you definitely want to be saving these Union Burst followers, the Shinobu and the Pudding, or the Miyako, and the Shadow Hand, because those cards are really effective at dealing with the really powerful board swings that Sword can take later in the game. But that starting off with Kasha seems pretty good to me. I think I would just play out the Helio here, try to get a little bit more pressure, but okay. Yeah, I think that you should probably play the Helio. I would rather save the Miyako for the Union Burst at this point.
Yeah, well, I mean, your other options here are you're going to play Miyako and Sora, right? But
yeah,
you're not getting a huge amount out of the... Oh, well.
So they are going to go for it. I guess they can play out the second Miyako because they have 2 of them.
It's a bit of a wider board. Maybe that's what matters to them?
it is a bit of a stronger board, but I really wonder about using the Sora effect like that because you have to be conscious about, especially the turn 7 swing with Evo Sword. I mean, they don't have Pekarine, I believe, but oh, they do actually. Okay, so they actually do have, you know, the sacred combo, the turn 7 Shizuru plus Pekarine, both with Union Burst active. You have to be playing around that, and especially with these Kagemitsus, they don't know a third one is on the way, but it is looking like a really, really powerful turn 7 into turn 8, because I mean they can play them in any order that they want in terms of Shizuru plus Pekarine and Front Guard General. It is just looking like a ton of really powerful followers on board, and you're gonna wish you had Sora to deal with them.
Yeah, and also just like evolving Sora to just get the body and then do the damage, it seems a little like worse than when you're not actually using the rush from the evolve, you know? Plus like Helio, it would have filled out the play points a little bit better considering they didn't play that second Miyako, or I guess the first Miyako, whichever one you want to call it. Wow, this is a board.
Yeah, that's a very interesting turn. So they went with the evolve on the Kagemitsu right away so they can play Pekarine earlier. And basically what this is doing is they just make a strong board immediately on turn 6. I like that. Definitely no reason to keep the Liat in hiding here. You have such a strong board, just put on as much pressure as you can. There's literally no way I think that Shadow can deal with every single thing on this board.
Yeah, I mean you can accelerate Kinsetsu, I guess.
Yeah, and it's not looking good. In turn 7 going first, you have no cards that evolve on their own aside from the legendary skeleton. So, you know, there's basically very little chance for them to have Union Burst active on turn 7 going first. And knowing that, Azure Cloud and Snake Nade went for a really aggressive play, which I think was really, really smart of them, because they know that Miyako is not active, so it's going to be extra difficult for this Pekarine to be destroyed. Really, really solid play.
Yeah, and having 3 Miyakos in hand, I mean, once it gets to turn where they can all Union Burst, it'll be some nice removal, but can you get there is the question.
Yeah, it's looking like a no at this point. I mean, that Kagemitsu is the 1/1 is gonna get destroyed here, but it's not even a big concern at this point. I mean, Covert Gold Blue and Omega, they've got so many Union Burst followers, and they're all gonna be active next turn, I guess, but it might be too little too late. However, I think they will be able to at least stave off some damage. They're
still taking 7, guaranteed.
So they have Shizuru, and then, okay, Tsubaki is not going to do a whole lot. So they could play Shizuru here, and then
just play the General.
Yeah, they could just slam the General. Slam General is okay here, but you definitely want to be pushing a little bit more damage this turn. I mean, either way, you could push the same amount, so I think General is good here. And then you can hit face with that Kagemitsu. So it's going to get buffed again, so it's going to just be like an insanely powerful card at this point. It's very rare for Kagemitsu to be able to survive on board, but when it does, it's basically a guaranteed win almost always. Yeah, here it is. I don't even know how big that's going to be. Oh, no. Oh my,
man.
12 damage right to the face. That is going to be feeling that a month from now.
Yeah.
That is just, you know, when you've taken that much damage, I mean, we already know there's Shizuru in hand, so there's really, you know, no way for Covert Gold Blue and Omega to survive this game. But, I mean, now that the Union Burst cards are active, they can deal with some of the board, but what we mentioned earlier, that Front Guard General is so annoying to deal with for, you know, pretty much this Shadowcraft in general.
Well, I mean, Miyako is actually a pretty good answer to it, right?
Well,
but
you can't target
it. Oh, right. What am I talking about?
So you can't target it with the, you know, the pudding. So
yeah, you really have to just hit it with Banes then. I don't know why I was thinking that.
Oh, you hate to see this. And
6/6, right.
6/6,
plus,
yeah.
It's a 1/1 to begin with.
And then I guess you're gonna have to use pudding on the Kagemitsu, but you're still just dead on board. You can't clear Liod, you can't clear Pekarine. Yeah, that's rough. And I mean, this is what Evo Sword can do. You know, sometimes you just keep on making really, really insane plays on curve. I mean, that wasn't even a brick, honestly. It was looking kind of suspect at the beginning, but they did manage to draw into important cards like Leod, like Pekarine, and the Shizuru for the guaranteed lethal, even though we don't need it in this case. Being able to draw into those cards, everything ended up being quite peachy for Snake Nade and Azure Cloud.
Yeah, so two things here that I want to point out. First of all, I really like the fact that even though they knew that they couldn't even clear like the lethal that's on board, Covert Blue, Go Blue, and Omega, they still played out their turn optimally, and I think it's really good, especially as like a teaching experience to Covert Go Blue. Even though he's been in here a lot, right? He's played plenty, but it's still like a good practice in something like this, where I don't know how much he's played this deck in particular, to be like, okay, well, just in case. Let's just play this out so we have that like mental experience. Also, the other thing is that you were talking about how consistent Evo Sword is, and we saw even when it had that weirdly awkward first like few turns of hand, it still drew into what it needed, and it's like it's not that it was a dead hand. It wasn't like you just couldn't play it. It was just it wasn't the best hand, and then it ended up being kind of
it
pretty
snowballed
good.
pretty hard towards the end, I would say, with Evo Sword. So I feel like. Now you're like kind of topsy-turvy. It's like, Evo Sword's not that great, but at the same time, it's like, man, this deck is awesome.
Yeah.
I'm hearing your tone throughout the entirety of your commentary, and it's just like, man, this deck is godlike.
And that's how it's always been with me and that deck. I told you guys, I thought the deck was pretty bad at first, and then at 3 a.m. Epiphany, I brought it. It did pretty well. and I mean, still to this day, I think the deck is not very good, but... Every now and then, it really puts up the results. You can't argue with that.
It was just rough also. Covert Go Blue really didn't have much to do towards those later turns, right? There was just too much board presence with ways to get around pudding time. It was really, really unfortunate. He had a chance, too. It's just, it was a little bit too late.
Yeah, those Union Bursts, it's really hard for Shadow to get those Union Burst cards active going first. They're not going to be active until turn 8, and that's already going to be quite... late into the game, so just rough overall.
So here we go. It's do or die time for Covert Go Blue. Can he hang in there in game number 2 against Snake Nade?
Well, and now, of course, the muted coach turns are coming into play. But let's see if they can get a little bit faster hands on either side this time.
And, that's looking pretty solid from either side. They both have their very important 3-drops. Kasha for Shadow, just drawing a lot of cards. Aether as well, solid vanilla stat line while drawing a guaranteed 4-drop. Very, very good cards all around here. I'm a little bit surprised by tossing the pudding there, the 1-drop, because I feel like as Shadow in this matchup, you do have to contest that board, because one of the ways you can win as Shadow is by making sure that Sword doesn't run away with the early game, right? They want to go wide, but if you don't let them go wide, if you make sure that you can match them early on, or even have an advantage early on, which is still possible if they have Helio as well, then you can just prevent them from setting up Ivory Sword Dance, and from there it just snowballs into your favor. If they can't set up their strong turns, if they can't get a lead going into turn 5, turn 6, then Shadow is going to be able to hit you with Series, Eternal Vow, the reduced cost Gensetsu, and have just everything at their disposal.
Oh yeah, that optimal turn 7. Turn 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, if you manage to win early game, you don't even have to have the reduced Gensetsu, but that is one of the really key factors of this matchup as well. If Shadow has the ideal curve where they have Shuden Doji into Series into Eternal Vow plus a Sora ideally to clear board, and then the turn 7 Gensetsu, of course it's only possible going second. If they have that, it's really, really difficult for Sword to win against that type of curve, because the amount of healing that they get plus the 9/9 that Gensetsu becomes is just almost impossible to come back from, because even if you can deal with the Gensetsu, they just healed so much that you're not going to win the long game.
And they still have a full hand of Eternal Vowed cards, so it just becomes difficult. I mean, that's hard for every deck to deal with, right? There's no deck who's
except Rune.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's still scary, okay? It's still scary.
It's still pretty scary a lot of the time. But even though they tossed Pudding, they managed to draw Shuden Doji instead, so can't really go wrong with that. They are looking like they've got a pretty strong hand right now. They have 2 pieces of the puzzle. They've got already the Shuden Doji and the Series. Now they're just looking for the Gensetsu and hopefully a Sora.
Yeah, they still don't have those, but they do still have the Kasha on 3. So that's still a few more draws, plus of course their natural draws.
Yeah. So in this case, I think tossing the Helio was actually a pretty reasonable decision, because now you know that your turn 3, turn 4s should be Kasha, Shudendoji, and then you already have your turn 5 as well. So then after that point, turn 6 onwards, Helio definitely really falls off. He's a little bit too slow at that point. Doesn't go too well with Eternal Vow because Helio costs 3, so you can't play him right away on turn 6 with Vow. So in this situation, knowing that he already has so many components of the combo in his hand, now he wants to use that Mnemonic Procession to toss Helio instead, keep the draw card Kasha in his hand to really maximize his odds of finding Gensetsu.
And I mean, he's got a lot of chances now.
Yeah.
He's sitting there. I mean, Legendary Skeleton's nice. Legendary Skeleton is nice even if you want to play it after the Eternal Vow just to get the Storm to remove something if you need to, right? Like, it's not as good as like Sora in that situation, obviously, but like, it's an option, right?
Absolutely. And just having a 2-drop in general against Sword is good. As long as the 2-drop is not, hopefully you're not having to play Ghoul on turn 2 with like no target. That is just really sad. But as long as it's a 2-drop that can trade into something, and Legendary Skeleton being Bane can trade into anything, is quite good. You can't really ask for much better.
So in this situation, what would you rather play? Would you play the Legendary Skeleton as the 1/1 over the Yuki-Onna? Because their board is so weird, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you are expecting them to have Aether. They should have noted that Azure Cloud and Snake Nade kept at least one card there. So Aether is looking very likely. Of course, they could have kept Leod, but in any case, you should be expecting Aether on turn 3. It is exactly what Sword wants to play every single game and every matchup. Aether on 3 is just absolutely perfect, so you should play around that. Set up the Bane, make sure you can trade into it.
All right, so now at this point, would you trade into the Bane with the Leod? I mean, or it's not worth saving that stat line, right? Do you just let Aether die? Because that feels bad too.
Yeah, it feels bad, but you kind of have to let it happen.
Yeah.
The Leod, I believe you should keep it stealthed in this case, because you do want to make sure you have something to do. If you draw Ivory Sword Dance, or even if you don't, you want to be able to evo that on board, push some damage, and then now that they have the Lisha off of the Aether, okay, so they are going to trade it. They have a second Leod in hand, and they don't have Regal Wildcat, so their turn 4 can be just second Leod plus another 2-drop, so I think that's definitely a reasonable line as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, that does make sense. I mean, normally, Aether it's already giving you its value. I mean, it's an okay stat line, right? But so I would totally agree with you on like keeping the Leod alive, because you evo it later and you get so much value out of it. Just a ridiculous amount of value and options and everything. I mean, there's a reason why Leod's so good, even not in Ambush Sword.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's definitely a pretty interesting turn, whether you trade with the Leod or not. I think you can definitely go either way. I think it's fine that they traded. The thing is, though, if you keep the Leod stealth and let the Aether get destroyed by it, the thing is, you can still go pretty wide, and having the double Leod setup, the amount of damage you can push if you ignore their Shudendoji, for example, because that is something that Evo Sword has the luxury of doing. It doesn't put a lot of pressure when they play the Shudendoji Evo. You can just ignore it and just keep pushing damage, keep setting up for your own win conditions, and then when series comes down, yeah, you have to deal with series, but the Shudendoji is not threatening at all, and so that's kind of how I was seeing it. You could definitely look for a more aggressive game plan, but this definitely okay as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, not having that target for the free trade is nice, but I mean, this is most likely going to be, I mean, yeah, there's no way to stop it being 2 face damage, not that huge amount, right? Especially if they are building towards that potential Gensetsu, but that much is definitely going to get healed. So this turn, do you just caution and try to just build it out? I mean, it's not a good trade against the Aether, but you get cards.
Yeah, on board it's really weak, and he is probably, expecting that, at this point they have to fight a little bit harder for the board to make sure that they're not getting run over by something like Regal Wildcat. Is something you could expect on Sword on turn 4. Playing out the Helio, I think, is okay. Definitely contest the board. You can trade it off because Sword is not going to trade into that, I think. They might, but either way, Helio will be able to contest. It summons a 2/2 at the end of the opponent's turn after it's destroyed. Wow, we're playing Ambush Sword out here. That is a lot of Leods. I mean, I guess in this situation, it was definitely a lot better to trade, because now you have 2 Leods anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just assume you'll draw all 3 Leods, right? That's the play. Yeah, we're seeing more Leods now than we saw in the ambush sword matches.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, going back to that point, I think keeping the Aether alive just to make sure that Helio, I mean, Kasha would be a much weaker play is definitely really smart as well, because this kind of forced him to play out the Helio. So definitely a really good play coming out from Magic Cloud and Snake Nade there.
Yeah, and that's a nice little trade over. But I'm assuming we're seeing the Shooting Doji. Yeah, that's a pretty solid always play, right?
Yeah, so you're gonna have to play out the Shooting Doji here. Not a lot of reason not to. And now at this point though, you only have 2 more draws to find a Gensetsu. You want to have her in your hand by turn 6, so you can hit her with that Internal Vow. We didn't get to play out the Kasha because we did decide to fight a little bit more for board, which I think is fine. It's just now a little bit risky. They might not be able to have exactly what they need to win this game.
Yeah, well, let's listen to Snake Nade and Magic Cloud to see how they're trying to counter this situation.
We're just playing Leon and Tsubaki here.
Okay.
And just like stealth everything. Let's evolve the Leon we have right now, but don't attack with it.
Okay.
Yeah. So and then play the other Leon and the Tsubaki. And so next turn, if he plays series, if he evolves the series, then we just like enhance the evolves on the series, and then we use the Leon spell and Tsubaki to trade into his Shuten Doji and save our evil.
Okay.
Otherwise, if he plays like something where our Lisha balls lines up well into it, let's play the Lisha balls. But try to save the evolve that we have if possible. Let me think if there's something else. If Iris Sword, if we draw Iris Sword Dance and we can clear the board, play Iris Sword Dance. If we draw Elegance in action, I think we can also play Elegance in action unless he plays series, in which we just like enhance balls on the series and do the Vile Reckoning Tsubaki trade and still hide our EL, save our evil.
Okay, saving the evil.
Ambush is really bad. I think we need to draw Gensetsu, because a series now into a Vow on 6 isn't really too threatening. We do have the Shootin, so we can keep storming. We can sort of race up if they don't have like Ivory Sword.
Oh, this is the part where we have to move because we have 2 turns to talk about.
Yeah, so play the Kasha, see what we draw. Okay.
There you go.
That's good. Play Bone Crane, Evil Kasha, and hit face. And I'm just gonna talk about the next few turns.
Go for it.
So there's no way they can lethal us, so I really don't think to play Gensetsu next turn. If they take anything out of ambush to kill, we're gonna trade. So we want to trade. If they don't ambush anything, we're gonna play series, evil, and hit face.
Okay.
So we're gonna play series and
Okay, so pretty much just play series.
Yeah, pretty good awareness there from Covert Gold Blue. You know, letting Omega know that these are the turns where we got to go fast because we have to talk about 2 turns at once. Really impressive. I mean, Covert Gold Blue being a veteran of the buddy system.
Yeah.
He's been in this spot a lot of times, so he knows. He knows that the time is precious.
And it did go down to like time to talk about that turn. So, yeah, absolutely. But this is a pretty nice spot. I mean, obviously those 3 ambushes are kind of scary, but also now you see it's an awkward turn there. Like having to use that Valse on the Shootin' Doji, like that if you are trying to race now, that's a really slow like option, right?
It is definitely a slow option. And Magic Cloud was mainly talking about series being a very common play because, of course, like if they have Gensetsu already, then they do need to play out the series and get the Gensetsu out as early as possible. But in this situation where they went a little bit wider and they have like no series, no super strong single followers. I think in this case you could have definitely gone for something a little bit different. You could have gone for potentially Lisha plus Assassin. I think was looking very, very strong as an option. You could have just Lisha Assassin, have everything still in stealth, and then well, I mean, you could trade like something just to make sure you don't die, but you'd be able to set up a ton of damage potentially.
Yeah, well, again, this is something that I talked about earlier in the show, is that it's sometimes when you look at a play and you're like, okay, well, their best play next turn is Ceres, right? Or, well, like, their play that you would see a lot of Ceres. But then if they don't play Ceres, then it's like, well, now what does the player do, So it's a little bit more difficult that direction. And we did see a little bit of an awkward turn. But now it looks like there's a lot of time for Covert Gold Blue and Omega to make options. I mean, I think it was... Omega was pretty much just saying just play Ceres and trade no matter what, right?
Yeah, and I think that seems like exactly the right play here. Nice awareness. No, that's good because he can trade off the one, and then because he's evolving the series anyway. That is really good. It seems like Covert Gold Blue is actually pretty experienced with this deck. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't trust a lot of players to like make the consistently correct order there. I mean, that was actually pretty good. Really good to see that. I think he's playing this deck quite well so far.
Especially like with the skeleton in hand as the option. That's like not extremely common to to have that exact situation. So that's that is very smart.
Yeah, really good awareness. I like that a lot. Love to see it.
On a coachless turn, of course.
Yeah.
Like not even taking that much time to make that play. Like just sitting there like okay. Like yeah, very good.
Seems like Covert Gold Blue is really quite well seasoned. In terms of this deck. So the Eternal Vow is in hand now. That's going to be coming down next turn, I suspect. And they will be able to play, one of the 3-cost cards like Kasha along with it. They have Yukiona, which can buy them a little bit more time, and then make sure that they can get a really strong Gensetsu off. And then once that Gensetsu comes down, even though it's not on turn 7, it would be on turn 8, that's still going to be really difficult for Sword to deal with.
Yeah, and... the fact that Shadow has bought themselves so much time is really, really nice, because that was like a really nice like pivot from the aggression that Sword was trying to put on. And now I mean, just everything that's in hand. The fact that they've got like a 1 Regal Wildcat, but they don't have like the huge threats. And then once that Gensetsu comes down, like you were literally just saying, like, what do you do,
Yeah, and when you have to see a play like that, the double Evo trade into a series, it's really disheartening, and you kind of feel bad because they had to do it. If that series stayed alive, it was just they were not going to win that game. But without Ivory Sword Dance, that kind of situation is just really bad. You lose so much pressure, you lose out on a ton of damage. Series just has that kind of power in matchups like this. Where every bit of damage from the opposing side matters so much. If they don't have the exact answer for it, it can be a game-winning card on its own.
Yeah, and look at this. Perfectly drew the perfectly drew the Sora. I just literally said the card that was just played, and then has the one play point left for that Kasha that got reduced to 1. So this timing, it's
pretty good. Yeah,
nice too.
You can play out a ton of cards here. Play out the Ghoul as well. Draw even more cards, and then just dump all the 0 costs. Might as well. There might be a consideration for saving the Yukiona here. So these two are definitely getting played. Okay, they're just gonna play everything. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of a fear here of like board space, just because. But I mean, obviously, it would be really nice to have the Gensetsu next turn, right? But also, like, if you have a full board, then you're winning anyway, right?
Exactly. You don't have to play Gensetsu if you're already, in a good position.
Yeah. Like, it's a good problem to have. There's not enough board space in this matchup.
Exactly, yeah. And they actually just drew 2 more Yukiona, so it definitely makes a lot of sense to play out this one now. They will still be able to play both of those for a 2-turn lethal setup if they want to go for that. They can destroy a follower each time and then just hit face for 6. And they're so healthy right now, sitting at a maximum 20 HP. There is just not a whole lot of juice going on for Azure Cloud and Snake Nade. They have very little damage on board. Their hand is not very strong. Lisha at this point is already fallen off significantly because it's just too slow now. And, Shizuru is not a bad card, but at this point, it's just not enough. And you're not going to be able to get the Union Burst active for it until turn 10, where it would be active anyway. So it's not looking good. I think it's going to go to a game 3 at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just resources available, just looking at that it's already just so tough. And honestly, Evo Sword hasn't been able to really put up their game plan that much. It seems like a really weird game for them. I mean, it's called Evo Sword. There's been like what, just 2 Evos, right?
Yeah, there hasn't been that many Evos going on, and I think it does go back to that turn 6 where they play the enhanced spells. It was a little bit of a slow turn where Agile is definitely expecting series to come down on turn 5, but in the absence of that being the play, you have to be a little bit more aggressive, and I definitely would have liked to see Alicia plus either Vels or Assassin, probably Assassin, save the Vels for like the turn 6 series potentially, and then just trade something to make sure you don't die, but make a much more aggressive board. The Alicia on turn 6 is always really strong, always really threatening. But if you miss that opportunity, you already see it's just completely out of control at this point.
Yeah, and on top of that, we did see the turn 6 series, and then the Vaults would have been a super good answer to that, but instead they had to trade very awkwardly, unfavorably into that series. So
yeah,
it could have gone a different way. But I mean, that's one of the things is that like even the best players don't always find those right moments. And it's super important that pivot of momentum in Shadowverse. There are moments where like you have to decide when is your turn to start your offense, and that turn was
exactly.
You see that little bit of opening, that little bit of slowdown on their part. You're like, boom, this is my time. I push now, and if it works, then I win. You know?
Yeah,
it's
absolutely
hard to spot it. It's really hard for best players to spot it.
It is really challenging. That is the most difficult part of Shadowverse in general, but especially for Evo Sword. What I say with this deck is that usually you only have like one really hard turn per game, but that one turn, it will make or break you. And in this situation, it may have broken a Snake Nade and Azure Cloud, but they are going to be able to go on to a game 3, and it's going to be a fresh game, see if they can pick up where they left off. This is just, there is no way that they can deal with this board. They play out the tempo demonic procession. Cute little interaction. Like, you have to have an open board space to play it because you do have to burial right a card. You can't burial right if your board is full already. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter, but I mean, now at least they know.
Yeah. There are actually a lot of really weird little interactions in this Shadow deck in particular that you have to like. You have to have like kind of tried them to understand, or like you wouldn't think that would work that way if it was your first time ever playing the deck, which clearly it's not. But it's also like when do you have a full board and you're playing demonic possession, right? When do you even have a full board? Like when do you get that chance?
Yeah, full board it's pretty rare, for sure.
Yeah. Especially like swinging 4 times into other followers and then still having a full board. Weird.
Yeah. So with those 2 Yukionas in hand, this is just going to be lethal right away. Gonna get through that ward and push a lot of damage to face. Go for Go Blue and Omega, bringing it back in game 2.
Well, this is I mean, you still technically have to find the lethal, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it is. I'm sure Cover Go Blue would find it anyway, but it's still gonna be an odd turn. So Omega will be there either.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I was looking at the coach muted, and I was like, oh yeah, next one's gonna be muted, but no. Yeah.
I mean, in this case, they actually have like. Half of their hand more than half of their hand is lethal anyway. So
yeah, that's true.
Almost anything that they do will win the game at this point, as long as they don't trade with Gensetsu. That's the only...
Okay, can you trade with Gensetsu and still win?
Yeah, you can. If you play Yukiona.
Yeah.
That's still 10 damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically like just roll on the keyboard and you will win the game on this turn. So good on them. They managed to find lethal there, and we're gonna go into a game 3.
Roll on the keyboard, huh? I think you might need to use your mouse on that one. That's the tricky part of navigating. So, real quickly, the way Covert Go Blue played this time around, can you name some of like the significant differences in his gameplay this time that snagged him the win?
I think that he just played really solid in general. He was able to spot, the optimal clear on turn 6 with the correct ordering. He played out the Skeleton first, turned it into Quickblader, gave it Storm, got the trade into the 1/1 Leod, and then played the series afterwards, which he was going to evolve and attack with anyway, so better to use the Shinondoji effect on something else. Very good awareness. I mean, it is like a basic part of playing the deck, but it is really nice to see that, the players, the buddies are, they have a good grasp of the fundamentals.
Now, this is the question that I had for both of you, really. Was there anything that Snake Nade could have done to kind of prevent that situation? Or I guess, like, maybe in turn 6, that was a pretty critical moment.
So absolutely. Like, that turn 6 was certainly a turning point in that game. I think they could have had a little bit more of a chance if they had gone for like Lisha plus Assassin.
Sure.
Of course, though, like that might not have guaranteed them the win anyway, because the Gensetsu was a turn late, but it was on the way. So, I mean, it might not have changed the outcome of the game, but it definitely would have been much more competitive, I think.
Yeah, I think there would have been a little bit more offense on the board, but yeah, again, that was such a good hand from Shadow, and it was so well played that it would have been hard to fight back from that situation. But I mean, hey, that's how it goes sometimes.
Shadowverse.
1-1, and that's why it's a 2 out of 3 set, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been, I think this is the closest game we've had so far. This is the only game, right? It's 1-1,
Yeah,
honestly. Everything else was 2-0. But just the way it's been played out, not a lot of life points left. But either way, we're going to have the third game between these two. This is the final moment between Snake Nade and Covert Go Blue.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be quite an exciting series here. Let's see how the hands turn out. We so far have had like 2 kind of weird hands and then 2 pretty strong hands. So let's see how it turns out this time with the mulligan.
All right.
Okay.
Well, the Ivory Sword Dance is something that was like severely missing.
Yeah, it was definitely missing the last game. They did have Vels anyway, but obviously Ivory Sword Dance would have just been really strong regardless. So Shizuru is actually a card that, normally is pretty strong going second. But in this matchup, I don't think it's actually that great because it does, get removed by the likes of Shuten Doji. Series can't trade over it if it gets the full heal, which is nice. And I guess that's probably the reason why they decided to keep it here.
Well, the Aether probably would draw Shizuru anyway, right? Well, no, it could also draw
either Shizuru or Lisha.
Right.
Yeah, it would definitely be pretty strong if it draws Lisha in this case. On the other side, though, okay, I like that they're keeping Miyako this time. Very good for contesting the board early on, as always. And they do have that series, so we could see some really good cost-reduced cards coming in on turn 6 and 7, setting up some really strong boards.
Yeah, Miyako. What an incredible card that is.
Incredible card, yeah. This is a 1 playpoint 2-drop, as some would say. This is literally Lyria back from the Brigade of the Sky expansion. She was, a 2-cost 1/1 with that shield. And, this is the same thing, but with the Union Burst effect while costing half as much.
Right.
Yeah. So,
and it's a really important half as much, too. Like, on 1 versus on 2, that's huge.
Exactly.
And Lyria just as like its own body was really good back then, right? Like it was
solid. It was solid.
Yeah, it was like not like really good, but like it won situations. And yeah, to have Miyako in that, and then have the options for late game options, which is another thing that Lyria had. It's super great. Also, I'm biased because I opened a shiny. I opened an animated leader. Miyako, so I have to like the card.
Was it animated leader Miyako?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh well, sorry. It was the leader card for Miyako because there's the 2 versions of Miyako, and then I got the animated. It was
animated leader, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have like an absolute full play set of Alexiel because they had like the leader version, right? I had the regular leader, the animated leader, and then both animated and non-animated for the non-leader version. It was the literal full playset.
I have the same thing with Miyako, but it's easier with Miyako because she's gold.
It's just a gold card. Yeah. Okay, so Yuki Onna gonna come out on turn 2 pretty reasonable. Just put a little bit more damage on board, and then next turn they could potentially just play out the Demonic Procession either on a card that they top deck or on the Thoth. Just use it as fodder to draw more cards because it's just drawing cards anyway.
And this is one of the first times I think we've seen the early game like heavily, the early game aggression in the favor of Shadow. Like they've had pretty slow starts more recently, but they've got a nice.
Yeah, this is a pretty solid opening so far. If they draw Helio off of its Demonic Procession, though, that would be pretty devastating. Okay, so thankfully for Snake Nade and Magikarp, there was no Helio, but Bone Crane here, pretty strong, and then they have another Bone Crane at least on next turn.
Right, if they do top deck something else for 2, that would be nice.
Yeah, so something like, I mean, even Ghoul at that point would be okay, just to draw more cards, or like another Thoth would be pretty okay. At this point, though, they do need to draw into Shuden Doji eventually. Having double series in their hand is honestly not great. with only 2 evo points, you're not gonna be able to evolve the second series most likely, and especially because you want to be evolving Shun and Doji. He can give you an evo point back, but Sora is also a really good evolve option against Sword, especially later in the game if you manage to hold on to your evo point. You have to be able to get rid of the Union Burst Pecorine, the Shizuru, those like really gigantic boards with Kagemitsu as well, and Sora is really good for that.
Gotcha. All right, so this board is building up, and on the other side, what are Sword's options going next?
Well, it's turn 3, so it's Aether time.
Yeah, it's Aether.
It's Aether time.
I literally looked right over Aether, even though Aether has been there for so long.
Yeah.
I was like, that's awkward, but yeah.
I mean, I say that, but Kagemitsu is a pretty good option here as well. There are actually options on turn 3, unironically, so that's a first. Not really a first, but I like Kagemitsu here. I was about to say, I think this is actually going to be better than playing Aether on this turn. You already have Shizuru in hand, and you actually already have Lisha in hand too. So there's basically very little reason to play Aether when you can set up the Kagemitsu instead. Get that Shizuru, and then the Kagemitsu will have 2 evolves under its belt. It's going to be able to buff it to a 3/3. It can value trade over anything that Shadow plays on turn 4. So it's looking very, very good for Sword right now.
Yeah, that is going to be, and then just within the next few turns, a very, very scary board being built by Sword. And so it seems like it's really coming down to Shadow whether or not they can draw Shuten Doji.
Yeah, Shuten Doji would be able to deal with at least the Shizuru, but then with the Kagemitsu behind it, if you're not able to clear that coming out on turn 4, then you're pretty much going to be in a really bad spot regardless.
Yeah, but there really aren't that many good options in general to try to counter all that, right? I mean, Shinobu wouldn't deal with it that well, right?
Shinobu, yeah. It depends though, because, well, yeah, with the 1/1 pudding should survive, so Shinobu wouldn't be that bad. It's just that it doesn't advance your game plan, and not only that, like, you still don't have like a good board left over after that. So okay, the Demonic Possession is a solid draw here. You get to get rid of one of your series, so you're not gonna have like a really strong turn 4 unless you manage to draw into Helio. Exactly, Helio plus Shuten would be, that would be a gamer moment for sure. Yeah, might as well trade that, toss the skeleton instead.
Look at that. Look how smart that was. Again, Coach Muted turn.
Yeah, there's Coach Muted turn. Okay, alright, that's fine too. Play another Miyako and a Bone Crane.
It is Bone Crane Mania.
Yeah, it's 3 Bone Cranes. Definitely like a card that is really good in Buddy System, I think, because it's a really straightforward card. It enables, more straightforward lines of play. But, I mean, it is a card that kind of is falling out of favor. Some players run less copies of Bone Crane, some players cut it completely because it's really not that strong in the Shadow Mirror in particular. But obviously against Sword, Bone Crane is very, very nice.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen Cover Go Blue on Coach Muted turns use Bone Crane really smartly. Really smartly.
Yeah, really well. yeah. I agree.
Super smartly. Yeah, just it's showing its value for sure.
Yeah. So this is the, slightly suboptimal trade there. The Shizuru would heal itself off the trade with the Bone Crane anyway. Probably not going to matter too much because there's not a whole lot of difference between the Kagemitsu having 1 health or 3. It's generally going to be removed by the same stuff anyway. Aside from, that skeleton, if he wants to play like series into series again. But if the Kagemitsu lives, then it's going to be a really bad situation with that Ivory Sword Dance coming up. And here, he actually can't even... He has to use the Legendary Skeleton if he wants to clear that Shizuru. And then the Legendary Skeleton doesn't even get to survive that. But he will be able to evolve the Bone Crane over the 3/1 Kagemitsu. So he does get a full clear at least. I think you have to go for the full clear because if that Kagemitsu lives, you're just not going to win this game, I think.
Yeah, we've seen how that goes in game number 1.
Yeah. It's really, really scary. It's very rare for Kagemitsu to survive, but one of the situations where it can happen for sure is going second. You play Kagemitsu on 3, and if you already have Shizuru in hand, evolve Shizuru. If Shizuru being a 5/7 heals itself back up to that full defense, is already a difficult card to deal with for many decks, and then layer that on top of the threat of the Kagemitsu sitting behind her. That is just so difficult to deal with. CoverGo Blue will be able to remove it though. He does go for the full clear, I believe, here. He'll have to go a little bit fast.
Oh, there's time.
He should have enough time.
Yeah. So yeah, that's very strong. But I mean, also, very close, similar to what you were saying. Oh my gosh, that was scary. The playing skeleton was really scary.
Yeah.
I thought it wasn't gonna take time.
Wait, triple Kagemitsu again.
Oh, again. All right. Well, let's listen to if they want to use any of them.
I think I like just playing Kagemitsu into the 4-1. So play the Kagemitsu right into the 4-1.
Okay.
And then just pass. And then let's talk about the next turn. So we don't play anything here. So next turn we're looking at three different plays. We're either playing Aether plus the other Kagemitsu.
Yep.
So if he plays like two things, we can Kagemitsu right into one thing, use our other bigger Kagemitsu to right into the other, and probably evolve the Aether just to give the Kagemitsu more health and make a bigger board. And then if he plays a series, we just we can attack the Kagemitsu into the 1-1, and then I will Sword Dance if that's enough. Let's see, how many evils do we have quickly? How many times have we evolved? 2, okay.
2.
So Kagemitsu will not be enough. So if he plays a series, like just vaults the series and then trade the Kagemitsu into the other thing. And then Laisha vaults is also a play, but I think we probably don't do that play next turn, most likely.
Okay.
So it's either Aether, other Kagemitsu, or just vaults his series.
Okay, got it.
And then Laisha vaults if you think it's warranted, but play for tempo. Good luck.
Okay.
I really like that explanation there from Magic Cloud. He covered all the bases there, and most importantly, he pointed out in which situations is each play going to be the best one and why you go for them. I really like that. I think with that kind of information, Snake is going to be well equipped, because in the first or the previous game, lighting up on that pressure by not going for the Lisha when he had a bit of an opportunity was a little bit unfortunate there, but this time he's given a lot of information. I think he's going to be able to make a pretty solid play on turn 6.
Yeah, keywords there were play for tempo. The very last things that he said. And I mean, honestly, especially if you're playing with either of these. So these are the new coaches for both of these players. But these players have been in the game or in the buddy system, roster for almost like a year now, so they have experience. So telling them just what to do is probably not the best. Telling them what they're aiming for and why they're doing what they're doing, they'll understand it. These are smart players. They've done really well. CoverGo Blue is one of our champions, our previous champions, so I like that from both of these coaches.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're looking at, CoverGo Blue doesn't have a whole lot of options here. It's just going to be the series, and then hopefully they'll be able to draw into some good targets for that Eternal Vow. They will be able to play Kasha as well. Probably going to have to play Kasha first because there's not really much to boost with the Eternal Vow with this current hand. Have to play Kasha. It will be turn 7, so that is exactly enough to play the Shuden Doji along with it if that gets drawn. So that's going to be what they're going to hope for. Meanwhile, Azure Cloud did cover exactly this. If they play series, precisely series, and I guess if they evolve it, it's even better. And now you can play the Vows, banish it right out of the gate. I guess he's thinking about it anyway, but yeah, I think he is gonna go for this.
Yeah, I'm sad to see this perfect little like series with her skeleton minions on the side. It looks so cool, right?
She's got her entourage there, the Skelly Boys.
All right, now it's skeleton time. Although one of you is dying. I'm sorry.
Which one is it going to be?
I think it's going to be the one on our right.
Okay.
Said the same thing. All right, all right.
Yeah. All right, so pretty solid play there. They're saving the Evo points, going to be able to take a pretty decent game in the long run, have a lot of options going in, especially because Shadow is having a pretty slow game as well. They didn't play series until turn 6, and they don't have Shuden Doji active, so you can definitely afford to have a little bit of a slower game plan in this case, although soon on turn 7, turn 8, those will still have to be very strong turns from Sword.
And can I just note the poll on the side, too, on the left, 50% to 50%. You almost never see that in
Yeah,
polls.
it's dead even.
It
That
is.
that is really crazy, and I think just looking at this game, I kind of agreed with that. It's looking really, really close right now.
Yeah, also, I think if you vote in the polls, by the way, anybody in chat, you can win some packs. I've won packs from them.
Whoa,
so,
win packs.
Yeah, shoutouts to that. But yeah, this is, I mean, that was a great pudding time. It's always pudding time.
Always pudding time. It's a pudding party.
Well, last game was a pudding party when they had or was it 2 ago that they had all 3 Miyakos. Triple Miyako's a pudding party.
Yeah. More than your average trip to 7-Eleven. Okay, so they didn't quite draw Shuden Doji there. A little bit unfortunate. The Shinobu isn't going to be active yet either, so not too many options for Covert Gold Blue and Omega. They are going to probably have to play out the Legendary Skeleton just to trade next turn, because I think it's looking... they're going to have a really powerful board on turn 7 from the side of Azure Cloud and Snake Nade. And they drew the Honorable Front Guard General. That's going to be a nice option later on. Probably not now, because that Miyako is already on the board.
Well, wait, can they even play out the Legendary Skeleton to trade since there's been no Shuden Doji?
No, actually they can't. Yeah, they can't. Well, they could if everything here gets cleared and they play the Vow and they get 8 shadows.
Yeah, that's true.
But,
that's true.
Yeah, that would be a little bit unfortunate. You definitely wouldn't want to do it in that case, because then you wouldn't be able to Evo Shuden Doji at all. Because you need the shadows for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, you wouldn't be able to trade with Legendary Skeleton. So yeah, that's just even fewer options for Covert Gold Blue. It's looking kind of rough, actually, at this point.
Yeah, so far in, I mean, that's almost half the deck, and no Shuden Doji, which is huge. Such an important card.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it was looking so even because we don't know what they're going to draw, but it's like even until it's not, basically. If they don't draw Shuden Doji for too long, then it's like, okay, you know, maybe this game is not so even anymore.
Yeah, it's tough, and I mean, it's not like Shadow has some of the most draw of like any deck. It's like targeted draw too to get it, you know?
Yeah.
Like there's just so many different options.
Insane amount of draw power. A lot of cards that look specifically for those one attack or defense followers. Just card draw in general with Ghoul and Thoth, but sometimes even with all that draw power, you still don't get what you need. Your Control Force can definitely run into the same issue as well, but more draw power because we don't have what we need, but it's gonna be really, really slow at this point. We're looking at like a turn 10 Gensetsu if we draw Gensetsu, which we don't have either. Yeah, and then into the Front Guard General as well. Like, Front Guard General is so strong into, you know, their late game options from Shadow like Gensetsu or even the enhanced Yukiona. They can't clear the Legendary Front Guard General or the Honorable Front Guard General very easily.
Yeah, and actually one of the strongest things that we saw in Game 1 was you play Front Guard General the turn that you get your Kagemitsu back.
Yeah.
And then it's hiding behind a Front Guard General, and how do you deal with that and then deal with it when it's already going to be buffed for quite a bit? You know, that's a tough situation.
Yeah, that Kagemitsu behind full cover, definitely really scary. I think at this turn, you kind of have to go for the Kasha. Hope that your opponent doesn't really have much juice in their hand. It's possible that they don't have a lot. There's really not much information. You don't know any of the cards in their hand, aside from the fact that they have the Regal Wildcat from the Aether. So I think you want to trade and then draw with Kasha. You have to draw. There's so many cards that... Oh, interesting. Okay. So the Enhanced Helio. So this is... fighting more for board. They're gonna get that 4/4 with Storm next turn. I guess they feel like they have to with the Kagemitsu coming back. Oh, and this also prevents the Kagemitsu from trading.
From no target.
Yeah.
Huh.
True.
Is Covert Gold Blue just like super heads up? Like, just incredibly smart? So far there's been a few plays where I've been like, what? And then I'm like, oh yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I like that actually. I mean, on one hand, I like it, but at the same time, you're not going to have time to draw. Like, it's like, look at this turn. Are you going to be able to draw against this, even if it's a 1/1 Kagemitsu? No, right?
Right.
But at the same time, I definitely respect that play. Really heads up.
Yeah, what are even the options here? This is so tough. Like, okay, so if you just hard draw Shuden Doji, well, I mean, I guess... you could Kasha and then shoot in Doji, and then still play Legendary Skeleton with the Storm, right?
Actually,
Oh, you have the 4/4.
Yeah, you have
too.
the 4/4 coming back, right? I forgot about that. So you have the Shinobu active, so you can be able to clear most of this board. The 1/1 Kagemitsu will be able to get cleared by the Shinobu at this point. And then you could clear the Alicia if you wanted to, but probably might have to just leave her alive. You could play out the Kasha, actually, and then leaving up the Alicia is gonna hurt, but I think you have to take that.
I mean, this still works if you draw Shooting Doji, which you do not, unfortunately. I mean, Gensetsu's here. That's good, right?
Absolutely.
And it's not like you're really in like fear of lethal next turn or anything
so
like
I think they're gonna go for the full clear this turn. At this point, like they know by the time they draw a Shooting Doji, they're going to have enough shadows because they're probably going to play Gensetsu next turn. They're looking at that anyway. And Gensetsu obviously generates a lot of shadows because it's just 5, followers basically. So
just Gensetsu plus whatever's on board is already the 8 shadows.
Exactly, yeah. So I like this a lot. We get the full clear with the Shinobu. Wow, that was actually a really good sequence of turns. That was really impressive.
Yeah, this was looking really bad for Coverco Blue and Omega, but actually this is not looking that bad anymore, right? I mean, Gensetsu is still Gensetsu if you're playing it this late in the game, right? It's still extremely strong fighting for board.
Yeah, I was really surprised by that. That was actually really good. The Helio being able to set up for the Shinobu, very, very good. And then for the Shinobu full clear specifically, because the Universe was going to be active, but obviously Sword has a lot of followers that have more than 4 HP, but with that 4/4 Storm coming out, you are much more likely to be able to get a strong Shinobu turn, especially if you don't have any followers left on the board and you prevent the Kagemitsu from being able to trade. Really, really smart.
All right, so now the question is, what do you do as Sword? Okay.
Slam Front Guard General seems to be the answer. And okay, we're gonna evolve that, and I guess they're gonna Ivory Clear. Seems good. And this is gonna be a really tough thing to deal with. That Front Guard General, really, really imposing. 7/8 cannot be targeted. We're gonna need, another Bane, but knowing that they just used a Legendary Skeleton, having another one is unlikely. Plus, they're not gonna have enough shadows to play it right away. That is definitely another really good play, I think, from Magic Cloud and Snake Nade, recognizing that the Bane is not going to be available because Shooting Doji is not active either.
Yeah, and so Gensetsu by itself will trade out well with just the Front Guard General body, right? And then it'll be slightly larger than the whatever it summons, which I can't remember what it's called, Shield Guardian. But that's still that's not the advantageous time. Oh yeah, it's actually really big.
That's gonna be an 8/9 ward coming out. That or an 8/8. Yeah, 8/8. Yeah, let's get a listen in on Covert Goblin and Omega, see how they want to handle this front guard.
I also want to cast the Vow Wall.
This is actually an even turn, my bad. I, for some reason, thought it was going to be unmuted because they had the coach muted thing from before.
I did the exact same thing like one game ago. No, yeah, it's cool. I mean, he's also talking a lot to himself, so it looks like he's talking to somebody. All right, so if you were the coach, which you have been before, what do you do here?
Well, okay, so he's gonna go for the pudding. I'm not sure if he realizes that this thing cannot be targeted.
Yeah, that's actually
Oh, yeah, he clicked on the pudding. Oh, it's tragic.
Yeah, actually, the huge thing here is that he's now used up a board space.
Yeah, and so now if he wants to play Gensetsu afterwards, it's not gonna get the full effect. And then, the thing is, like, I think I would have just played out the Gensetsu. You can get the 4/2/3 wards trading into the 7/8, at least get the untargetable out of the way. Yes, he's going to be left with a gigantic Shield Guardian, and that's going to be really scary, but you at least will be able to deal with that later on. And now that you play the Gensetsu, now it doesn't actually clear the front guard anymore.
Do you just leave one of them up, maybe?
At this point, I just wouldn't even trade, I think. But
yeah, we'll leave them all up.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, well, at least it can't trade 1-for-1 with the Gensetsu itself, right?
Yeah, okay, well now actually we've got a really, really juicy combo. We have Pekarine plus Regal Wildcat, and Regal Wildcat is active. So this is going to be the Union Burst Pekarine with the 6 attack, plus 2 and 4 from Regal Wildcat, buffing it and having Storm itself. That is... that's
a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Oh, actually... They're gonna go for... Oh, this is actually even more damage because they have a Twin Blade. Is that...
Wait, that's 2, so that's 10, 17...
That's lethal. That is lethal. Oh my goodness. On a Coach muted turn.
I know, and that was a really fast one too. I wonder if they discussed it a little bit beforehand, because that was a very... Man, that was from 20 life down to -1 life in 1 turn of damage, and it's super unfortunate.
Man.
It all comes down to that one error that I could have and maybe have already made, you know, of, oh yeah, putting time on it. That would get rid of it making something new. It would be such an easy answer if only it worked.
You can't do it. It's untouchable, unfortunately.
I mean, the thing is, even if you played Gensetsu out and traded everything, the Shield Guardian would still have lethal anyway. It would, in fact, be even more damage.
Yeah, so at that point, all you could do is just
play Gensetsu pass.
Yeah.
That would have to be the play. And I guess that has to be something to be thinking about, because they played Aether that game earlier on, so you know they have Regal Wildcat, and they're at 10 play points. So there's they have a whole bunch of options for what they play to pair with the Regal Wildcat. Pekarine would have been almost lethal.
Right.
Twin Blade is the maximum damage there. So either way, I think you have to be expecting the potential for a lot of damage. And so I think actually Gensetsu and then pass with 4 wards on board was the play in that case.
Yeah, you would buy yourself a significant amount of time as well, just having that kind of presence on board and forcing. Maybe trying to get a little bit of errors out of Snake Nade, because one, he played it really well despite having the coach muted. The following turn, getting a giant swing for over 20. I mean, maybe you could have been well, let's see if he makes any sort of errors going forward with these wards on deck, right?
Yeah. And I do have to say, extremely good play by Covert Go Blue, because that was a game where you went through 22 cards and didn't get a shooting doji, right?
Yeah.
Which is
a little bit unfortunate there. No shooting doji, but no Sora.
Yeah, but the play and only 1 Gensetsu. A second Gensetsu would have been huge. So could have been really bad, but I think the play, especially on Coach Muted turns, was great.
Yeah, that was actually a really impressive set. Really pretty good gameplay. You could have told me that was Shadowverse Open. I would have believed you.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at where we're at currently in the bracket. That was our 3rd quarterfinal game with Snake Nade and Azure Cloud moving on over Covert Go Blue and Omega. But it's not the last we're going to see from mid-range Shadow, right? Amazonian and Frost coming up next, going up against Bebo Boop and Zones. Another mid-range Shadow coming from the likes of Amazonian. I think she's brought a different deck every time, if I recall correctly. I may be wrong on that one. But either way, it's going to be mid-range Shadow versus a Natura Dragon deck coming from the side of Bebo Boop and Zones.
Hasn't Amazonian brought Roach almost every single time?
I think so, because she was with Jordude, right?
Yeah, originally. Originally. And then every time, I think actually maybe she brought Dragon one time, I think maybe, because there was some name about dinosaurs or something like that. But almost every single time it's been some deck that has Roach in it. So it's really weird to see it not be a deck with Roach in it. But that's because last month they tried Control Forest, and Control Forest, as we all know, is
very difficult.
It's really rough.
That's an understatement.
Yeah. That's the best way I could put it. It's very difficult. You have to manage a lot.
Yeah, and also the meta of Buddy System is a little bit more difficult for it too.
Exactly.
Oh, congratulations, you're just playing against a bunch of Shadow and Almataz and what is this? You're not playing against Spell Booster and you got one chance to,
Yeah.
So it's a weird pick, but interesting to see they're going with Shadow this time.
And I guess this has a lot to do with the coach, I'd imagine, with Frost picking this deck. And I know you've mentioned that you know Frost to a certain degree.
To a degree, yeah. Familiar with him.
Okay. How about Zones?
Yeah, Zones, I'm very familiar with him as well. They're both my boys.
Okay.
Yeah, cheering for both of them. I don't know who's going to win this time. I don't know who to favor. But I mean, Frost, he definitely, he actually plays aggro blood also, but I mean,
should have brought it. I want to see it. Come on.
That would have been a great pick, because we haven't seen that since, or I personally haven't seen it since Ultimate Coliseum came out on any of the circuits.
Yeah, no. I mean, I haven't seen it.
Not common at all. Yeah.
I haven't seen it in tournament since ever. I don't know.
Ever?
I haven't seen blood in tournaments since like bat. Right? Like I'm trying to think of what if I've seen blood pass. Oh no, what am I talking about? There was a ton of Machina
control blood.
There was Machina blood too.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
There was a lot of that.
Control blood,
Yeah.
All the hybrid bloods back in Rebirth of Glory. Those were good times.
All right, so let's take a look at what Amazonian and Frost are bringing to the table with their mid-range Shadow. Again, these are cards that you've seen before, literally in the game prior. It's the Frost Giants, one and done.
Yeah, one and done. But Nicola is not a one and done kind of guy. Once he's done, he comes back for more. This is the only Shadow deck that's bringing Nicola this tournament, and no Control Force players, but he's actually decent against Dragon as well. Just having more consistent pressure, making sure that you have, early followers to play all the time is not bad. And occasionally that spell can definitely come in clutch. Dragon does have a bit of healing with, Traveler's Respite and Garyu providing a little bit of healing there. Ian potentially as well, but that's not going to be relevant this time. So that Nicola can definitely help close out games when they go on a little bit longer.
Yeah, when I first saw Nicola in this deck, I was like, oh, that is the coolest synergy, Because we haven't seen like Nicola run since what's his name? The card that they're giving the other version of right now. The guy who destroys everything and makes ghosts.
Destroys everything and makes
the old Shadow.
Oh, Arcus?
Arcus, yeah.
There he is.
Yeah, so we haven't seen Nicola much since like Arcus was a thing, and I love Nicola, and I think that the synergy in this deck is super cool, but I haven't seen it like go off yet in the Shadow.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a matchup where it definitely does have some potential to pop off. Now, that being said, though, the Dragon decks from the other side are a little bit more on the aggressive end of things. So, Nicola is generally going to be even stronger against a more control-y Dragon deck, but definitely could, show off really well here.
Yeah, could do a lot of damage. And I just want to see it. I just want to see it happen,
Yeah, you can combine that 4 play point Nicola spell with, like, for example, Legendary Skeleton. That you have enough play points because Legendary Skeleton only costs 2. It just has the Necromancy effect. You can have an insane amount of damage on a single turn like that.
Yeah, so let's see what Bebo, Boop, and Zones bring to the table. Mid by Midwest, Dragon cards to the top.
Yeah, so this is the Dragon card stop that we were showing off earlier.
Dragon card stop. There it is.
Yeah,
yes.
but that's the full name that I couldn't quite fit into the deck editor. But so here we are. We've got, as I mentioned, a much more aggressive Dragon deck. We have Byron Full Metal Dragoon over there, one of. When he gets evolved, he summons another Repair Drone, and he gives buffs to followers that come into play after he does. So that Repair Drone goes from a 1/1 to a 2/2, and then any other followers get that attack buff as well. Definitely pretty good synergy with that Storm follower over there, the Ice Dancing Dragon Newt.
Yeah. There's only one of that, though. So, I mean, still, though, it's a really good card. I really like it a lot.
Definitely solid. Can definitely buff Inori as well, that Stealth follower. One of the new cards in Ultimate Coliseum, one of the strongest Dragoncraft cards, in my opinion. It has that Union Burst. It gives all enemy followers, at the start of your turn, deal 1 damage to your leader and 2 to this follower. The important part, of course, is that 1 to your leader. With a full enemy board, this Inori is going to deal a crazy amount of damage paired with that Veldane Shadow's Corrosion.
Like, you're not dealing enough damage face just normally, right? Like,
right, yeah.
Who needs to attack? Forget it. Oh, and Shiva.
That's right. There is a second version. No board for old men. We got the Shiva inclusion in this deck. That's our Genesis Dragon.
That is that's the wrong Genesis Dragon.
No, that's cool. I like this one.
I like the OG art. Shout out to the OG Genesis Dragon. Back in the day with Tempest of the Gods. Those old Storm Dragon decks.
Yep.
Definitely a lot of fun. But yeah, Shiva, not a card that we see a lot of now, but it's really useful against, the combo decks as a good defensive tool. Big ward, heals right away, and if the game goes on to turn 9, it will heal again. So that's actually quite useful against Shadow as well, because the game can go a little bit long. So, that double healing can definitely be very useful.
Yeah, and of course, the actual Genesis Dragon, probably better than old Genesis Dragon in this deck, right? I mean, really great for board clear. This definitely looks like a deck that has more defensive options. Of course, we were talking about Shiva. It's just a pretty solid board, right? And then new Genesis Dragon, of course, clearing the board a bit. And then we also saw like an Ian in there. So I'm assuming that one is more targeted at board-based decks, right?
Yeah, much more defense. There is the Dawn Splendor in there as well to prevent the storm damage coming coming in from the likes of Amatoz or Shadow as well, a lot of Storm cards, so can definitely save a lot of health, buy more time, get more Valdane ticks in.
Yeah, I gotta say, for this specific system, for the Buddy system to be exact, I feel like having a card like Shiva can be a little intimidating, especially if you've never really played it before. I don't know how much experience Bebo Boop has had. I mean, he's been here a few times on Buddy system, but how many times has he actually used Shiva? I feel like that's pretty intimidating even for some advanced players.
Yeah, it
Someone is, but the nice thing is that it just happens, you know? It's not it's like you of course the biggest one is like you have to know that which turns you get your 4 damage so that you can play
Knowing when you actually do have lethal with that 4 damage coming out from Shiva is very important. You don't want to like do a play, then end your turn, have the 4 damage, and then realize you could have had lethal. You don't want to have that happen to you, but...
Well, hopefully it doesn't between Amazoni and Bebo Boop. Here we go with the first game. It's going to be the mid-range Shadow versus the Natura Dragon.
Okay, before we see it, which deck do you think they chose? Which version of Shadow? Or, I'm sorry, of Dragon, I mean. Sorry.
Which version of Dragon? I think the more defensive version could definitely be the favored one here. I think that as long as you manage to stall out, Dragon will be able to get enough damage over time, and that Dawn Splendor is actually very effective against Shadow, even though they aren't getting like necessarily multiple storms per turn. They are hitting, you with a lot of storm damage consistently, so it's never going to be a really bad draw to have later on in the game, and every little bit of damage matters because, again, if they don't have a lot of burst, then they're going to have to set up multiple turn lethals, and getting those small, delays into their game plan is going to add up.
Yeah, and so many times I've seen that all it takes is, like, if you delay lethal by 1 turn, that's so much damage for Dragon, you know?
Because Valdane, one more turn of Valdane is going to get more trees, potentially Inori coming out. You are looking at, potentially 10 more damage just by stalling 1 more turn because you lived with, like, 2 health or something like that. So definitely could be something really good. Wow, really nice draws coming out there from Shadow. We've got Kasha into Shuten Doji and a Yukiona as if they didn't already have a 2-drop. I was a little bit...
What is this
Wow,
hand?
what is that?
What do you
We got a full house in here. This is the wrong card game. You're not supposed to draw like that in this card game. Oh, man. Okay, well...
I mean, you might as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You might as well. That's the good thing about Marion. We didn't get to talk about it too much. It's basically a Goblin early on, and it's pretty good because it does help out, smooth out your early game curve, puts on a little bit of pressure, alleviates pressure more importantly as well against some of the more aggressive decks, and then against Rune, it does get damage in as basically a Goblin, so pretty decent against Shadow as well just to stave off the early game, but I mean, now your hand is only early game.
Yeah.
Well, the Inori is basically late game, but okay, that so Dawn Splendor, I said she's like never bad later on. Emphasis on the later on part. She's not great now. I think you would rather play her than the Inoris because the Inori, especially at this point, like you have to save her for the damage because at this point it's already turn 2. These are 6 cards out of your deck. Not a single Natarian Great Tree yet. So even when you do eventually draw a Valdane, you're not gonna have a lot of damage yet.
Amazon just called us nerds. Look at that. That's messed up. Oh, they're going for the triple Marion play.
Oh my god. This is like flexing, but in the opposite direction. Like, look at how terrible my hand is. Like, oh my god.
As this hand is playing out, you can see the pole on the left side literally moving in real time towards the
Respecting the triple Goblin play. The Twitch chat definitely a big fan of that one. It's shifting back now because this is obviously not the ideal situation, but turn 3, this is probably just going to be a Kasha.
I said I wanted to see Aggro Blood, and so they're doing their best Aggro Blood impression for me, I think.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
Man.
Oh, that is really, really strong.
This is a waste of such a good hand.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh, what is that? What is that? What are those?
They need to spend this turn and next turn playing out all of those
The
two.
worst thing is they could have played the Dawn Splendor on 2, and then they would have been able to play the Fit in the Marion on 3 as well. Now they just got a bunch of 2-drops on turn 3. Even as an aggro curve, this is just
Honestly.
Oh my god.
Honestly though, like this is not looking very hopeful. So I still like the Marion plays. Okay, I still respect it,
Yeah.
and I do think that this turn they should play Nori and then 2 more on turn 4. I really do. At this point, you might as well. Obviously, they don't know how good Shadow's hand is, but I would still do it. I mean,
I like it.
You're
yeah.
going to turn 4. You haven't had a tree yet. You don't have Valdane in hand. Like, just do it.
Yeah.
Just do it.
You'll play for the swag points, understandable. You know, sometimes you can't win them all, but you can definitely swag as much as possible. So, you know, get the full Inori board. Just say, you know, I got triple Marion. Look at what else I got. I ain't finished with you just yet. How about triple Inori? How much harder can I brick? But on the other side, that is just a little bit too much power from Amazonia and Frost. You almost don't want to see such a strong hand, you know, when your opponent is basically giving you a game.
It's like, yeah, it's literally like a waste of it. It's like, could I just save this for the next game, you know, or any other game ever?
Yeah, but, you know, if you draw well again next game, then, you know, that is obviously the optimal play. Just draw well every game. The time has come to unleash something. I didn't quite see that, but...
Ooh, nice.
So...
Heck. Unleash heck.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't know. It's just kind of like a normal... Wow,
double legendary skeleton. Not bad. I agree. Not bad at all. The double not bad for double skeleton. That is really good.
Do it. Don't evolve Valdane. No, don't.
Oh,
This is not your time. It's not your time to win.
Oh, that's really rough.
No, put that down. You're not going to do anything with Valdane. Come on. Don't even try it. Just play double Inori at this point. Just do it. Your Valdane's going to be doing a total of 0 damage.
Honestly, at this point, I think double Inori might actually be correct.
Yeah, you're actually, it's totally true because they can't trade into
That is so tragic.
double Inori and then just evolve one of them and let it sit there?
Yeah, I guess, like, I don't know. Like, can you set up some kind of one-shot? I don't think it's even possible.
There's no real buffs in this deck except for the one that buffs people, the 2/2.
The Byron? Yeah.
Oh, boo! Well, no, that doesn't even work because they still have Bane.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, that's one thing that it's like a lot of people that aren't. Wait a minute, can it? It
can't even be targeted either.
Right.
So it literally did nothing.
Well,
and then it would have gone traded probably anyway. So.
Oh, see, it would have been so much cooler to do the triple Inori.
Yeah, so basically you just, you know, tossing away an Evo point, I mean, might as well because, I mean, I guess they're trying to stack up the Inoris, but given this big draw differential, let's listen in on Amazonian and Frost right here.
Shoot and Doji here. I think you just Evo the Shoot and Doji and...
Chill?
Yeah, chill.
Okay.
Like, at this point, your opponent has not so good of a hand, so... I mean, yeah. And yeah, you can't do anything, so I think you just end the turn, and we're chilling.
I don't want to chill, I want to attack face.
Yeah. Well, next turn you can attack face.
Yeah, but not with my storm friends.
Well, now that your next turn, you won't have the Dawn Splendor effect anymore.
Oh, right. It goes away. I thought it was for 2 turns for some reason.
Nah, it's only for 1 turn. Okay, so he has Valdane.
It is. Yeah. But I mean, like, we have a saving grace. We have the 2 Inoris, and a lot of our draws are now live, at least, so that's kind of nice. Like, we have, because we can make a tree with our hand. We'll have 6 play points next turn, and yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah, and the nice thing is that we've also sort of slowed down their ideal game plan. So we don't have to worry about too much of their really powerful stuff for now. So our game plan is a little scuffed, sure, but so is theirs. So it's kind of like a nice trade.
All right, if Dragon can pull this off, then I'll take back my call about the double Inoris.
Yeah. I mean, you know, scuffed is one way to put it. You know, that is a really, really slow hand from Dragon. You know, you mentioned that they were slowing down the Shadows game plan, but I don't think it's gonna get slowed down anytime soon. You've already got the Shuden Doji active. That's all you really need at this point. You have 3 Yukionas, which, I mean, you're going to have time to play all 3 because Dragon is just not doing anything this game. And, you know, that is already, you know, 6 times 3 damage. So, you know, they've got a lot of damage in hand. They're probably going to play, you know, Series this turn. They can go face with that.
I mean, Series is a really tough deal in this situation too. So obviously we can see their hand, but just in general, they should know that at this point, there's not a lot of good options that they can deal against Series, especially if they want to start setting up any sort of damage, you know? But if they do start setting up damage, the Series just heals it back anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I actually kind of would have liked the Evil face there, but no Evil is definitely fine as well. It's just that if they did evolve, you know, given the fact that they never played the T-Rex, the 2 mana, you know, deal 3 damage to a follower. The fact that he never played that card yet definitely seems to suggest that they have something besides that card in their hand.
Right.
You know, and especially because they didn't play, you know, Valdane on 4. I mean, they would have been bad anyway, but, you know, their hand is definitely really suspect. You don't expect them to have that removal option. And keeping the Series at 4 health does open it up to being removed like this. It's not really, you know, a game-losing thing, but I think it could have been even stronger if they had evolved face and just made it so that they had to have the removal in order to deal with her.
Right, and you're actually getting into the spot where you've got the second Shuten Doji. You don't have anything else to spend the shadows on, so you could have potentially got that evolved back anyway, right?
Exactly. So gonna open up that Feral Aether here, gonna get another tree.
The first tree down! Woohoo!
We got 1 tree down, another Feral Aether coming in. But I suspect they're just going to set up the Shadow's Corrosion here. I think no reason not to. And then next turn, they're going to be an Overflow finally, so they will be able to get 2 trees off the Lightning Velociraptor. I mean, not only did they not have many trees this game, they also did not ramp either, so just a really, really tragic game for Dragon, all things considered. Nicola coming in, not really necessary at this point, but, you know, not bad. He gets to play him with that Eternal Vow. I mean, there's not really a whole lot of stuff to do with the Shadow hand, honestly. I think at this point you might even want to save the Vow just to see if you top deck Gensetsu. It is a consideration, but playing Vow here, no problem at all. You could just try and make a wide board, but I would personally just hold on to at least some of these Yukionas. I think I would hold on to at least 2. Playing 1 here might be okay.
Well, I think if you play them all out and then they do actually get cleared, I mean, they don't have a great way to clear. So we do know this is the Ian one, but they're out of EVA points. We know that, yeah, there's not really a great option for clearing them all. But assuming that they somehow got cleared, which I can't think of how, you would actually be in trouble because then you'd be really low on damage from Shadow.
Yeah. So, I mean, of course, the issue is not really them getting cleared. It's more so that your hand size is really small. You have no draw power, and you just need to make sure you have enough damage in your hand to actually close out the game. And this is definitely the more guaranteed play, right? Because, like, Dragon is just having such a poor game. As long as you have those 6 damage storms coming out from the enhanced Yukiona, you're probably not going to lose. So, you know, definitely fine to keep all 3 there, although probably safe to play 1. So drawing that Pternodon here. Good card, but it is very, very late to the party.
Yes.
Finally getting some trees in here.
I mean, these trees are starting to add up. There is double Nor in hand, which could end up getting up for some damage that actually matters later.
Yeah. I think we're going to probably see the Pternodon come out here, get that ramp. Kaya's not a bad card to see, but without any evil points left, the Union Burst is not going to come down anytime soon, so that is definitely not great. If they did have the Union Burst, then this would actually be like potentially a winnable game if they didn't have, you know, so much damage in their hand already.
I mean, so I believe, but tell me if I'm wrong, the Inori Union Burst stack, right?
They do, yeah.
Okay, so potentially, if they fill up an entire board and can't kill, you could win, right? We can see the win in 2 turns.
Yeah, oh, it's doing 5 damage.
Actually, if they fill up their board this turn, they win.
Yeah. Right? That is a little crazy.
Okay, wait, actually, they don't even need to fill up the board. All they need to do is put out 4
followers, that's right.
At the minimum. And then even if they only have, well, sorry, if they put out 3 followers, then it's guaranteed win. If they put out 2 followers, they can still win. But if they put out one, I mean, they can still win. They can still win.
So they have 4 play points for those 2 Honoris, and then they have 5 play points for the trees. So they need. They need 4 more damage. They need 4 trees. So that's like basically not happening. Yeah.
Yeah, it's close though. It was close.
It was really, really close. Surprisingly close.
Well, can they live next turn? Yeah, they could live, right? Well, wait.
But how do they? Well, they can clear with Kaya is an option. Not great, but they could do that. They could play like play out the Velociraptor and then clear with Kaya. Could be the play here. I think that's going to be what they have to do because you can't really rely on drawing any removal options with the trees. You have to just clear these followers now or else you're going to be very, very likely to be dead next turn.
Yeah. And, I mean, you are actually getting really close to lethal, so living here is huge.
Yeah, living here is very huge. You do get another hit of, I believe, it's still 5 damage on that Veldane, so they're going to go down to 8 health, and then at that point...
You have lethal in hand.
Yeah, you have lethal in hand, so... Yeah, Kaya to double trade here looks like it's going to be very good.
Oh my god. Is Shadow going to win this?
Or Dragon.
Or, sorry, yeah, Dragon's going to win this?
Okay, so hang on. They can give an evil point, get an evil point from the Shutin, but that's gonna use up their
play points.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah. I don't think there's a way. Can Shadow get lethal here? I don't think so. Unless if okay.
They're 1 away. Sora activates, but.
So, wait, how much is that Nicola? Does Nicola give the spell yet? I don't think so, right? Oh, no, it does. He does. Oh, hang on a second. Wait, that's... Oh, that's lethal.
Wait.
Oh, wait, Nicola...
No. Wait, Oh, yeah, because you choose when you play it. You don't have to trade in. Wow.
Oh, Nicola.
Okay, so I wanted to see it go off.
Clutch.
I wanted to see it. And the funny thing was, it was like, well, usually it doesn't get to be that long of a game, you know?
Yeah.
So,
that was about as slow of a game as it could have been, realistically speaking. And Nicola really shined in that game. You got to see the amount of burst that Shadow can deal in a single turn can really spike with the addition of Nicola because they're not so much gated by, I mean, they are kind of gated by play points, but they're gated by, the fact that the Shunin Doji effect can only affect 1 follower per turn, and so the amount of attack on that 1 follower is usually the max amount that you're dealing from hand, but not so much the case with Nicola's spell. If you can combine that with a low-cost, high-damage card like Pudding or like Necromancy Skeleton, then you are looking at almost 10 damage out of hand.
Yeah, that was such a roller coaster of emotions when it came down to what happened in the initial start, right? When you saw the hands that Bebo Boop had, it was just like, man, what are we supposed to do with this? Are we just gonna swag out the entire time? But it looked towards the end, it's like, oh, he actually might be able to take it down. And then Nicola came out of nowhere. It actually surprised both of you. You were both like, does he actually? Oh yeah, he has lethal. That's crazy.
I actually lost track of the Nicola count. I didn't realize he was already going to be able to give the spell. So that was actually really, really clutch there. Nicola completely winning that game.
Yeah, it's because they evolved him when he came in, and I forgot that they did. But yeah, that Nicola was exactly. But I am like not in belief that Dragon actually almost won that. It was like 1 turn away, and so. And almost really close to a Nori, double Nori being the kill too.
Yeah, that would have been really cool as well. That was already a banger of a game.
So yeah, Amazonian getting the first game, doing really well with the big swing. Let's see how Bebo Boop responds in game 2.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to more games like that, not gonna lie. We've already got an Nori and Dawn Splendor and Veldane. This is already, a sneak peek of what we had the first time. But it is obviously looking better because we have Veldane right off the bat. I would definitely toss out the other 2 cards. You definitely want to see all the trees right now.
Yeah, forget the rest of your deck that you've already seen. Come on.
Yeah, you've already seen enough of those. Get those out of here.
Yeah, there we go.
Nice. Okay, we got to see some Byron now, okay? So now, Nicola got a time to shine. Maybe we'll get to see Byron pop off this game. Not terribly likely because Valdane's going to be the turn 4 evolve or the turn 5 evolve. most likely, but Byron could potentially set up a bit of damage if Shadow doesn't really get the strong early game, which if their only 2-drop option is Nicola, that's going to get value traded over, and then the 3.21 with Kasha is not super strong on board either, so there is some potential for Byron to put in a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a whole different type of hand from both sides, because I mean, I kind of forgot, but that Shadow hand last game was really good, really good. The starting hand.
Absolutely, yeah. It was only missing Gensetsu, and it was in fact because they had like almost too many Yukionas that they weren't able to push that damage until the very end with Nicola. But yeah, this time, the turn 2, the early game, not looking super good for Shadow. They do have Shinobu that they can potentially evolve on turn 4. It summons a Skullfather, and when that card dies, it gives +1/+1 to 2 random allied followers. So it can be very good for making an aggressive play even when you're going second. But we're gonna, hopefully we're gonna see some good draws off of this Demonic Procession here.
Yeah, that's a very nice top deck to start with. What do you get rid of, though?
It's definitely tough. I think I would get rid of the Yukiona personally. I would rather keep the Nicola. We saw how much work it could do last game. You know, even if we're forced to play it on turn 2, it's not the end of the world. I mean, it's not that likely that Dragon actually has like a crazy aggressive opening, so I don't think you want to keep that in your mind too much. Okay, but they do decide to get rid of the Nicola. That's interesting. So they're prioritizing having a fully statted 2-drop. One thing to note though, especially from Verdant Conflict, this was a huge back then, with Interior Dragon, if they want to be playing Desert Pathfinder on 2 a lot of the time, and that card, when it has Last Word, summon a tree, and the common early game curve, especially going first, is turn 2 Pathfinder into turn 3 Paternodon. But the thing is that the ramp card requires the tree to already be on board. Right. What that means is it requires the Pathfinder to die. So if you play a 1-attack follower, Pathfinder can't die, and if that was the exact curve that they have, then they don't get to ramp.
Right.
So that, that was always a very, effective thing to do back in the day, but definitely still relevant now, although they did open the Feral Aether on turn 1, and they can set up the guaranteed ramp this turn if they want to play out the tree here. They do opt for that. And so now the Nicola on turn 2 is definitely not going to feel as bad because they didn't play anything on turn 2 either.
Right, so you do have that little bit of option of more damage.
Yeah.
Starting out a little slow. But of course, it doesn't feel very good to play Yukiona for just nothing.
Yeah, so they got rid of the Nicola, would have been fine, but the Yukiona gonna be able to push 2 damage here. Not too bad. So they are gonna Beep Boop Bop in zones, gonna look for a ramp here and the draw. Dragon Oracle, very good card there.
We're ramping a lot this game.
Yeah, that's a lot of ramp.
Maybe they do need old Genesis Dragon.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Genesis Dragon could definitely, come in very clutch here. It's obviously like a really nice finisher to pair up with Valdane.
Well, no, I meant the old one from the deck list.
I mean, yeah, the old one. I mean, but either Genesis Dragon.
I know, yeah.
The Storm can be very scary. You have to be playing around it if you're on the opponent's side. Yeah, I mean, even turn 5 Garyu could be an option. You sometimes do see, like, the really scary curve going first is, like, turn 2 Oracle, and then Valdane on 4, and then Garyu on 5 is really, really difficult to deal with. But the Garyu on 5 here could still be an option. It's not quite as strong, so they might want to save that. They could definitely just, like, go for a bit slower of a play, go for a ramp, maybe set up the Traveler's Respite. They're definitely taking their time to talk this out. There are going to be a lot of options next turn.
Yeah, there are 2 very diverging paths right there. And, I mean, the thing, too, is that I feel like, tell me if I'm wrong, but it feels like you would need to see what your opponent's doing, too, to see what their pace is, to make that decision. And it will be a coach-muted turn.
Yeah, definitely. I think, though, most cases on turn 3, you will be expecting a 2-1 to come out, whether that's Kasha or the Helio, but Kasha is definitely the more likely one. Yeah, so nothing too surprising here. Shadow definitely just playing single followers on the early game and throughout their first few Evo turns most of the time. We're going to push 2 damage here, not going to open that tree for them. We're going to see if they if Boobop opts for that Garyu, so this is going to be a turn where Zones will be there to help him. It's an odd turn. Oh no!
No,
It's an even turn. It's an even turn. Yeah. The ramp got me debated, but yeah. So, okay, Garyu could be an option. But I also think it really depends on what they top deck.
Well, wait. This one should be an odd turn though, right? This is their turn 3. No, this is their turn 4.
This is their turn 4. Yeah.
Wait, I thought they ramped once, didn't they?
Yeah.
Or is it next turn?
They ramped once on turn 3, which was last turn.
Okay.
Yeah. yeah. So yeah, this is turn 4.
Yeah.
Okay. So they could play just Tempo Dawn Splendor or the heal from Traveler's Flight plus Oracle if you want to play it a little bit more slowly. And then with that much ramp, you could certainly be looking at a 9 play point Garyu, which is much stronger than this, because this Garyu is not going to be super effective. You're only going to be able to have pretty much 2 followers on board, one of them only being the regular 2/2 Garyu. It's not too scary. They can still easily play Shuden Doji into it and not be afraid. So I think I definitely like ramping here instead.
Yeah, well, I mean, now they've also given you the perfect amount of damage to get the full healing out of Traveler's Respite. You're leaving 2 damage on board, which is just out of a 2/1, so it's not like tremendously scary. And you already know you have Valdane, so it's not like you're worried about whether you're going to be getting the damage out of this soon or not.
Yeah, so Inori, a pretty important pickup there as well. We could potentially see Inori dealing a lot of damage this game with that setup after Valdane. And all of this ramp, nice. I like that they're ramping again. We're going to be looking at probably a Valdane or potentially even a Byron turn next game, depending on what they draw. But I'm guessing Valdane could be the play. That being said, though, going wide with Byron and just ignoring the Shuden Doji, trading over the 2/1 instead, going really wide and try to make series a little bit more awkward to play could definitely be a really interesting turn.
Well, I want to listen in on Bebop, I can't say the name, and Zones. I need to call on Vicious for that.
Well, let's take some time to think about this turn. We have the ability to Valdane, and we'd have to evolve Valdane over the Shuden Doji, and then we would play. After that, we would be playing our what is it called? I can't. Shadow's Corrosion, most likely. That's an okay play, I think. We can also consider something like, I think that's likely our best option, because we need to get rid of the Shuden Doji, and we have ways to deal with series later, so she's not too much of a worry. I'm trying to think if we have a better follow-up with the Shadow's Corrosion instead of the Shadow's Corrosion, but I don't really think we do. None of our other followers make any sense. So, yeah, let's just play Valdane to trade the Shuden Doji and Shadow's Corrosion. On the next turn, on the next turn you'll have 8 play points. So if they play series, you can just use Kaya to clear that, and I think that looks pretty good. Kaya, when you clear with Kaya, it doesn't matter what order you attack, and attack series last. Attack series first, rather, because she's the most important thing to get rid of, and she'll always be able to make that trade.
Okay.
Yeah, and we hear some pretty clear coaching out of Zones. I really like that. It's like fast and concise.
Yeah, very, to the point. But I do think one thing that they didn't quite talk about was there's also another option there. If you play Valdane, you can go for ignoring the Shuden Doji and trade over the 2/1 instead. That's still an option, because of course series, when it clashes, it only deals 3 damage, and then you would be left with a 6/4 Valdane. And so series there is still actually not that great. And so if they're not playing series on turn 5 and they're kind of delaying their Eternal Vow setup, that is not bad for you either. Now there is a little bit of a scare in terms of leaving the 3 damage on board, but it's only 3 damage as opposed to the 2 from Kasha.
Right.
So you're not taking that much more damage. So I think I definitely would have liked to see a little bit more consideration towards the other trade, because I think that actually would have been a really strong play potentially.
Yeah, and then realistically you would have saved damage, because then they might have still had to trade in the Shuden Doji, right?
Yeah.
And that would just not have been fun for them in general. But now, I mean, it's getting close to kind of a damage race situation. You know, they're definitely getting a lot of damage that can't be undone. But I say that, but of course we are potentially getting into that perfect turn 6, turn 7, into the Gensetsu ridiculous amount of healing. And of course, Ceres, you're going to have to deal with that, which we've already seen the answer as to how to deal with that.
Yeah, so drawing a second Kai off the top, definitely clean to use one as a removal here. You still have one more in the back pocket to use as Storm later on. So,
but it's really important to
definitely use the one that you just drew, because that one has not been boosted for Union Burst yet. The other one you want to keep for Storm with its Union Burst active.
Right, and it is really important just turn timing wise too. I mean,
now, Zones did say, if they play series, you probably want to be clearing with the Kaya, and assuming that they've practiced a fair amount with this deck, I think Bebop should be able to spot, he does play the one that was most recently drawn. I mean, that's just like a good play in general, because you want to, hit them with the, I just drew this, and now I'm going to hit you with the type of BM, but, yeah. So, they're actually going to evolve her, and, I guess they're going to trade into both of these. I don't think they needed to evolve, but that is going to be the play here.
Yeah, it's I'm trying to think of what this evolve could have meant otherwise. I mean, it could have meant more damage, obviously, but it doesn't seem like there's too many true evolve effects at least. All right, I mean, it does leave a huge threat up, right? I mean, you do have to deal with that.
Yeah, a 10-3, you do have to hit something into it, and there are a lot of ways to deal 1 damage to it, but to deal 3 requires a little bit more.
Can you do enough damage now?
I mean,
legendary skeleton.
Yeah, they have skeleton, so.
Can you use the shadows? No, it isn't. Okay, they're just at 8.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's lucky. If they had to use the shadows for that, that would have been rough.
Yeah, exactly. So they're able to get rid of that just fine. They could play out a second skeleton here just for the pressure if they would want. And actually, because they used up their last Evo point, that's a pretty decent play, because Garyu would not be able to get over that very cleanly anymore. The thing with Garyu is that when he summons the Silver Dragon, it deals Clash, deal the amount of attack it has to the enemy follower before the trade actually happens. So if you have an Evo point, you can evolve the Silver Dragon and have it deal 6 damage. Instead of just 4 to the enemy follower right away. And so without that being available, with no more evil point, this 5/5 legendary skeleton is actually going to be really, really intimidating. It's going to be very difficult to clear.
Yeah, and now Dawn Splendor doesn't even reduce its damage, if it potentially was going to. So that's nice altogether. Although the second Shadow's Corrosion, does it destroy things based on targeting, or does it destroy their strongest thing?
It's a random. It's random.
That's what it is. So you can get legendary skeleton with it?
Yeah, you could.
Technically?
Definitely could, but if it misses, you definitely lose from there.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying, I'm just talking theoreticals here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is a really rough situation. I think that they had to just save the Evo for Garyu. I think that was maybe what Zones was hoping for, but they didn't quite get that information across. So now, to get rid of that 5/5, you could still play out the Garyu this turn. You would just have to sacrifice a Silver Dragon in order to do so, if you want to trade for that 5/5. The Kaya, at this point, I think you have to save her for the Union Burst Storm, because I'm not sure how you're going to be able to deal enough damage otherwise. Okay, so Garyu does come out.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only clean way, I think, to deal with this situation.
Yeah, so it's still not too bad. You still do manage to have the 4/5 ward. Yeah. So it is going to be a 4/5 ward. And restore 2 health as well. Not bad. So they still have 2 more legendary fighters that they can easily get, or not legendary fighter, legendary skeleton. They have 1 more. That they can get rid of this ward with, if they so choose. Shinobu is active as well, and she has been reduced by Eternal Vows. That's a 2-cost active Union Burst Shinobu. Very, very strong there.
Yeah, and of course Miyako is available too, but
we have Gensetsu, so we just play it. That is a lot of healing, and at this point, it's looking really, really tough.
That's actually perfect healing. Exactly back up to 20.
Exactly back up to 20 with the 2 wards left over and 5 more damage to face unless they want to evolve face. Not even a bad choice, to be honest. They could have done it. But either way, this is a really tough situation for Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, I guess, well, it would make it harder to get rid of, but you can always evolve something else with Storm, right? At least. Well, most things.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, not too much big of a deal either way. Yeah, to consider how Dragon wants to deal with this board, that's the issue that Dragon faces these days. You know, without Masamune being that, you know, incredible late game board swing option that it used to be, it's very, very reliant on how you use those Evo points, how you use your Garyu. You have to plan things out extremely precisely, because if any of your board clear tools are used even a little bit suboptimally, the game can just get completely out of control as soon as you can't deal with one thing exactly the way you want.
Yeah, especially managing Evo points, which obviously we can see. Oh, that was a nice pickup. Obviously, we can see the exact effect of it right now and how difficult that is, but also just the fact that, you know, like, you need it for Ian, and we do see that this is a list with Ian. You need it with Genesis Dragon, and we saw this is a list with Genesis Dragon. So there's just managing it, especially going first when you only have those two, so important and so difficult, which is not easy for, you know, a newer player. Not that it's been bad plays. Like, it's been good play from Bo Boop.
Yeah, I mean, they made that first game ridiculously close. Way closer than it had any business being.
Yeah.
But this game looking like a little bit more of a runaway game from Shadow.
I mean, it is the turn 4, 5, 6, 7, the optimal ones, right?
Like, this is the optimal curve. The first time that we got to see it so far today. But yeah, like, this is just really, really difficult. Kaya is not going to be able to deal with the Gensetsu, because even if you play a Nori, the ping doesn't even happen until the opponent's turn, so you wouldn't be able to hit the Gensetsu anyway. So, in fact, the only way you could clear the Gensetsu is if you go for the second Veldane and then try to snipe it and go for the 1 in 3, which is, you know, pretty bad odds, but that's literally the only chance you have. Yeah, so they're going to play the Kaya. It's not going to be able to clear, but I guess maybe they're going to play out the Dawn Splendor. It's not going to be enough.
It's not enough,
Yeah, it's definitely not enough. Oh,
or
they
just
don't,
nothing.
They don't have time. It doesn't really matter either way. That's going to be a tremendous amount. They're going over lethal with this one.
I mean, yeah, Dawn Splendor alone, just all you need to do is Evo.
Yeah.
This is unnecessary. You had an Evo point. Come on. And you know what? Killing with Miyako, I respect it. Miyako's a good card.
I feel like that's maximum BM.
No, it's maximum good.
Pokes him with the 1/1 Miyako.
You're giving him some pudding, you know? You gotta give him the pudding time.
I mean, I guess so. If the pudding had been released prior to the kill, then it would have been kind of BM.
Okay, yeah. Fair enough.
Maybe. I don't know. That's just me though. But either way, it was a very solid set from Amazonian. I mean, we saw what happened in the first game. It could have gone either way, but this time around, she just pulled all the way through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a very solid play. You know, didn't really make any mistakes at all. They had the cards that they needed. They had the right curve, and they executed properly. So, you know, that's just good Shadowverse.
It's just the amount of time she's played Control Forest, the amount of brain power she's been accumulating after each and every buddy system.
You're leveling up every single time.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened here, yeah.
That's the goal. That's always the goal, right? It's part of the show.
Oh, constant improvement.
Yeah. But I love seeing that. I love when we get matches in this where it feels like we're actually just watching Shadowverse, you know?
Yes.
Which is very often, honestly.
It's a good thing we're watching Shadowverse and not like whatever other game. Good thing we are watching Shadowverse.
It's not like babies for Shadowverse. You know what I'm saying? It's like
not
it's
Shadowverse
like,
for babies.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess so. But you're still getting invested with some of these players as well. You get to watch their journey month after month. And speaking of, let's take a look at who we have in the bracket for you guys to root alongside, right? We have Terran and Mary Maybe. That's going to be a great one. That's Spell Boost Rune going up against Almataz Forest in the first semifinal game. On the other side, it's Snake Nade versus Amazonian, whom you just saw take the victory over Bebo Boop. It's going to be a pretty wild one, if I do say so myself. It's been a long time coming. We've been on here for a while. I really wanted to see that run back for Mary maybe to see how she contests the Shikigami runes this time around. So really excited. Yep, that's exactly what we were saying prior. Even before all this, we're like, yo, we get to see that run back. It's gonna be a real sweet deal.
Yeah, and then on the other side we have, is that the Evo Sword?
Yeah,
that is
Evo Sword versus Shadow again. And it's really funny that, you know, both of these decks, or both sides of the bracket, rather.
Yeah.
They're having people just run through all of the worst matchups that you can face. Like, the thing with Evo Sword in Buddy System is that it's actually pretty favored against Rune, and it's obviously favored against the combo decks as well, because you can go go really aggressive, have a high tempo, but it's not so great against Shadow. It's definitely winnable, but it's slightly unfavored. But the one Evo Sword is facing every Shadow, and then the Rune is facing every combo deck. It's like, you know, somehow it's just really unlucky for these guys. But at the same time, we've seen it. These guys can still pull out against these unfavored decks. We could definitely see, like, Rune versus Evo Sword in the finals, potentially.
They're technically 1-0 against their unfavored decks already, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can keep it through. But it's cool that we got four different crafts in top 4. I love seeing that.
That's really great.
That's right. So we've already established our top 4 here at Buddy System, and we also have a very, very pleasant surprise for you. Again, if you had a bad Valentine's Day, we hope that you guys stick around afterwards, because we do have a little card reveal segment going on with Noir and Wonder Chef. But that's all coming up after this. We're going to go back with our semifinals as well as the card reveal after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Buddy System. I'm not going to keep my voice like this for too long, but I'll tell you what. If nobody told you I love you yesterday, I'll tell you what, Temple Storm loves you, and that's for damn sure. My name is Jeremy Lopez, and we're back once again with Noir as well as Wonder Chef. And again, we're just about to get into the semifinal matches here at Buddy System. But before we do, we promised you a card reveal, and to start things off, we have Noir to break it down. The first card that we have, what's it going to be, Noir?
All right, so let's see right here. Rare Metal Dragon. We can get that up again. There it is.
I haven't looked at this, by the way.
Neither of us have looked at this. It's been open on the screen in front of me, but I've refused to look at it.
I've been looking away also.
So 4 Playpoint 3/3 Dragoncraft, gold follower. Whenever this follower takes damage, reduce that damage to 0 and give this follower -1/-1, even when it's attacked and damaged for 0. This follower destroyed when its defense drops below 1, obviously.
Whoa.
And it's same as the unevolved form. Interesting.
That's pretty good.
It can just take 3 sources of damage.
That's so weird. 3 sources of damage if it's unevolved, but 5 if it is evolved, right? Because it gets... Wow.
Because is there any other ways to buff it? If there's any other ways to buff it, it can be so hard to remove.
Yeah, I'm sure there are ways to buff it. So the thing is, like, okay. Yeah, reduces damage to 0 whenever this follower takes damage. So you could, like, ping it down multiple times with multiple sources of damage. That could still work. In terms of destruction effects, like Fire Embrace, that was still near this.
Yep.
Yeah. It's just like stuff like Wind Blast, but Wind Blast isn't really seeing play right now. Yeah, so yeah, this is a pretty hard card to evaluate. Honestly, like, Bane still works though, so that is also a big deal.
Yeah. It doesn't say can't be destroyed or anything like that. So the 2 things for me are, number 1, so obviously this it's still difficult to deal with, but how do you make it offensively scary?
Yeah.
So that you want to deal with it? Because, like, if somebody plays a 3/3 on turn 4, you're like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, often you're like,
and the thing is, like, even if they evolve it, it's a 5 attack follower. It's like, okay, well, you didn't advance your, Valdane game plan, because it's still going to be Nature or Dragon in the mini expansion. So, this doesn't really do anything for that deck, but I guess it can be annoying-ish sometimes.
It's there, and I feel like, especially if future cards come out for it, either in this mini expansion, because we've only seen one of the Dragon cards, right? This is the only Dragon card we've seen. Or if we see, like, just anything else in, like, future expansions, I feel like there's definitely possibilities for this card, right?
Yeah. If there's easy ways to buff it, or, I mean, maybe even give it Storm, or, like, do something crazy with it. Maybe give it Ward, for example, could be really good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. This having Ward would be pretty intimidating for sure. And I feel like that's almost the only way to make it intimidating, because the fact that it still gets destroyed by raw destruction effects, so not even Fire Embrace, stuff like, Val's Evolve, anything that just destroys instead of dealing damage is going to be, if you have that kind of effect, then you almost just take the game away, because they spent their time playing this card instead of doing something like playing Valdane or playing, like, trees or, like, ramping. There are so many things that Dragon wants to do, and this card does not accomplish any of them.
Yeah, but again, we'll see. I mean, there's definitely, like, some options within there.
Yeah.
I agree it doesn't fit within, like, the current Dragon metagame.
Of course, yeah.
But who knows where it goes, right?
Yeah, I mean, with the next expansion, future cards, if there is, like, some kind of support for this card, that could be good. But again, even then, the best case scenario, I feel like for a card like this would be almost to have a deck dedicated to it. I feel like that's almost the only way to really like make this card shine, because on its own, it doesn't fit into other types of strategies. This almost has to be sort of like an all-in type of thing. But if you're all-inning, you still have to draw this card, and then it's like, it's one of those things like, okay, you have to draw Alana, you have to draw Mecha Book Sorcerer, you have to draw Rare Metal Dragon, like he just kills one thing and then just sits there.
Play it with the Colosseum. Play with the Colosseum and let it come in with plus
on high.
Spit on you. Whoa. Sorry.
He was too excited.
I'm angry, I know.
He was trying to share his Valentine's Day love. Okay.
I'm salivating at the idea of it, of playing it as a 5/5, right?
Eat some chocolate, it'll soak it all up. It's fine.
Okay, yeah.
It'll totally be fine.
No, there we go. That's the idea, though, right? You play it with the arena.
Okay. Oh, he's opening.
It's still in plastic. I'm not opening it.
Not an unboxing stream.
No.
Not today.
There might be some cards in there. You never know. The next reveal is coming in this team can.
You got a Rare Metal Dragon in there.
I already looked. Actually, do we have another reveal, or is this the only reveal for today?
I believe this is the only one for today.
Yeah.
However, you can check out more over at templestorm.com, where Potwasher might have some reveals for himself as well as the meta snapshot. If you guys have been following along the entirety of Buddy System, you guys can check out some of the decks you've seen so far. Now let's take a look at how everything goes down in Buddy System. If you are just tuning in right now, we're going to go over the rules and the format. So, of course, the format is with the teams. Everyone is consisted of one streamer and one pro Shadowverse player. Every team could bring 2 decks, but one is just fine, as we've seen so far. Best of 3, single elimination. That's right. It's just one shot. Coaching rules, game number 1, there's absolutely no restrictions. You could literally guide your player turn by turn. However, the difficulty is kicked up in games 2 and 3 as the coaches are muted during the even turns. And this is a pretty big deal as we see what they're playing for. First place with $2,500 in their pocket. Second place with a good chunk of change as well with $1,500. And of course, third and fourth sharing that good old $500. That's a lot of chocolate if you ask me. It's a good amount of chocolate. And again, for those of you guys,
one really cheap piece of one really expensive piece of chocolate.
It could be. It could be
the most expensive chocolate you'll ever have.
And you guys at home could also win some prizes using the hashtag #SVBuddySystem over on Twitter. I for sure am going to be doing this in between games to get as many packs as possible with the Ultimate Coliseum, especially with a new expansion coming up as well. So be sure to take advantage of this giveaway right now. With that said, we only have 4 more teams left in the semifinals. And of course, it's Mary Maybe going up against Terran and Amazonian going up against Snake Nade.
How is it the first half totally won and the second half lost? That's so
Wait, that's actually kind of crazy.
Oh wait, but there's only one anime profile picture left, so.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Oh no.
So you see there the first
My
stop,
brothers are falling.
They're all going one by one. This is your fault because you're a coach or you're a commentator now or a caster now. We have Terran with Coach Eldrin going up against Mary Maybe and Zero Fine. Quite the matchup, as well as Snake Nade with Azure Cloud and Amazonian Frost. You guys do not want to miss this because these are going to be quite the runbacks in the semifinals.
Yeah, so the same matchups, 2 of these teams are going to play the exact same matchup that they just played, but against people who have also won with those decks now. So, and also against technically matchups that are not favored for them. So it's a really weird situation in both semifinal matches, but I think that our players in semifinals are all extremely good, and I think we're going to be in for just some really high-level gameplay. And also the coaches are great, of course. Can't talk about the coaches.
Absolutely.
Not to not give credit to the coaches, but the players have been definitely really impressive, especially with these top 4 players. Really, really good. I mean, I haven't seen that many misplays from them, if any, honestly. Really quite convincing gameplay. Again, you really could have convinced me that this was Shadowverse Open.
So this is going to be very, very interesting. Terran is actually a newcomer here at Buddy System, but Mary Maybe has been a veteran for
one
month. That counts. That still counts because her performance last month was
she got
a second place one.
So really good.
There are people who have been in like three months and not played as many games as Mary Maybe has by now, you know?
That's very true. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see. So we'll see. Terran with Eldrin going up against Mary Maybe and Zero Fine. Game number 1 of the first semifinal. Here we go.
And this is that spell boost rune on top against the Amata's Forest on the bottom. Now, this is the matchup that we saw earlier from Terran and Eldrin. And Mary Maybe got to match up earlier against Ambush Sword, so it's a very, very different game. All right, let's look at these mulligans.
Yeah, so we do see some really important cards over there from Terran and Eldrin. That traditional sorcerer, really, really important, and we do also have the Conjure Golem, could potentially keep at least the traditional sorcerer, I would think. It's very important in this matchup. You really want to have that strong turn 5, but they don't want it, actually. They're getting rid of the traditional sorcerer. They got Demon Caller, not quite as good, but at least it is something that they can bolster their board with on turn 5.
I mean, that's really weird because we saw, like I said, this is a run back of the matchup for Terran and Eldrin, and we saw the traditional sorcerer basically won them the game. One of their
yeah, I mean, it's just a strong card on its own, but especially in these combo matchups, it's so important to get that cheap spell boosted ward out there. Creates pressure on board, you know, and wards are health against Amataz, so well, that is their decision to toss it, though. Definitely could have been looking for something like Kuan. You do want Kuan eventually in this matchup if you want to win, or potentially just like an insane amount of Zealots for a lot of direct damage. But on the other side, Mary Maybe and Zero Fine ended up with a really interesting double Spirit Shine and Airbound Barrage opener. Definitely not what you want to see over there. There's a lot of fairies, but not a whole lot else.
True, but luckily there is some draw in hand in the form of Kokoro.
Yeah.
You could potentially bounce the Kokoro if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, that would be kind of unlikely, but that would have to come out on like turn 5 or something.
Yeah,
unless they want to play like Kokoro bounce on turn 3 and then play Kokoro again on turn 4, could be an option. Definitely not too bad, but they do play core, so there's not going to be an airbound target this turn.
Yeah, well, they do have the ability. Okay, there's Water Fairy, but I mean, Miracle of Love is a card that we talked about a little bit earlier, just as an option in this deck, and it could be good. Wow, the third
Spirit Shine.
Too many fairies?
Too much power.
So at this point, do you maybe play out one of the... Well, yeah, Water Fairy's always a safe
Water
bet,
Fairy is definitely the play here. You don't quite need to play out a fairy yet, just empty your hand. You can... Oh,
there it
Kuan off the top. On turn 4, definitely a reasonable point in time to draw it. So at this point, though, what they are still looking for on the side of Eldrin and Terran is a strong evolve follower, or just any follower that they can evolve, really. Okay, so they're going to go for the project here. Okay, interesting. Going to copy the Kuan right off the bat.
Well, definitely if this game gets a little bit later on, then it's going to just be unstoppable, but are they going to make it? There's the question, because now they've got like 4 different things in their hand that are trying to get spell boosted, and only like one option to really spell boost it?
Yeah, and May off the top, definitely not what they're looking for either for Mary Maybe and Zero Fine. There's not even Divine Smithing in hand, so that's off the table, at least for now. Drawing May is just really unfortunate in general, but here, I guess you could potentially go wide this turn. You could definitely develop some fairies, and then you have the Spirit Shines to keep your hand full in case you do draw, you know, Amataz or something like that. So this turn could potentially be something like just 1 fairy plus the Miracle of Love. Go 4 wide, it's pretty solid, and I do like the Gentle Forest Beauty here because you can evolve a follower and just have multiple things that cannot be pinged off by the 2 damage from Kyoka if they had it.
Yeah, so do you think we're going to see an Evo... Oh, no. I was going to say an Evo face from Kokoro. That would have been a pretty tough stat line to deal with, right, at 4?
Yeah, but you do manage to get another follower that can... as more than 2 HP is the big deal, because, you know, either way, you're going to have something that survives behind that ward. As long as both the ward and something behind it cannot be pinged out by Kokoro, you are fine. And in general, like, evolving Water Fairy is good because, you know, killing off the Water Fairy, giving a fairy back is not a good thing for the opponent. So, in general, evolving Water Fairy is pretty good in these types of situations.
Alright, so do you use an Evo point here?
I think you have to, just to get the core out of the way. You do need to get a lot more spell boost than what you have currently. Your Kuans are sitting really high in cost right now. You definitely need these insights to help bring that down a bit and hopefully, you know, draw more cards to play. You know, okay, gonna go for the Verdict Ritual. That is definitely okay too. You can clear more things this way and definitely keep your 4-3 alive, so I like this quite a bit. You can play the Insights next turn instead, no problem at all. So I guess you could trade that into the 2-3 and then trade over the Kokoro. Seems pretty decent. At this point...
Is there any possibility that trading over May would be more important, just so that they could never bounce it I mean, they have 2 more, of course, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think.
Yeah, so in terms of bounce targets, I think Mei is probably like the least scary bounce target, because if they bounce the Kokoro back, of course they can get more card draw, and you know that they'll be able to proc it, obviously. That's not going to be a problem. They haven't played Amataz or Divine Smithing yet at this point, so there is some chance that they don't have it. Of course, we know that they don't, but in any case, you don't want to give them the opportunity to replay the Kokoro and draw 2 cards with it. That could just, you know, be a huge disaster for you, especially because these Kuons are not coming out anytime soon.
That is true, and that in fact might have been the play this turn had Kokoro been back up.
Yeah, I think so, but now they're going to have to do a really awkward play. They're bouncing a fairy, not at all what you want to see. It's really a slow game here for Amataz. They weren't able to put together an aggro game plan because they had literally a full hand of spells early on top of going second. And now they're not drawing any of their important storm cards, so they've got just a ton of fairies in their hand. They've got like 10 fairies. So I guess finally it is time to play a few of these, or they could play out the Mei to clear out the 3-1 and push 1 damage.
Yeah, I mean better than nothing, right?
3 damage rather with that Evo. Assuming they should Evo face at this point. No reason not to. You have to get this damage in. If they draw Amataz, it's just gonna be that's just the difference right there. Sometimes you don't draw Amataz, sometimes you do. But let's have a listen in on Terran and Eladrin as they deal with their hand.
Got a Kuon off of it.
Another insight.
Zealot.
Another insight, I guess. Nothing good so far.
Chaos Wielder.
Chaos Wielder. Magic Missile on the 1-1.
I got Shigami.
I don't
Shigami
need to play
summons.
the Embrace on the 3-3 right now. Unfortunately.
That's all we can do.
And pass the turn. So, if they miss right now, we win.
Yeah, we're kind of getting RNG. Well, not RNG'd, but...
If we drew Shikigami earlier, it would be amazing for us, but we didn't, so... Right now, we have to pray. Okay, that's not that bad for us.
Or should we save it?
Yeah, so,
I mean... Oh my god, that was so bad.
Yeah,
Should we evolve, or should we, like, save
Evolve, yes, evolve.
it? Okay.
Oh my god, if we get punished, I'm gonna be so pissed.
We're gonna get really punished. We're gonna get punished. We're gonna get punished.
Yeah, actually.
That Mataz that we need is, it's gonna, or Divine, we're so messed up. We're so... concede.
Yeah, there's not too many great options at that point, though. Anyway, I mean, you know that you're getting.
I mean, Terran and Eladrin definitely seeing that enhanced monkey on turn 6 definitely says a lot about the quality of the other player's hand. You know, obviously they would have played any of their storm cards had they, been available. So that is definitely a positive sign for Terran and Eladrin. The Kuon is still not going to be available quite yet, I think. Actually, no, it is. It will. Yeah. There it is.
You can double insight into it too.
Okay, yeah, it costs 4, so it will be available now. You can double insight, and then this is gonna be... Oh my god, that's so many Kuon! That's so much power.
That is too much. Unnecessary.
Unnecessary power.
Alright, so you clear out the 2-2, I'm assuming, play the Kuon, and win the game?
Yeah, pretty much. At this point, you might as well like trade with your non-wards into the 4-4, play it safe, and then I think you just sit on that. I think you can play out the Chaos Wielder as well, and then just play Kuon after Kuon, and hopefully you will be able to win just like that.
Is there any way that they could win this turn? Not, because they get their 4 points. They'd have to trade. They don't have any evil points. They would have to trade 3 in. So no. And no, wait, I'm going to talk about they're at 9 anyway, because they were talking about how they're getting punished for that. So, I would definitely say there's no way they can win this turn. They can play 4 fairies.
Yeah, they can play 4 fairies.
And get 2 back.
Yeah, they're really trying to play right now, but it's not looking too good when your hand is literally 8 fairies.
Oh, and a May.
I'm the grown-up here. Not for long, though.
I mean, on the bright side, they can't really develop that much more of a board. They can't like play a lot more wards, right? So I mean,
yeah,
it could be worse. They still have a lot of fairies in hand. Not that it really matters that much.
Yeah. Even if they play a second Kuon at this point, it would at least give them a ward.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just one of those games where Amataz doesn't get anything. And I mean, this definitely happens a lot where, Rune is, a really strong deck, but it's also fairly consistent, even though there are really crazy high roll games. On the flip side, even when your hand isn't super good, it can still pull out wins. I mean, this was a pretty reasonable hand, not too bad and not too great either. This being able to beat Amataz when they have a really unlucky hand is just that's just how it is sometimes, and that's just the risk that you take when you play Amataz. Sometimes it just loses to itself.
Yeah, I mean, you just got it sometimes, but I mean, there's still more than one game to make it happen. And
Definitely.
It didn't get its win cons, and
yeah,
that happens.
And that's Shadowverse.
They're playing extremely safe on the Rune side right now.
Excessively safe.
Yeah,
but I mean, you might as well. You have 7 health at this point. Amataz could do something maybe over a couple turns because you aren't gonna kill them right away either. Oh my, that is a full trade.
That's true, I guess. If you draw Amataz into Amataz, you might live, right?
Yeah, I mean, if they didn't trade and then they drew Amataz, there could have been maybe something going on, but
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, what are they even gonna draw this turn? Another fruity avatar. That was the same card that they milled last turn. Yeah, that's way too many fairies. They really want to play, but they're gonna have to play the next game, and hopefully for them a game 3 as well, because this one looks like it's all but wrapped up in the favor of Terran and Eldrin, and that's the concede coming out. No way for them to deal with any of this board with only fairies in their hand.
Yeah, they can just hold those fairies in hand for the next game, though, right? That's how it works, I'm pretty sure.
Hopefully.
Yeah, they're just it's in their second hand, and then they just bring it in.
On the other hand, they already drew all their fairy cards now. Will they draw them again next game?
Oh, no, zero.
That's
zero
not how it
fair
works.
creation.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna be all Amataz and that's it. That's all they're gonna do.
That's the classic. That's the Shadowverse Open experience. But you draw all of one type of card in one game. You're like, okay, you know what? Next game I'll get them. And then the next game, only Amataz. Or the only.
Where were you
the
earlier?
Literal opposite,
Come on.
The opposite half of your deck, and you're like, is this really happening right now? This is how I go X2? Are you kidding me?
I feel like I would press concede immediately after. I wouldn't even try to fight it out. It's like I can't. The worst is if you get it on the first turn and then you mulligan for anything else, and they come back. I've had that happen to me in ladder. I'm like, this is actually ridiculous.
Yeah, it can be a little bit frustrating, but card games, it's just
it'd be like that sometimes, as you mentioned before.
Be like that.
And this is the first time we've seen Mary maybe not clutch it out with top decks. I mean, that was like her strong suit from last week.
It was always Amataz the turn that you need Amataz, every single time.
I was hoping, but then she got Fruity Avatar, and it was just unfortunate. It was the second, 2 times in a row?
Yeah, 2 times in a row they got Fruity Avatar when they already had so many fairies in hand.
Nasty.
That's not at all what you want to see there.
So Terran and Eldrin taking the first game, a great start, especially with a deck like Shikigami Rune, right? Being able to take it over Mary maybe, but we'll see if Mary's luck will turn around with Coach Zero Fine. Here we go, game number 2.
All right, and you know what? Let's take a listen in to Mary Maybe and Zero Fine right at the start. I just want to hear what their thoughts are super early on.
The boy, here he is.
Do I get rid of Kokoro?
Of course.
Okay, and this is what we're keeping.
Yes. Willy pack. Nice.
I ain't that lucky.
Okay, the dream. We're getting turn for Amataz with Fairy Evil.
Okay, so turn
True.
2, we are going to Mysterian Project 1, and that's it.
Just Mysterian Project
Yeah.
Kuon? Okay.
Unless we
I'm entering.
draw
Oh, wait.
Shikigami summons, play Shikigami summons.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it. All right.
Oh, they didn't get it. They didn't get the dream.
No Wily Pug Dream here, but thankfully they already have Spirit Shine and the Amataz finally in their hand. You know, tossing out the Kokoro for May, a little bit less than ideal there, but Spirit Shine plus Amataz is already really strong, and they also have a second Kokoro anyway, so they could definitely play that on turn 2, get a card draw, and hopefully find some of the fairies they had from last game.
Yeah, I mean, that's already a pretty good amount, you know, pretty solid. They're looking at least better than last game, guaranteed. Of course, the top hand, that is a pretty solid potentially hand. Of course, they didn't get a Kyoka the entire last game, right?
That's right.
And they definitely could use one again this time. And again, duplicating the Kuon.
Yeah, so duplicating Kuon really early once again. They also tossed the traditional sorcerer this time as well. Really looking very hard for those cards like Kyoka and Kuon, I'm assuming. So that's going to be the turn 2 Kokoro, draws a water fairy. That's just one fairy though, so...
Yeah, they're 3 down still, but they do have the double Amataz. That's nice.
Once they get there, it's going to be just an absolute banger from there, but... I mean, this is almost looking like what we were mentioning before, like all of the fairies in one game and then all of the storm in the next game. You know, hopefully for them, they can make it a 3-game series and, you know, draw a few more fairies. They only need a few more.
If that May actually was a Wily Puck, this would have been literally the best hand possible, I think.
Yes. Literally the best hand possible with, like, the turn 4 Amataz.
Well, I guess you could have taken the Miracle of Love and made it a divine or a smithing, right?
Yeah.
Technically, but whatever. It would have been more than enough to kill. So they still need to find 3. Do they have enough time if it is a Wily Puck, or do they want to look for something else right now?
If they top deck Wily Puck now, they would definitely still be able to play it. They do have a decent amount of time. It does depend on how quickly Eldrin and Tyranny manage to spell boost their hand. They don't have that many followers to play, and those really do help with spell boosting because they're the Shikigami cards, they spell boost your hand once they die. So not having those alleviates pressure from Mary and Zero Fine, as well as, you know, it just slows down the overall game plan. So I think they do have enough time to play out the Wily Puck if they draw into it. But, I mean, at the same time, they could even play it as the, 4 playpoint version if they want to just play out the Miracle of Love instead, which is also not a bad option.
Well, let's see what they get. A second
Another
water fairy.
Yeah, I think they have to play these out now, and probably with the May alongside, because that May is not going to be able to proc the 4 damage effect this game, because they're not going to be able to play the 1 cost. Yeah. You might as well just go wide here, push a bit more damage. On turn 4, they're not going to be able to remove like more than 2 things max. Probably only remove 1. Probably going to be something like the Verdict Ritual plus Golem, if I had to guess. Magic Missile would be a pretty decent draw into something like Kyoka or Traditional Sorcerer. That's going to be what Eldrin and Terran really want right now.
Yeah, then they're wasting a lot of resources. I mean, they are getting some spell boosts, but, you know, they're dealing with 1/1s right now, which is not a huge deal. Do you just leave the Water Fairies up?
Yeah, you definitely want to leave those available, leave those alive. If you're going to clear anything, you definitely want to be clearing the Kokoro or the May. Yeah, you definitely don't want to give them the free fairies back if possible, especially because you know they don't have that many fairies in hand. You know they have exactly 2 at the moment. And so if you were to give them these fairies back, that plus like Fairy Circle and Amataz would just be a game over right there pretty much.
Yeah, literally on like the turn. That would have been beautiful, but of course that's not even their turn yet. They've still just been talking about what they want to do.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to think about from the side of Mary and Zero Fine here, depending on whether the Rune player has any followers on board, and if they do they want to trade in these water fairies if they draw, you know, more fairy generation? That has to be something to consider. And what if it's like a Fairy Circle or if it's a Whisper? Because if it's Whisper, it costs 2 and you won't be able to fit in the Amataz at the same time, so you will definitely have some considerations to make there as well. Conjure Golem in hand would give them a way to get these water fairies off the board, and so this could be a tough turn for Terran on her own, deciding between the Clark or the Golem.
Well, wait, the Golem won't do anything with this turn because it's not an Evo turn, right? Or does it do something else?
So Mary Maybe and Zero Fine would have the option to trade into the Golem.
Gotcha. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
if they
the
draw,
other way around.
like, for example, like a fairy circle, then the Amatos would be active right away.
So this is actually a really scary situation, because now if they do trade into this Golem, there's not actually a target for the core either, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And then, of course, yeah, there's the Fairy Whisperer, so that is all 6?
Yeah, that would be 6. So now this is actually potentially one of the situations that Zero Fine was talking about. So here there are quite a few options again. You could have played Fairy Whisperer and just like evolve that over the 2/2 and just push fewer damage, but you know, get control over the board a little bit and make sure you have the setup for Amatos. The other option, of course, is this, which is just all-out Smork, and then save the Whisperer for turn 5 with Amatos, and hopefully these fairies will be destroyed by then. So definitely reasonable. You do want to push every single bit of damage you can, because those wards, once Kuan comes out, are so intimidating, so I definitely think this is a viable play. You just evolve face. When in doubt, just hit face.
When in doubt, hit face. Oh, and yeah, this is tough. There's only one real play this turn, right? I mean, you can core and then do nothing, but you're leaving so much damage on board. You're leaving at least 7, which is half your life. So you really kind of have to Clark, right? You have to Clark and then Verdict Ritual and then hope you get an Insight.
Yeah, pretty much. You can't leave this 3/3 on the board. It's just going to be too much damage, you know, Amatos or not. So, you know, definitely really good from Mary Maybe and Zero Fine, or just Mary Maybe. There was just the even turn. To recognize that, go for the Evolve face, go for the more aggressive play. Really good. So she does go for that. Draws another Zealot. That's not what they're looking for right now. They definitely need a lot more spells. Their hand is just too much value and not enough, you know, proper flow there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think how fast they can get. So they can definitely, but if they're lucky, not this next turn, but on turn 7, get their first Kuan, right? But they'd have to get lucky.
Yeah, they'd have to get quite lucky for that one. Meanwhile, Mary Maybe, Zero Fine, I think they're quite content just repeatedly evolving face at this point. The Rune player is having just an abysmal early and mid game at this point. So even though the Amatos is not coming live yet, they can just keep fading face with these 1/1s and deal a lot of damage.
Right, you don't even, I mean, it still is actually possible to get Amatos to trigger this turn potentially, right? If you draw the perfect option? No, you wouldn't actually. You'd be 1 play point low. So what are you getting? Second Fairy Whisperer.
Yeah, so I guess at this point you could just play out with the Whisperers and then 1 Fairy and just evolve face with the Water Fairy. I'm guessing that's going to be the play here. Looks.
All right, well, let's listen out the rest of their turn. See what they're choosing.
It won't be long now. Bad people are evil.
We're gonna hit face.
Yes.
Stay away. No, not so fast.
All right.
And now I think you play your Amatas.
One of the Amatas.
One of the Amatas, yeah.
Okay.
All right. So on the next turn, I doubt you will be able to lethal them. Try to get as many fairies as possible in your hand. Play Amatas. Be able to.
So we want to put Fairy Whisperer out unless they kill one of my water fairies and then Amatas.
See which is the most efficient way to do it, depending on what you draw. Like if you draw Divine Smithing, something like Fairy Whisperer, Amatas, and Divine Smithing is the best.
Who do I evolve?
You can push phase.
Do I evolve one of the fairies next round, or like who do I evolve?
Unless you feel threatened, unless something really threatening happens, don't evolve, because our evolve is really important at this point because they are very low. So yeah, I think you will pull this.
Okay, all right.
I think that he's... Oh, never mind. Well, I was going to say, I think he might be underrating how potentially they had lethal. And actually... No, this trades over... Oh, that's awkward. So you do get the spell boost, and you have at least 1 Fire Embrace, right? If you play it twice, and the second Fire Embrace is 4, and then it becomes 3, so then it would be... Oh, you could play Kyoka Fire Embrace this turn, double Fire Embrace this turn. So
You can definitely get over that first Amatoz there being played out just to put out a little bit more pressure. Really, really aggressive, that play. Just extremely, going ham there. But Eladrin and Terran do have a way to clear this. They are going to play out the core first just to get a few more insights, I think. I believe that the first Fire Embrace is at 2 cost.
Yeah, now it's at 1.
Okay.
And then the Evolve will take it down to 0 by itself.
Yeah, so this is looking pretty... I mean, this isn't too bad for Terran and Eladrin, but that second Amatoz is on the way. They have to be aware of that. They would not play the first Amatoz if that wasn't the case.
Was that a little bit of a misplay right there, dealing damage to...
Yeah, that was definitely not... Oh!
Uh-oh.
What the...
Insight.
Oh,
Insight.
no.
Wait, so this is... Okay, still not lethal though, I don't think, right? Because you get 3, 4 Amatoz and then 2 more.
Oh, are they not going to play the Zealot? Ooh.
Oh, well, actually, did that save their life, right?
Might have, actually. Yeah, because...
Now they can get a maximum of, I believe, 8 damage?
Yeah. That was actually kind of like... It's kind of like went back over to big brain plays, but yeah, that was a really interesting turn. Not really what I was expecting the Kyoka to be used for, but at least they
live.
They're not going to be dead this turn.
Yeah,
absolutely.
All right, so the question here is, do you use the Fairy Whisperer first? Well, you can't use it first, so you would have to... So I guess you just take what you can get, right? You just play out your fairies and build a little bit of a stronger board?
You already have 6 fairies in hand, so Amatoz is going to be active. At this point, you could play 1... Yeah, the Fruity Avatar plus 1 was the Amatoz, and then 1 fairy is all of your board space and all of your play points. And I think that's actually quite good. I think she played that pretty perfectly, actually. And then we're going to Evil Face with something here. That's going to be really threatening. And then next turn, almost certainly, they will have lethal. Oh, I mean, they don't have the Evil Face. Zero Fine actually told her not to. I guess, yeah, that's reasonable. There's no reason to Evil Face here.
Yeah, because you can always Evil Face later if you're dealing face damage anyway.
Yeah.
All right, so 6. So there's at least 1 Kuon available. There's 1 Fiery Embrace. There's gonna be a Zealot, right? Potentially Magic Missile, but you're getting...
Yeah. So they can definitely set up some wards here and some Zealots. They can clear pretty much everything here.
Is there an evolution point available? Yes,
there is.
So you can definitely full clear, right? The potential's even there for like double Kuon in 1 turn.
Yeah. So you might actually see double Kuon this turn, just so they can get the double Celestial Shikigami, get 10 health and wards. They could even pre-evolve one of them to get it up to 12. And then at that point, they would certainly be able to survive. However... Okay, no, it's... Actually, no, they can't get that anymore because they use the Fire Embrace
was
on the 3-3 or on the higher attack follower.
Yeah,
so that means they cannot trade these off and they can't actually double Kuon.
Okay, so since they can't double Kuon... Well, no, they can actually still double Kuon, but they won't get...
The ward.
Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, technically it's useless. So they have 5, so you win, right? Yeah, there's no way you don't win here. Because you trade in 3 or 2. The optimal would be 1 and then 1 and an Evolve Fairy, right? And then you just play 3 fairies and you win.
And yeah, pretty much.
And that should be very, very simple. It is going to be even on odds.
Oh,
come on.
my goodness.
Come on. You
it's
didn't need
too
that.
much power.
All right, play Amatoz. Evolve into the 4/5 for fun.
Yeah.
For funsies, you know?
Just to show them you had all 3 the whole time.
Yeah. Show them, hey, yeah. Hey, wow, they're actually doing it. That's messed up.
I mean, Zero Fine for sure told her to do that. Just show him we have the 3rd one. Destroy their morale. Those are the long-term plays, you know. In a best of series, you gotta be looking at the big picture. So I like that play a lot. You know, really solid play from Mary Maybe and Zero Fine. Holding on to the Evo point, you know, properly managing their resources, ordering all of their cards probably to get the maximum value out of, you know, their buffs and all the fairy generation. Really, really well played there.
Yeah, all down to every single opportunity. And it is also funny that they got 0 Amataz game 1 and they got 3 game 2. Like, is that how it's shuffled? And 0 Demine Smithing any game? Is that
haven't seen it, yeah.
Is that card in the deck? Are they using the right list?
I told you, the bald guys like to party, man. Amataz are coming out sooner or later. I still can't believe they got out all 3.
Yeah. It's a little late to the party, but when he's there, he goes hard. Man.
The third one's their DD. That's what it is. The other 2 party. The third bald guy was like, all right, guys, let's bring it on home. Come on now, let's do this. But, you know, Tyrion also had, I feel like, that one turn where you thought it was like a slight misplay on that. Can you elaborate one more time when it came to the decision-making behind the Fiery Embrace as well as what happened with the Magic Missile?
Yeah, so the Fiery Embrace, they use it on the most powerful follower there, which is normally what you would want to do. But in that case, you know, Kuan summons a board of 4 followers, and the second thing that she summons is that ward. So basically what you need to do is you have to play 2 Kuans that turn, and make sure that you have enough board space for that second Kuan to summon the ward.
Of course. Yeah.
So what that means is you have to trade off your 1/3 from the first Kuan. The only way to do that is to leave that stronger follower alive, and then, or like, I don't remember quite the
It was an Amataz, but, play point.
Yeah, the exact play points, I don't know if you could have, like, traded it first and then Fire Embrace it later. That could have been a thing, but either way, you had to get that trade-off and then embrace something else so that you could actually get the second ward out. And then with that, those 2 wards representing 10 health plus an evolve to make it 12.
That's quite the board. Yeah, either 4 face or just posing a threat for your fairies to have to break through the barriers, right? Those 2 wards are going to be problematic.
Like those wards, they do represent health, so if they managed to get 12 ward health on board, they would have been able to survive and then win that game, actually. Yeah.
No, they would have still lost. They would have lost to anything except for the third Amataz, right?
Jeez. Well, we'll see how it goes down.
Yeah,
we got another chance for both of these individuals. It's their last chance, as a matter of fact. Terran versus Mary Maybe. Here we go.
I guess you're looking for a fight.
Oh, and I missed who's going first. I always miss.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch that either, but we do see the nice combination of Fairy Whisper plus Airbound Barrage. Normally it's a pretty good combo, but against Rune, it can be difficult to get that Airbound Barrage off because they're not necessarily going to have targets for you to hit with it. So they are going to toss everything. A little bit surprised that they tossed the Fairy Whisper, but I'm assuming that means they're... Okay, so they're going second. Interesting.
I guess they just really want their win conditions.
Yeah, I mean, after that first game, I can't really blame them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so fair enough.
And...
Okay,
nope,
so...
don't get it.
Spirit Shine, pretty good. That is going to be a good amount of fairies right away. They've got those 2 plus the Fruity Avatar and the Sylvan Justice. That's already 4 fairies in hand. If they want, they could airbound the Avatar for 5 fairies. If they draw a Water Fairy, that could be exactly 6 if they want to go for that plan. Kokoro also on the table as well. They could play either of these on turn 2. Probably play the Avatar, though, if they want to put as much pressure as possible.
Yeah, they might have some trouble, though, like getting that Sylvan Justice into a spot just to get it out of their hand, right?
Yeah, potentially. There is a Shikigami summons from the hand of Terran and Eladrin, though, and I'm guessing they will be playing that on turn 2 because, I mean, they don't even have a target to hit with Mysterian Project there yet.
Right.
So if they play that, then I think they could actually play out the Kokoro first, make sure that the Shikigami will survive, and then ensures that they will have a target for Sylvan Justice.
Right.
If they want to go with that route. Oh, that is just a really, really suboptimal hand there. Yeah, double core, double project is a bit of a nightmare situation.
Just draw Kyoka, dupe it twice, and then get like, I don't know, 9 spell boosts?
Yeah, you have to, like, at this point, you kind of have to, like, top deck multiple cards at a time even to have something really good, but... Yeah, so okay, they might actually play your Avatar. Okay, so they do go for the Avatar. I guess they're going to be saving that Sylvan Justice, just in case they have, for example, a Traditional Sorcerer. Traditional Sorcerer.
Okay. Hey.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so Sylvan Justice, you do want to get it out, but you don't have to get it out right away. They don't have the Storm cards yet, so they're not in a big rush or anything. They can always wait for the Evolve followers to use Sylvan Justice on that instead. And, of course, Traditional Sorcerer is a 2 health follower, and the wards can be really annoying, so having the removal to deal with that is definitely going to be really important as well. And they are going to go ahead and copy that. So there will be multiple Traditional Sorcerers coming down.
Yeah, this is really nice. They really need to like build themselves that time, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And with no WinCon in hand yet, they could definitely have plenty of time here.
Well, it's still possibly there. We do have the Kokoro. We have the potential draw from Kokoro.
Yeah, but they won't be able to get the double draw this turn. They could play Mallet Monkey first, and then... Yeah, it would still be rough to get the double draw on the Kokoro because you don't want to use any of these fairies quite yet. It's going to be very interesting to see what they decide to do on turn 3. And at this point, they must be very curious about what a Tyrion and Eldrin have in store because, I mean, it doesn't look so bad so far. I mean, it was just Shikigami into Project. But they must be, considering the possibility of multiple wards coming down, whether that's multiple Kuans or multiple traditional sorcerers. So, definitely smart of them to keep this Sylvan Justice as late as possible. Make sure it gets a really strong use.
Okay, so we do see that they have in hand essentially enough fairies. Is there any? I mean, do you just play the? Do you save the fairy generators until later and just start dealing damage with the monkey?
That is one option. I think it's reasonable because you have a lot of fairies in hand, so that means you could feasibly get that Kokoro with that top deck being Fairy Whisper. Now that you know you have more fairies incoming, you can spend a few to make sure you proc that Kokoro, draw more cards, dig deeper into your deck, and hopefully hit that Amatoz.
Yeah, well, I mean, even next turn there are actually a lot of different options to proc the Kokoro in ways where you don't have to waste anything, which is nice.
Yeah, absolutely. They could go for an Airbound as well, but I think Fairy Kokoro is looking like a pretty strong option next turn. Definitely going to be discussing that one. On the other side, it looks like the only thing that they can do is probably play the core out. Not terrible, but you are going to be eating a little bit more damage from that Mallet Monkey. A Clark would be pretty decent to see right now, but even that, it doesn't leave you with a whole lot of... Oh my...
Well, there it is.
Again, like I say traditional sorcerer, they draw it, and now again with Clark.
Yeah, that is really nice. That sets up for at least one traditional sorcerer next turn, which is nice, if they so choose to.
Yeah, but at the same time, it means that these double cores in their hand are going to continue to be really dead in their hand, so I'm really... This is just going to be a really rough turn. It is an even turn as well. She's just going to go for matching her turn with her play points, reasonable enough. We've got 3 traditional sorcerers here. I'm assuming Eldrin probably might have tipped her off on that one. Just get all of these. These are the only followers we have. We might as well pick up what we can. But Mary, maybe this looks like a pretty... Okay, so they're going to go for the Kokoro first, actually. Interesting. And drawing another Fairy Whisper. That is Fairy Overload once again.
Yeah, almost too many at this point.
Yeah, and so now they're in a situation where if they play the Fairy Whisper, they're actually going to mill a card, I believe. So, yeah, they might have to like play the fairies anyway. And then at this point, it would just be kind of weird because you played the fairies and then... Okay, so they're going to go for the double Kokoro to make sure it's not a strict misplay. They're keeping all of these fairies in hand.
Yeah, this at this point, now they definitely have too many fairies. So had they played double fairy into Kokoro that last turn, then they could have still easily had 6 guaranteed and maybe a little bit more draw power. But they do have, a board, I guess.
Yeah, it's still an okay board. It would have been 1 follower wider, and going wide is definitely really, really good against Rune. It can make all the difference sometimes. So, I mean, the bigger difference, though, is being able to draw 1 more card. And if they had gone for a Fairy Kokoro, that still leaves the second Kokoro available, where, even if you still don't have a Storm card after that, you could potentially just do the same thing again, because you have so many Fairy generators in your hand. You kind of have to go for it and hope that Rune doesn't really have a fast, few turns that and you have, enough time to set up for Amatoz.
Right. All right. So now, if they draw like any sort of close to win condition, this is going to be so hard to deal with. But I mean, they still have the Kokoro. This might be the time to use the Airbound, right? Because you need to get the Airbound out of your hand at some point, especially with how many fairies you potentially have.
Yeah, exactly. So Airbound is a decent option here.
Into maybe more draw from Kokoro?
Yeah. They could also just evolve over it and save the Airbound for something that they can't really evo over very well. That's definitely an option. But the thing with these Fairy Whispers, there's 2 of them in hand, and they are just so clunky. At this point, costing 2 is still not great in terms of being able to, fit that along with other potential top decks. Like that one not being so good right there. But yeah, like their hand size is already very big, and 2 play points at this point is still like quite a bit for this deck. So they're just really clunky. I think they probably needed to try and empty their hand earlier on by getting rid of some of these fairies that are replaceable anyway. Now at this point, they kind of have to use the Kokoro as like a 1 cost, as a 1 draw, because they have so many cards in their hand.
Yeah.
And
now there's not really great options in general, right?
Yeah. Now I think you still have to play one of the fairies. Like you really should like start emptying your hand at this point, because I mean, anything else is just going to mill cards. You have to get your next top deck. So I do like this. We're going to play 1 Mei and 1 Fairy. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, they do get 1 more Mei back, so they still do not overdraw. That was a pretty good turn there.
Yeah, although now we're starting to get to points where, I mean, time is becoming more and more available for Terran and Eldrin. Now, they still don't have a Kuon, so it's not super scary, but they are starting to build up some pretty good wards.
Yeah, they've got double Traditional Sorcerer in hand, and now followed up by double Demon Caller. So that is actually... We're looking at some really crazy stuff. They could even, you know, potentially double core, evolve the 0-cost Sorcerer, and then just play a million Insights, and then see where that goes from there. That could be really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if they get a Kuon draw for their... Well, no, they do not. That would have been extremely strong. I would have gotten it down to potentially playable next turn.
That would have been a woe for sure, yeah.
Whoa! But they didn't. They're still without their Kuon.
So they're going to start off with Magic Missile. It's a safe bet. Okay, so Traditional Sorcerer, not a terrible draw.
Or it's Chaos Wielder.
Or, yeah, Chaos Wielder. My bad. So they can still go for Core this turn and evolve the 0-cost. I think that should be the play here. You definitely need to get these Insights going. You definitely want to boost the card that you just drew, as well as these Demon Callers. If you can get a pretty wide board, a really scary board, that's definitely possible with this hand. Then you could definitely look to threaten Epitaz that way as well. And of course, the Traditional Sorcerer, the second one that they play later, it gives ward to any Shikigami card that comes out, including the 3/3s or the 4/3s that come from Demon Caller. So those can pick up ward as well, and that can be really effective.
Yeah, we're starting to see the time where these boards are being built. And the Chaos Wielder actually was super duper nice, just because it's giving them more of an option to draw into what they need to actually win.
Yeah, so we're going to see these Insights come out, I'm assuming, and then this game is definitely going to change a lot based on what they draw right here. Clark is a good card. Definitely really solid. And Kyoka, no more evil points left, unfortunately, but I guess it can be played just as a follower later on at some point. With this relatively slow forest hand, you could potentially just threaten them with a 3-mana 3/3.
Yeah, there's nothing going on right now. I mean, what do you even do at this point? So you can get rid of the Sylvan Justice maybe. There's 2 of them now, so you can get rid of that way. That leaves you with 2 points left. There's nothing good. This is not a fun turn.
Not a fun one indeed. You do need to get rid of these wards one way or another, but you're probably going to have to burn an evil point here, if not to get over the wards. At least you want to kill off these Traditional Sorcerers. There are 2 of them though, so might not be... Well, you could get through both if you want to use double Sylvan Justice. That could be an option.
Yeah, you could hit 2 of them, but then the wards are still up, and you would... I mean, you could evil over one of the wards.
Yeah. Oh, so they are gonna go... She's gonna go for this really, really sad monkey. That's like the saddest monkey I've ever seen. You're gonna trade in that fairy as well. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm surprised that wasn't an evolved fairy just to get rid of it.
Yeah, I think like evolving one way or another was definitely the move. I mean, if they were gonna go for the monkeys, you probably evolve a monkey to hit over the 3/4, and then you can just like trade a value trade over the 1/3 ward. You would leave both of the Traditional Sorcerers alive, which is not good either, but it would definitely not be as scary of a situation as this. They're gonna play out that core, get the free evolve point back, and push a lot of damage. Can get a Demon Caller out as well for a full board and another ward.
Yeah, that's tough. And then 7 to face. And how much stat line with a ward? 7? Yeah, 7. Still no Kuon, but maybe you don't need it.
Yeah, you definitely. Yeah, this is definitely a type of game where Kuon would have been nice, but you end up not needing it anyway. I mean, this is exactly why like traditional sorcerer is just so strong. This was not even that ideal, but again, we're seeing it put in a lot of work.
Yeah, it's so weird that they threw this card away in like 2 separate mulligans so far.
Yeah, I mean, now she's showing up like, hey, I'm here whether you want me or not, and I'm gonna win this game for you.
Yeah, well, I think going into this next turn with Mary Maybe and Zero Fine, we should listen in because they're fighting with such an awkward hand and just not able to find any of the win conditions they need. And even if they find them now, it's gonna be tough. They pretty much need to top deck it now or top deck some draw or something. But one way or another, let's listen to them.
Oh, we got Divine Smithing. All right, Zero, what do we do here? We got Divine Smithing.
The thing is on the previous turn, you should have used the 2 Civils as Justices and the 2/2s because they are the ones that give ward on Shikigami.
Yeah, but I was worried about Oh wait, they only give 1 fairy, don't they? Shit, my bad. I just realized. I was scared I was gonna be too full of fairies. So we have like 3 extra energy. Should I just use a Fairy Whisper and then Divine Smithing? Or should we...
We will burn a card with that. I think we use the 2 Sylvan Justices on the
middle
2/2s.
One? Oh, the 2/2s on the right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, don't use the other Sylvan Justice. My
Okay.
bad.
Alright. Oh no, we're running out of time.
Yeah, use your Divine Smithing.
And then a fairy or me?
At this point, we should leave the board as it is. Like, you really
Okay.
need to draw a Matazon.
So leave it as it is?
Yeah.
We might die.
Yeah.
Okay, so luckily they won't die, I believe, right? I don't see lethal in hand. I was actually going to say, if they left them board locked, they guaranteed that they were going to live, right? There was only... Well, no, actually they didn't... Yeah, no, they didn't guarantee.
Not guarantee, because Clark would still be able to hit face,
Clark is
even
right.
with a full board, right?
Yeah,
So-
you are right. Oh, and there's a Clark. So never mind, they do die, right? 4,
Yeah.
7...
They have a
9.
magic missile as well, so what is this? This is 7.
That's 14.
10. That is,
Yeah.
14 damage. So unfortunate that, they can't really play around a 3 damage at this point. They do have to hold on to those boosted 1 cost to try and have a winning hand sometime down the line, but in this case, the rune had the extra damage needed, and it's gonna push lethal on board, and Eldrin and Terran, after a pretty tough series, win it out 2-1.
Yeah, and that's this is finally one of the first sets that I've seen where Amitaz just doesn't draw. It just doesn't get what it needs, We saw 3 Amitazes in 3 games, but they were all in 1.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. It's really, really unfortunate, yeah. It's one of those things, man. You party too hard and you just can't show up for the next round.
You crash the next day.
Performance anxiety, I guess. You're just like, you know what?
Call in sick.
The wrong time to call in sick. Take notes, by the way. But yeah, it was really, really an unfortunate draw for Mary Maybe. Just each and every one of these hands just not really working out for her. And she had a problem with trying to manage all these fairies as well, not really having the board presence to contest against the likes of Shikigami Rune.
Yeah, and there was also like a actual rare misplay coming in from Mary Maybe on the turn 6 even turn. When she played out that monkey enhance, and then like Zero Fine was telling her that they could have cleared out the traditional sorcerers, gotten those like board generators out of there. Yeah, so that definitely needed to happen. They needed to use the evolve point somehow, get rid of those wards and the cards that create wards, and just hope for something off the top. And they did end up drawing the Divine Smithing. I think they could have had like definitely more of a chance there if they had been able to clear out on turn 6.
Yeah, well, they at the very least would have dealt more damage, and then just seeing from the damage values, they probably would have lived 1 more turn, which could have been a really important turn, right? It was 1 Divine Smithing.
Definitely could have made the difference.
Yeah.
Well, in other news, we actually have a newcomer making it all the way to grand finals, essentially, right? With Terran, first time here at Buddy System, already making it all the way to the big stage, right? So let's take a look at the brackets and what we have left over in the semifinals. So you see Terran advancing in the finals, Mary Maybe down below, Snake Nade and Amazonian, who you could expect next, and that's going to be quite the matchup. We have Snake Nade and Azure Cloud running the Evo Sword against Amazonian and Frost running the mid-range Shadow.
Yeah, again, another rematch of a matchup that we saw earlier in the day. Now, we've seen the deck that had to go through the same exact matchup twice, which is not a good matchup for it, winning. So now, can Evo Sword win again and get to finals?
I have a feeling it might actually happen. You know, Rune going up against the literal pure combo bracket and then coming out on top in the end seems so unlikely, just every aspect of that. But that's Shadowverse, so anything can happen. Rune is so strong when piloted correctly, has so many options, there's so many ways to win out a game, whether that's through like insane amount of burst damage from hand, from just overwhelming Kuon, or just 3 traditional sorcerers. You know, anything can happen. The deck is just too strong.
Yeah, and I mean, we see that it's one of the most consistent decks, but that is also one of the strengths of Evo Sword, right? It's very consistent, and all it needs is just a few, like, it doesn't need good draws or bad draws. It just needs the other person to not draw so well 2 out of 3 games, right?
Pretty much, yeah. That is actually a pretty good synopsis of the whole, Evo Sword contract. It's like, okay, you get to play Shadowverse every single game, but if your opponent has the best possible things, you will lose.
Yeah.
That's Evo Sword in a nutshell.
Yeah, in the meantime, we're going to gear up for that matchup with Evo Sword and Midrange Shadow, but I also want to remind the folks at home, for those of you that have been tuning in the entire time, to use that hashtag SV Buddy System over on Twitter to win yourself some packs and maybe build some of the decks you've seen here at Buddy System for your own collection, and to get yourselves ready for the mini expansion coming up very, very soon. Again, hashtag SV Buddy System. You know, you can also participate in the chat to see who would actually win. You guys can cast your votes each and every one of these games in the chat and maybe win some more packs. I think I won one not too long ago. I was checking out the chat. I was like, I think so-and-so's going to win.
I mean, those big games.
That's what I'm talking about. We always get these games, baby. We're all about it. I'm a scrub, so I need as many cards as possible. But either way, it's not about me. It's about the players ahead. We do have, again, Snake Nade and Amazonian. Amazonian's been here almost every single Buddy System.
Single time.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and Snake Nade, I don't know how far he's gone from the few appearances that he's been here.
Never to finals as far as I know, but has been to semifinals before.
Okay, so let's kind of talk about the matchup as well. We've touched up briefly in the quarterfinals, but for some of the folks at home, let's kind of elaborate on how the matchup goes between Evo Sword and Midrange Shadow.
Yeah, so again, like, Evo Sword really has to go for an aggressive game plan. Go wide, try to threaten with Ivory Sword Dance, set up for a strong turn 5, 6, 7.
Sure.
That's going to be the window where you want to push a lot of pressure and exploit the fact that, Shadow's mid-game Evo followers, the ones that they want to play, the ones that develop their game plan, the Shuden Doji series, they are not that effective on board right away. Series is scary. You have to have a plan in mind to deal with her if she comes out. But aside from that, you want to be really aggressive. And that sometimes includes the option of ignoring Shuten Doji. Once he evolves and gives their leader the effect, that's really all he does. The body is not that threatening. 3 attack is not a big deal. If they have to trade again with it, you're usually quite okay with that.
Yeah, it's also just so weird to see in this current meta 2 decks that are so board-based to play against each other. Normally, you see, I mean, sure, like, you get really strong boards from a lot of these decks, but they're not usually, like, board-based, as much as these 2 together. And, I mean, as you see a decent amount in the Shadow Mirror, but it's cool to see. It's, it's kind of like classic, good old Shadowverse.
Classic Shadowverse.
Now, if you were to put all things aside from who's actually playing the decks, on paper, which one do you favor, Evo Sword or Midrange Shadow? Chef, go.
Well, Noir just told me Shadow, and I believe him because I know so little about Evo Sword.
All right. Noir, how about you?
Evo Sword because I'm on a love-hate relationship. I've been hating on it a little bit, so now I'm back on the love part.
So you lied to me. What is that?
2 Evo Swords, ladies and gentlemen. If you're voting in the chat, there you have it.
Wait,
that's
no, I said Shadow.
Oh, I thought you said you were going with Evo
I said Shadow because Noir told me Shadow, and then Noir goes and says Sword.
Okay, sorry. So I misheard you. My apologies. So it's right down the middle. You know what? I'm going to break the tie. I'm going to say Evo Sword. I'm going to say Evo Sword. Evo Sword might take it.
Well, So you're saying aside from like who's playing it now?
Exactly. Yes.
I think if we involve who's playing it, not that I think either of these players is better than one another. I think that these
it was
are
strictly
actually two
on
of
paper,
right?
Yeah.
But going off paper, you know, these are two of the players that we've had in the buddy system the most. So I think they're very good players.
Absolutely.
But it's still there's still like the whole like dichotomy of coaching and stuff like that, and so I think the consistency of Evo Sword is super important right now.
Yes, there's always going to be some kind of game plan available with that deck. It's going to be up to Azure Cloud and Snake Nate to probably recognize the right ones. But from the games that we saw them play in the previous set, I think they looked pretty solid. They were making really nice moves on Evo Sword, in my opinion. So I think I have some really high hopes for them when we consider who's piloting the decks.
Yeah. And now Amazonian also, I feel like her brain is unleashed now. She's been playing such a difficult deck since her inception into Buddy System. Now she's in full control of mid-range Shadow. I feel like there's going to be a lot more potential coming out of her in the semifinal.
Yeah, that is a pretty good point to make. You know, Roach, obviously a difficult deck, Control Forest, really, really difficult. Shadow can have really difficult moments as well, but sometimes it is a little bit simple. Yeah, of course, Amazonian has been putting up some good performances, has been, been really tested in Buddy System in terms of the decks that she's had to pilot. And so I think that this is going to be a really good match. I expect both of these players to be really quite top-tier buddies.
Yeah, it's a great example of the whole idea of buddy system, which is, you take these players who may not be as used to the game of Shadowverse. So a lot of them have played it before, but maybe not, super hardcore. And then you get them with these coaches, and both of these players have had multiple coaches. They learn different things from each one. We're, like almost a year in now to the full buddy system since the very beginning.
Wow, yeah.
And both of these players were in the very first buddy system, so it's nice to see how they've got.
And let's see who's going to make it over to the finals. We still have the first game between Snake Nade and Amazonian.
All right, so Shadow's going to go first here. Again, this matchup, going first or second, it does change in terms of what cards you want to prioritize, but there's no strict advantage either way, I think. But these are some pretty nice cards for going first. Ceres and Kasha, really strong as well. On the other side, though, Shizuru, solid card for going second. I'm not too convinced by keeping the Samurai, although one thing of note is that there are obviously a lot of one defense followers in Shadow. But as I say that, they instantly draw the Shuden Doji. We've got a game on our hands.
Oh yeah, look at this nice curve out too. 2, 3. Oh no, well they're on.
Hopefully not the 4, but
they've
got the sauce already. And in fact, since they're not going to be playing Shuden Doji on 4, they have the option to evolve the Shuden Doji first on turn 5 to deal with the Shizuru, because the Bane will be able to clear the 7 health, whereas Ceres would not be able to. And then, it's pretty much the same speed in terms of your game plan anyway, because you can't play, Shuden Doji on turn 4 going first. So I think that would be pretty solid.
All right, dropping the Thoth, picked up the Nicola. Hey, and we're seeing, oh, that's right, I forgot. This is the team that has the 2 different builds, and this is the Snake Nade build, right, is what they called it with the General.
Yeah, front guard General coming in really early. Going to be pretty strong later on in the game. We've already seen how powerful that card can be against Shadow in particular. Really, really tough to deal with. Another Shuden Doji. That could actually be a Shuden Doji on turn 4 going first just to...
Yeah.
That could honestly be a really strong play just to dissuade the Shizuru, because the Shizuru's going to value trade over something, but then if you already have a Bane on board, you can trade it off right away. It opens up a lot more options. You could play just Shuden Doji again on turn 5, just to evolve that one instead. Or you could play out the series and then have potentially a Shuden Doji plus 2 drop on turn 6. It opens up a lot of options. Being able to play that Bane on board and not have it be cleared by like a 2 drop because that's 4 health can be really strong.
Yeah, that's this is one of the only times where you get potentially a Storm series on turn 5 going first. Safely.
Well, not Storm series, because it's not going to be, like, Shuden Doji is not going to be evolved.
Well, it could be on 5, right? If it doesn't get removed on 4, if you play the first one.
So like the series would be Storm on 6.
Well, I was saying if you played one on 4 and then evolved it on 5. If it was still up.
Okay, okay. If it was still up,
Right.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I'm just saying it could potentially.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, in that case, yeah, you're right. Okay, so this was something that is pretty good about Steadfast Samurai in this matchup in particular. Kasha is going to be a card that Shadow pretty much always wants to keep. In general, they have a lot of one defense followers as well, and Steadfast Samurai being a 2-drop 1/1, it cannot be destroyed, like basically by damage from combat with other followers. So it can trade into these one defense followers very, very effectively. Just gets rid of them for free.
Yeah, it's I mean, especially the fact that you're very much vying for board in this matchup. It looks very, very strong.
Yeah, very solid. There is the turn 4 Shudendoji I was mentioning, gonna intimidate that Shizuru, that they draw another one of that. Is actually 3 Shizurus in hand. That's a lot of sisters.
We're seeing some really weird draws today, just in general.
Yeah.
A lot of like triples.
We got an entire family in here. There's 3 sisters, and then I don't know who the parents are, but they might have to play the Shizuru here anyway. I'm not sure. I think maybe they could look for like a Vals plus the other Steadfast Samurai. Definitely some options here, because that 1/4 Bane definitely makes things really awkward.
Yeah, it's such an annoying stat line for a Bane, haver to have. A Bane,
a
Bane-er? I don't know.
A Bane follower, a Bane.
There we go. A Bane follower.
A Bane connoisseur.
Ooh, a Banisher. All right.
Oh.
Vicious said Banisher off mic, so I really like Banisher.
Yeah, nothing's getting banished here though. That's actually gonna be really interesting. So, okay, so yeah, they're gonna go for the Ivory Sword Dance here. Okay, respectable. They're not gonna get the Ivory Sword Dance on 5 this turn, or this game, but they do have triple Shizuru, so they do have like some plays that they can make instead of that. What that does mean though is that this series, if they play it, is gonna be kind of annoying to deal with without that Ivory.
Yeah, but do you still shoot Doji first, right? Or do you think it's worth it? I mean, you have 2 series and 2 Evo
it's
points.
It's definitely debatable. I think you could play like potentially series first, and then maybe look for Shuten Doji plus Sora on turn 6, or like plus Nicola if that's enough. Definitely could be really good either way. I don't think you have to play the Shuten here, because if you play the Shuten, it's gonna get removed relatively easily. There's nothing stopping followers from trading into it. You could potentially trade into the Aether instead and have it be 4 health, but if you don't know what their enemy's hand is, that could still be really risky, and you would still be eating a lot of damage from that Vels. So I definitely do like playing the series here. And they're gonna actually go for trading into the 1/1. Interesting. They want to get that, trade immune follower out of there. They're gonna leave the Aether on board though.
Yeah, I mean, it can't swing in, but I mean, I guess that follower gets really annoying. Steadfast Samurai, that's what it's called, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does get pretty annoying. It can lead up to a lot of damage later on if you don't have really good options. And I mean, what are the options in this deck? There's just the Bane followers, the Banishers, and then it doesn't really work, Banishers, because you can banish things. I don't know, but
yeah, this is really, really scary now. You always love to Evo Aether face when you have a board. Of course, Aether, on top of being a good draw card, as a Evolve Effect, give 1 health to all allied followers. Nice. That was really, really nice.
Yeah, that's...
Making use of that Steadfast Samurai effect to cleanly get rid of the series while pushing a bit more damage face with that Aether. Really clean play from Snake Blade and Azure Cloud.
All right, so that's a pretty strong board, I would say. I would dare to say. There's another Shuten Doji.
Yeah, there is another Shuten Doji. Now, though, they... so they can't evolve both the Shuten Doji and the Sora. So that is going to be a little bit awkward. If they evolve the Sora here, then they're going to have to wait a long time until they can evolve the Shuten, because even though it has a Necromancy effect, they're going to be using up their shadows to defeat the Sora.
Right.
Yeah, so it's just really tough either way. They have to deal with this board somehow, but I think I might be inclined to do Shuten, Evo it into the Steadfast, because the Bane will get rid of it anyway. But they're actually going to go for the Eternal Vow here. Vow plus the Sora to double clear? So it does full clear, and then they can drop the Nicola for free. There's no reason not to. But then the problem is they're not going to be able to play the Shuten Doji until turn 8 at the earliest.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a while. I mean, that was a nice clear, but your actual game plan is a little far off. I mean, you have a series, you have a Gensetsu, so technically you could do it without the Storm, right?
Yeah, yeah. So they did have Gensetsu in there. I didn't even see that it was there, but now that's actually much better for them to have played Val there. You do always want to hit Gensetsu with Val, and it doesn't really matter too much if it has Storm right away. In this matchup, you win just by grinding Sword out. You can just keep yourself alive and just outvalue them in the long game. You can definitely win like that as Shadow, so I actually do like this play. It enables the Gensetsu on turn 7, and if it's Gensetsu, then that actually will be an insane amount of Shadows, and that would be enough for the Shuden Doji right away on turn 8.
Right, assuming everything gets cleared, but if it's not cleared, then whatever, you're fine.
Yeah, you're still going to be left with a gigantic board filled with wards, so either way, that is why, like, Gensetsu is just so strong against Shadow. I mean, against Sword, rather. There's just not a whole lot of ways for Sword to effectively deal with that. They have to trade most of the time in order to get rid of things, aside from, you know, the 5 damage from the Pekarine Universe, but that's not enough to kill Gensetsu. So it's just really rough. It's very difficult for Sword to get rid of that card, whether it has Storm or not.
Yeah, what a stat line it has.
Yeah.
Alright, let's...
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, let's listen in to Amazonian and Frost to hear what their plan is. I'm assuming it's just going to be Gensetsu, because why wouldn't you? But let's listen.
Perfect.
Yes. So that's pretty good. Yeah, I think you just trade the Nicola in and play the Gensetsu.
And then 2 foxes into that.
Yep,
and
then you
chill.
turn. Right. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that Miyako's the Union Burst will be active next turn. The Miyako that you have in your hand.
Oh, Miyako. I think so.
Yeah.
Yep. Universe next turn.
Okay.
In case you need pudding. Or need to renew board or something.
And so you have... I can't see the number of shadows that you have.
I have 5 shadows.
Okay, so let's say he kills the 2... He's able to kill the 2 wards. You could use the Miyako with the pudding, and then you could, with the spell, it generates another shadow, so you could have 8 shadows and evolve the Shuten Doji. You understand?
Ah.
Because with 8 shadows, the Shuten Doji recovers 1 evolution.
And then, let's see, I would have 8. So we'd have 0, 2, 4... That'll leave me with 4 play points left. So I could play, like, the discounted series. Okay, that's a really good target for the pudding.
Well,
right? That can't be targeted.
But it can be targeted, so... okay, Demonic Brush Session is actually very good.
Because it gets me the shadows.
Yes, it generates 2 shadows.
Who am I dropping with it? The big series, maybe? Or Nicola?
Yeah. I think the big series. The Nicola can still be relevant so far, so I think, yeah, you just drop the big series.
Okay, she dies. That brings me to 7.
Right, so I think you trade one of the foxes.
Just to get the shadow?
Exactly.
Okay. 8 shadows.
And then you play the Shuten Doji. And evolve the Shuten.
And attack.
Right.
And then I can play even more stuff, which is great.
Yeah, now the front guard general will spawn a follower, but you can use the pudding on it because it's a ward.
This thing. Okay, so now it's pudding time.
Right.
Pudding. Yo, kid, what's up? You're pudding. You're also dead.
No, don't trade. Yeah, go face with that. Yeah, I think you can go face with everything actually, and then you can play the Nicola.
Play Nicola. Play Thoth? Oh, I'm out of room.
Yeah, you're out of room. So that's a very nice board, and it's
now they're at
very
5.
difficult for Sword to deal with this.
Alright, yeah, they're at 5. I have ward. I have something that resists damage. I have something that can come back.
Yeah. Would you agree that this is a very difficult board for Sword to deal with?
Yes, this is just borderline impossible. Now, if they did have a Union Burst Pekarine, there could be something to do here, but it would still not be enough to get rid of everything. The Miyako having that barrier is just really annoying to deal with. Something of note, though, is that you can at least pop the barrier with a 0 attack follower, but it's still not going to be enough to get rid of the Gensetsu either way. But that was a really well orchestrated set of turns there from Amazonia and Frost, giving her exactly the lowdown of what she needs to do, why she needs to do it, and the order. The order was so important there, and they managed to execute that very perfectly.
Yeah, and I do think it's really funny that Amazonia was looking at the pudding time and was like, oh, that's a really good pudding time target. Wait, it's not. Which is that exact misplay that lost Covert Go Blue the very first game, right?
Yeah,
when he played out that, well, it didn't like lose him.
It didn't lose him the game, but yeah, that is what happened with him earlier today. Yeah, good on her that she was able to pick up on that right away. We're gonna pop that shield and then, well,
and then
yeah, there's just no way to get around this board. Wow. Amazonia and Frost, they're defeated by my growling tummy. Defeated by a growling Gensetsu, more like, but yeah, really well played from Amazonia and Frost. Very solid gameplay there. Perfect ordering, perfect execution, managing the shadows. You know, just getting everything in the right order, getting the right priority, knowing when to play the Eternal Vow, get the 7-cost Gensetsu out even before the Shuden Doji, and then they were able to set everything up very well.
Yeah, that was just a ridiculous board. I mean, there is once you start off with the Gensetsu, obviously it's really hard to come back from that, right? But just past that, like everything played out so perfectly. Like get exactly the 8 shadows, get exactly the Shootin' Doji, it was just perfect. Like almost unnecessarily. But I mean, it wasn't like it was a bad hand by Sword or anything like that. Just like you said, you know, that's what Sword happens. If they get really good draws, sometimes you just gotta give it up.
Yeah, the opponent has, when they're too strong, Sword can sometimes just falter because the ceiling for Sword is not that high. It's just constantly around this mid-level.
Right.
Yeah, and Amazonian really flexing her card game prowess, not only recognizing what she can do with her turn, but how to defend against any like possible solution that Evil Sword had for her board. You mentioned it was borderline impossible. She was also naming the cards. She's like, all right, well, just in case, if something goes haywire, I have a backup plan, right? So really flexing her knowledge of the deck as well is going to really push her towards success if she manages to clutch it out in the semifinals here. She has one more game to play, but obviously we cannot count out Snake Nade yet, actually.
Yeah, actually, you know what I just thought about? This is, we're going to have a new champion this week. There's none of these 3 players that are left have won, I don't believe.
Yeah, guaranteed new champion.
Yeah, always like to see that. And Snake Nade and Amazonia, like I said, they've been here for a very long time. And this might be their chance. I mean, I believe they've been to finals before, but never the champ. Never the final champion.
And we also, you know, the other side of that, we have a complete newcomer just awaiting in the throne of finals. It's like, you know what? I'm ready. I got my Shikigami on deck. Let's see how either of these decks play out against me, right? So
it's going to be a guaranteed newcomer versus veteran matchup up there.
Yeah,
like, very exciting.
Like literally, if it's literally somebody that's new from the first season versus somebody who's new for the very first season. Yeah,
that's right. It's do or die time for Snake Nade. Can he withstand the pressure coming from Amazonian? We'll see here in game number 2.
All right.
So it looks like Shadow's going to go first again this time. Could see potentially a strong early curve with Miyako. And they do, this is one of those things where it can kind of be interesting what you want to do on turn 1 with Shadow, because oftentimes you do want to play Demonic Procession on 1 to get that card draw going and see what your options are for the next few turns. But at the same time, Miyako on 1 is so strong. It's a lot of pressure and just a really ridiculously powerful 1-drop. And especially against a deck like Sword, where if you can stifle their early game, you have a very good shot of just being able to play everything that you want when you want to play it and just lock Sword out of the game with the Gensetsu at some point. So it's definitely going to be a toss-up as to whether they want to go for the draw or the early game play on turn 1 here.
Now, do you keep Gensetsu? Obviously it's important, but I mean, it's kind of for later down the road, right?
Yeah. In general, I don't think I would keep it, because the earliest that you're going to play it on going first is going to be on turn 7. Oh, they're going to toss everything here. That is interesting. And from the other side, we actually saw them keep Kagemitsu, which I think is actually kind of reasonable, given that earlier we saw them how on going second, they were able to play Kagemitsu on 3, Shizuru on 4, and then it was against Shadow as well. If Shadow does not have Shuten Doji on 5 instead of like series or something, then they're not going to be able to deal with that Kagemitsu hiding behind the 7 health Shizuru reward. So that definitely could be a really scary play. But it looks like we're gonna see no Shizuru in hand just yet. But we do have Aether if they want to play that on turn 3 instead.
Yeah, that's I mean, it curves out relatively nice, but still definitely, I don't know, because it's not that threatening, right? Of a board.
Yeah. They spamming out the emotes there. Just testing out the leader skin. Very great skins here. Quick Blader on turn 2 as always, because it would be too good to break to draw on turn 1.
Of course.
Yeah. The Steadfast Samurai coming out, contesting that Nicola really well there. And of course this Kasha gonna get traded into by that Steadfast Samurai. We do see Helio here. Now, Helio is going to be a really good card just to get a little bit more pressure in the early game for Shadowcraft, but with no 1-drop and only a Nicola on turn 2, the sort of aggressive game plan is not really falling into place too well, but if they play Helio on turn 4, which could be an option, that would definitely set them up to have a much stronger series turn.
Yeah, and, oh, okay, there's a shooting Doji and a second legendary skeleton. It just sucks because it just feels bad having that easy trade into the Kasha, you know?
Yeah.
Or the swing into the Kasha, I shouldn't say trade. But you got to do what you got to do, you know?
Yeah, you got to get the card draw, and then Helio is still an option on turn 4, no problem there. And you do want the zombie to be popping alongside your series, because if you have the flexibility of trading the 2/2 first before attacking with series, there are many more things you could do. You could potentially preserve health on your series. You could clear Shizuru that series would not be able to take out on her own. You know, things like that. But even if it's the series plus the zombie, it wouldn't be able to kill exactly Kagemitsu plus Shizuru. But thankfully for Frost and Amazonian, there's no Shizuru in hand just yet.
Not yet, at least.
Yeah. So they could still go for the Kage... Oh my goodness!
You did it! You did it again!
Cloud and Snake Nade. These... I mean, sometimes you just see the signs, right? This could be the makings of a champion. I'm just saying, you know, when you see this, you have to give them the respect they deserve in terms of this is their full extent of their, and this might not even be the full extent. This is just what they're putting on display in the semifinals.
Well, yeah, until they get to finals and they draw dead every single turn, right?
Well, I mean, if that happens, it's just a completely different storyline. But they could potentially draw even better. They could have had Quick Blader on 1 this game.
Yeah, that's true.
They could have
been better.
Keep going up for Azure Cloud and Snake Nade. That Shizuru is going to be really scary alongside that Kagemitsu that they just traded off. Even with the zombie coming out from Helio, if they decide to play it on turn 4, it's not going to be able to full clear or just completely deal with the board that Snake Nade is going to put out.
Yeah, and, oh man, this Steadfast Samurai has done too much work this game.
Yeah.
You can really see the value of it in the matchup.
Yeah, definitely a strong card in this matchup in particular. Generally speaking, you don't really want to keep 2-drops too often with Swordcraft just because, like, you have so many 2-drops anyway that you're very likely to draw them. However, Steadfast Samurai against a Shadow in particular, especially if you have other cards that you can keep alongside it, can be a really reasonable keep just because it will get value trades against so many of these followers.
Okay, so seeing the Legends got tired of dealing with that.
Oh,
dropping
double legendary skeleton. I didn't even see that there were 2 of them. The cards are so small. But yeah, okay, Kagemitsu comes back up. Shizuru is not looking so good anymore, and Liot off the top is not going to be able to deal with these 1/1 Banes very well because they cannot be targeted. You cannot ping them off with that 0-cost Veiled Reckoning, so definitely a heads-up play there from Amazonian on an even turn, no less, to develop double Bane there to make sure that this Shizuru play is as weak as possible. They do go for the Shizuru anyway, but this is not going to be very effective at all.
Yeah, the fact that there's no good target for the Kagemitsu is so smart.
Yeah, so they are going to trade off the Kagemitsu just to at least keep the Shizuru alive, which is correct, but Amazonian Frost, they have Shootin Doji with the Bane that will clear that 5/7 right off the bat. If they didn't have it, if it was only a series, then it would still be a really scary situation, but thankfully for them, they have even more Bane.
Well, let's take a listen into Amazonian Frost to hear their turn.
So yeah, I think we go for the Shuten Doji here, even though we're off curve, because the series obviously doesn't kill the Shizuru.
No.
And so for our next turn, so what are we trying to play around? There could be an Elegance in action, which will draw allow him to draw a lot of cards. Either way, I think we're just gonna go with the series.
Okay.
If the
and maybe a Kasha after.
Right. If he plays a follower, if he has a follower on board that has more than 3 health, you might want to consider like playing Kasha instead, right? To draw more cards, because the series won't really kill the follower because of her clash effect only deals 3.
Doji will, assuming it's alive.
Right. Well, yeah. Assuming it's alive, and assuming his follower lives, he could have a removal and another follower, and he evolves the follower, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, play the series if he has a follower that has less than 3 health.
Otherwise Kasha.
Kasha. Right.
Kasha, or Kasha, see
Right.
what I draw. Alright, well, we'll see.
Alright, so that was their plan. I'm surprised there was no talk of Shinobu at all. I mean, there's still an Evo point left, which is nice, but...
Yeah, well, the Shinobu is definitely going to come in later on in the game.
Yeah, that's true. You want to save it.
You definitely want to save it for the Union Burst. Union Burst is really, really strong against Sword. We've seen it clear out a free Kagemitsu by leaving no followers for it to trade into, and then you get a really strong Shinobu. That was a really great turn from one of our previous sets. But anyway, you definitely want to be saving it in this case. So the Leod plus the Aether is going to come out here. Seems pretty standard. They are going to be setting up that stealth Leod, and then hopefully get maybe something like Alicia that they can stealth again with the Assassin. Just another good target for the Assassin would be really good here. Or even Ivory Sword Dance. Those are going to be what Snake Knight and Adricard are looking for. And Amazonian, Frost did tell her that if they have a follower 3 health or less, just play series.
Yeah, and that looks like what it's going to be, since the Leod is stealth, of course, and has no chance of being attacked. And it's a solid plan, you know? You can't really go wrong with that.
Absolutely. It does set up that Eternal Vow for next turn. Very, very important. Hopefully they do draw into that Gensetsu at some point. And they're just going to be talking over the rest of this turn. It seems like they do have like some decent setups here. If they manage to draw, especially like Alicia would be really, really good potentially, or Ivory Sword Dance. They did use up that ping. Okay, so that is Gensetsu off the top. That is exactly what they want to see. So now that they're going to play the series, they're going to have the Eternal Vow available next turn. They can play the Vow, play out a bunch of cards. They can even fit in one of the 3-cost cards as well. Well, they actually have a ton of 3-cost cards. So
like
probably
3.
just like Nicola plus like Helio, something like that. And then they can start playing the Gensetsu on turn 8.
Right, so it's really all begun. The game plan has begun. And it does seem like Snake Nade and Azure Cloud are really looking for their top decks.
Where's your sense of
Yeah, so not Evo here, pretty reasonable, I think. It's definitely like debatable whether you want to evolve here, because you don't really have like better evolve targets in the hand of Amazonian Frost quite yet. There's no Sora. If there was Sora, then I think this would be the correct play for sure. But having a 1/4 is definitely going to be easier to remove here. If they had Alicia, for example, they would be able to trade over that quite cleanly. So
do they have any options to still trade over it?
Well, not very cleanly still. So that's the thing though with series. Oftentimes it can be annoying even when it's not evolved. So it's definitely not a strict misplay by any means. That Quick Blader is not going to do what you think it's going to do, buddy. Oh, no!
No!
Oh, no! You just saw it deal 3. Well,
I know.
Deal 0 to your Steadfast Samurai.
Maybe that's why it was confusing, though, because it did
Yeah,
do
because it
0.
did 0, but then, like,
I know.
it's only on Steadfast. Oh, you really hate to see that. That is, that's so unfortunate, but you can still clear it if you want to attack with the Leod, which I think is fine. I mean, this would have been an okay play regardless. I think you definitely could have looked for something a little bit more aggressive there, but this is fine as well.
At least it got cleared, right?
Yeah, at least it got cleared. Maybe something like Tsubaki with like re-stealthing the Leod, something like that could have been a decent line, but here we're gonna see that Eternal Vow come into play. There's only one 2-cost follower for Amazonian, so that's not the strongest vow, and it's only a Nicola, but...
Well, I mean, the Nicola does at least clear out the Leod, right?
Yeah, it's going to trade into that Leod pretty well, and then, well, the thing with that, Steadfast Samurai is, if you can trade any number of Gensetsu wards into it that you want, because it's never gonna die. But I mean, it's not too relevant because even if the wards live, you're perfectly happy against sword. Yeah, so they're gonna play out the Nicola, and I guess maybe a Helio or more card draw would be. I think it would overdraw them at this point. So
no, I don't think it overdraws them, right? Because they go
to... Oh, not quite, yeah.
Exactly 8. And they don't have... Alright, so they do have no shadows. They've got 8 shadows, so that's nice for a next turn, potentially. No, they can't do it. Because they want to Gensetsu, I'm assuming?
Yeah. Gensetsu into the Union Burst, Shizuru, and then into Legendary Fighter. Just push a lot more from there would be really strong. Let's get a listen-in on Snake Nade and Azure Cloud.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. So... the 3/3, he's not going to trade into it because if you remember, he takes 0 damage from forward combat. Okay, just keep that in mind. I just want too much. Okay, so how much universe is the Shizuru and Pecorin at? Show me their universe. So 7 Shizuru.
7
Shizuru. 8. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. I want to push tempo this turn, so let's play the Pecorin on the 2-1.
Okay.
Yeah. And then let's play the Assassin on the Pecorin.
Okay.
Steadfast Samurai goes face.
Done.
Let me think. What is our Tsubaki at? Show me.
6, 7.
7.
What's the play for next round, boss?
Oh, sorry. Next round is probably Shizuru Evolve with Pecorin or Tsubaki.
Okay.
And just like make sure you clear the board. And Ivory Sword has our big Shizuru if you can.
It's like, hey, what up? Yeah, definitely taking a long time to think about that play, but I mean, we're definitely in the midst of a game that isn't super obvious.
Yeah, this is a really, really close game. Definitely, oh. Okay, now it's... Interesting, the Sora... Okay, I guess they get to save the Gensetsu for later, but the thing is, with Sora, you definitely want to save it for when you can, clear as big of a threat as possible, when you want to make it coincide with Sword's really big swing turn. And even though they did develop a lot of stats on board, it's not actually that threatening yet because you can't actually interact with that stealth 6/6 just yet. So I think I would have liked to see them, hold off a bit on the Sora, wait for that 6/6 to come out of stealth and then deal with the ensuing board, because now they're going to be in for a really, really rough time with that second Shizuru plus Pecorin.
Yeah, that's going to be really strong, but at the very least, it looks like Shadow can... Ooh, is it the right call here? Could have been a... Oh no, there wasn't enough shadows. I'm sorry, we just used the shadows in that. So yeah, that is pretty much the max damage you're going to get from the Storm. And there's a weird board coming out. That's the way I'm going to put it, weird.
Just throwing a lot of followers on. Okay, Thoth, yeah. I mean, yeah, those are the followers you do want to play, but definitely not too convinced by that Sora. I think, honestly, in that kind of situation, you could have played, actually neither Gensetsu nor Sora, and waited until turn 9, because the Gensetsu is reduced, which means you can play that plus a Sora at the same turn. And then that would coincide with their strong turn 8, which is very likely to happen based on what we've seen so far. And, in general, Sword is going to want to have a strong turn 8. So I think you could have played like Gensetsu first, traded off one of the Foxes, then played the Sora, evolved the Sora, and then you would be able to deal with a tremendous amount, right? But now it's going to be really difficult. Sora's already off the table, and you can play Gensetsu, and I guess you can pair that with the legendary skeleton, so it's still not too bad, but it's definitely not as strong as it could have been, I think.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, like, there's a board, you can trade in a lot of stuff, everything you said. So it could be way worse. I mean, there's still so many resources for Shadow, like, so many.
Yeah, there's a lot of resources, and this is the board that has to stick for Snake Nade and Azure Cloud. If they can basically win the game off of this play, like, that is their only chance to win. It has to be off of this play. They need to win the game pretty much here. Be in a winning state.
But I mean, there is a pretty good option even just within Gensetsu alone, right? For handling this.
Yeah, to note, Shizuru did manage to get that heal because they still have that one play point left over that they never used because they got the free evolve points from those Shizurus. So with that being healed back up to 7, that's gonna make things really difficult here. So let's see, they can clear that by running 2 wards in, and then they would not be able to deal with one of the Pecorines, but they do manage to heal a lot, and I think that would still probably be enough to keep them alive in this game, although Tsubaki is gonna be active.
Well, they can still play Legendary Skeleton, right? And we do have enough shadows.
Yeah. So they will be able to deal with 2 cards this turn. Oh, actually they can full clear if they trade with the Gensetsu. Yeah, so they can trade that into the 6/5 and then run the Legendary Skeleton.
Yeah, and that's pretty good. Staying at 12, keeping 2 wards up, keeps your that seems really tough to deal with.
Yeah.
I mean, there's an Evo point left, and there's a Vulse Enhance possible, but that's still tough to get past those wards.
Absolutely. Actually, another option, they could even play Yukiona here instead. Yukiona's not a bad option here at all, but they will play it as safely as possible. They have so much value in their hand. I think it's definitely understandable, because they could have also done like Yukiona, lock up one of the Pecorines, and then be able to push face with the... Or not push face, but save the Legendary Skeleton for later on. But this is definitely a solid play as well. Because now this is the thing. If they draw the Front Guard General, he's still going to be kind of annoying. That being said, though, this is like a really... They're always going to have something left over on this board. And it seems like Gensetsu will survive here, actually.
Yeah, just because, I mean, there's 2 wards is too much to get past, it looks like.
Yeah, they will be able to get through 2 of them at least. Oh no, Valse, there's Valse, right. And it's at 3 HP, so he won't be able to ping that off with Valse, yeah.
Because he removes one of them and then swings the other one.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that was...
Yeah, so now this front guard is really tough to deal with without the Bane anymore. They do have that series, and the series will be able to clash. So something that they could do is they could hit the Union Burst onto the 4-2. It's going to deal 2 more damage to the 5-6, bring it down to 4, and then series trade in will deal 4 damage in total to get rid of that.
Well, I mean, it could also just be 2 damage from the last Fox, right?
Yeah, could as well. Either way, you can definitely make that work, and then they would still have that Shield Guardian coming up. Not sure exactly how big that's going to be, but it should be quite huge. There's been a lot of evolves this game. I think like at least 6 times, if I'm not mistaken.
I know at least 5 off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look, Thoth is almost active. That's super
Thoth
funny.
is almost active, yeah.
Wait,
that is definitely something that...
You could get Thoth active this turn.
Yeah,
Nicola, and then the, because there's technically one on the Fox, right?
Yeah, you
That's
could.
weird.
You could definitely get that active, and you don't often see it that often against Sword, but it is a huge deal in the Shadow Mirror, because Shadow Mirror can go really late with, people playing Gensetsu back and forth, everybody's healing a lot, but because they're playing so many Gensetsus, they're also stacking up those last words followers, and that's when, Thoth can actually come in and deal, a crazy amount of damage, just like, back in Verdant Conflict, but they're gonna get the value trade with series there, and not going to have the Thoth active this turn, not looking for that quite yet. Might see them lock up that 7/7.
Yeah, it is targetable now that it's the shield.
The shield guardian.
Guardian. There we go. That's the word.
Could lock it up, or they might try to leave it on board. It is a little bit risky, but they might go for that because they can just destroy it outright next turn with the full enhanced Yukiona instead.
Yeah, but there's so much to play right now and it's so scary to potentially leave it up. I mean,
yeah, I mean, the odds that you get killed by it this turn with 2 cards in the hand of Swordcraft, the chances are definitely really low. Like, the worst possible thing would be, like, if they had Leisha Quickblader, then you would just lose on the spot. But, okay, that is a really weak few cards there from Snake Nade and Azure Cloud. The Twin Sword does not have any way to evolve for free. None of these cards are commanders, actually. You need a commander to get the free evolve effect. Tsubaki is active, but that is a really wide board.
Yeah, this is looking really tough. Okay, so they actually played the 1/1, Nikolai, I just noticed, instead of the... Wait.
Yeah, so it becomes
Yeah, sorry, it becomes the 1/1, and then it gives you the thing. So they got the thing. All right, gotcha. So they do have damage in hand, and aside from, of course, the Shooting Doji Storm. Plus, Thoth is getting close to active. I mean, it's like active
it's
now.
It's gonna be active
right?
basically once they trade in the Nicola.
Right.
So yeah, I mean these Twin Sword Guardians, Twin Sword Masters, really not gonna be very useful here. Not a master at all, unfortunately. And I think it's just gonna be Shadow trying to close out with the long game.
Yeah, and this healing from the series is actually really nice.
Yeah, just like to make sure you're super safe. Yeah, at this point, you might as well play out at least one of them and maybe save the other one just in case you draw like Leisha for sample. But yeah, it's not looking good. At this point, their Shadow's hand could be almost anything and still be enough to close out the game. That is going to be Shinobu off the top universe. It's going to be active immediately because it's already turn 10. They can clear out the... Okay, yeah. They can just push more damage this way as well. Definitely a valid option.
Easy peasy. Just push some more damage. Set up next turn lethal. That's going to be extremely hard to deal with. And I'm assuming there's just no way possible.
Yeah. Sword doesn't really have a way to get out of this. Even if they top deck Leisha at this point, they would not be able to play the Twilight Sword on the same turn. So yeah, it's just not going to be able to... Sword cannot clear this board at all.
Alright, so it looks like we're not going to see both of the decks playing in other bad matchups and winning all the way through the grand finals. One of them was that way, but maybe not the evil sword.
You were right on the prediction this time.
Oh, true.
Yeah, you predicted
but that's
that
because
Shadow
I
would
listened
win.
to you when you lied to me.
I guess. Okay.
No, I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. All right. So of course, what more of a classic matchup or could we get as classic as it could be in this meta in grand finals than
being Rune versus Shadow?
Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah.
I love Shadowverse.
But the first time we've seen this today, right?
Yeah.
So hey, we'll take it.
Wonderful. Oh, I guess, yeah, that's actually one thing that I forgot to mention. Aether is going to pull the front guard general this late into the game instead of Regal Wildcat all the time. So that's a thing. But it will be able to get cleared off. Well, actually, yeah, it should still be able to get cleared off even without the Yukiona, I think. Because they do have the Shinobu still. That's going to be able to deal 4 damage.
What was the shield guy at? I don't know. I can't remember. Shield Guardian.
The Shield guy was
okay,
at 7/7. Yeah, it's gonna be 7/7 again here. Yeah, so like, yeah, you can definitely clear it. Yeah.
Yeah, but can you win also?
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, me neither. Just get a bunch more shadows and play the Nicola spell.
Yeah.
It's not possible, is it?
I don't think so. They would have to top deck something.
Well, because they can trade in 5 things, and then they can trade in... Yeah, well, because they couldn't attack with everything. They can Eternal Vow, that would be 16, and then play something like Thoth, that would be 17. No, it's impossible. Almost, though. That would have been really cool.
Yeah. Well, so Snake the Azure Cloud just sticking on for one more turn at least here. Not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah. No need to.
Nicholas spell is there. Do they have lethal? No, I don't think so, right? Unless I'm really missing something. No, I don't think they do. Okay, so they're just gonna go for that Shinobu clear, make sure to get that damage off the board, and then play it really safely. Make sure that this Shield Guardian goes down, and then just win the game eventually.
Yeah, I feel like there must have been some way. I must be missing it. I don't know. But yeah, it definitely doesn't look like there's enough.
Yeah. So they can just trade off the one attack followers here and make sure series. Oh, maybe they want to trade off the series?
That seems weird.
Yeah, that would be the better order. Might as well get the healing. Wow.
All right, free kill. And didn't trade off with the Aether.
Yeah.
Not that it matters that much, but I don't know. It's always scary.
Yep. And now they are in range to be killed by the Nicholas spell anyway, but the top deck, Regal Wildcat.
That's the best thing they could have drawn, right?
Yeah,
Not that it matters, but
actually is a lot of damage, like, with the Twin Sword active because Aether is still on board. How much damage is that? That's almost lethal.
So that's what? 10, 12, 16? Are you kidding me?
Yo,
no way.
That's really insane. Yeah, that is wow. Oh man.
Oh, that is terrifying. That is absolutely terrifying. Just swing face for it. Just do it.
Yeah.
I just want to see it at this point.
You set up the 16 damage. Yeah, that is always something to be considering. You know, turn 10, what is the best possible thing that Swordcraft can have? What is the biggest possible burst of damage? It is a freely evolving Twin Sword Master with Regal Wildcat active. That is just the maximum damage. Actually, well, if it's turn 10, if they had a Quick Blader on top of that, that would have been even more, but...
You hate to see it.
Yeah.
Just really do.
That's a crazy game. Honestly, like, if it wasn't for that second series, they would have been able to win that game.
Yeah, I know. One more damage. If they pushed one more damage to the entire game either, they would have won through the series.
And actually, if the Shadow player had, like, if they had done the wrong trade, if they had lost the series and not gone that last 3 healing at the end,
they would have lost.
Yeah, they would have lost.
They looked so safe, you know.
Yeah.
It's funny too. I was saying I was like, that's really scary they didn't clear that Aether. Not that it matters, but then it was like, whoa, wait a minute.
Actually, it matters a lot in this case.
I really wish I could have seen Snakenade's face as he realized he was just 1 away.
Yeah.
Because I saw Amazonian took a huge swig of water afterwards. She's like, oh my god, I actually could have died. We gotta get these webcams set up, man.
Oh, that's true.
No, it's been how long? And Snakenade has like never used the cam. Come on.
It's unfortunate, but either way, they played it out very, very well. Again, one of the closer sets we've had. It's always been on like the right side of the bracket. As we can take a look into what we've been going through from the quarterfinals. From the left side, it was all 2-0s, but on the right side, it's been down to the wire almost each and every time. Some really, really great Shadowverse. So let's take a look at the brackets and where we're at in the finals. We have the new blood, Terran and Eldrin, going up against the sharpened veteran with Amazonian and Frost. And you see down below in respective 3rd and 4th, Mary Maybe, as well as Snakenade. A very, very close set from that last semifinal. It was an absolute nail-biter, honestly. And I'm really excited to see what's going to go down between the Shikigami Rune deck and, of course, the... mid-range Shadow.
Yeah.
It's been very diverse and it's been a very long day. And there's a bunch of smoke coming towards me. It's not because of the heat from my head.
No.
Don't ask me why, but it's there, okay? I promise.
It's encircling you. It's attracted to you. I don't know if y'all can see this on camera as well as I can.
I couldn't breathe it in.
It's kind of hard to see on camera, but it's definitely a lot of smoke just circling around that Amatos
You
over
can't
there.
see it. I'm enhancing all of my fairies. Okay? All of my fallen fairies, I'm bringing them over to the next buddy system, right?
Yeah.
So, in the meantime, we hope you guys have been enjoying yourselves up until this very moment because it's only gonna get better. But we're gonna take a quick break before we get into the finals, and we'll see you guys in just a bit. Welcome back to Buddy System. We hope you've enjoyed your time up until this point, where we reach our grand finals, where we have the newcomer versus the sharpened veteran. My name is Vicious, back here again with our casters, Noir and Wonder Chef, who've been going through some of their chocolates off camera. Gentlemen, how are you guys doing?
Why is your ribbon brown?
Why is yours different?
Yeah.
You got a problem with being different?
Well, no. Oh, come on. Why is it?
well, no. I'm asking why you're getting preferential treatment.
Let's talk about the matchup at hand.
All right,
We have
all right.
Terran and Eldrin going up against Amazonian and Frost. Again, this is the matchup we definitely wanted to see. Shikigami Rune going up again against the mid-range Shadow. I almost flubbed that up 2 times over because it's very hard to say. We haven't seen mid-range Shadow last month do as well as it does this month, right? I mean, it's only been the second. It's only been the second show of, the year. So Ultimate Coliseum. But either way, we're still excited to see it.
Yeah, it is a very classic matchup. And so normally when you see it in tournament, you're like, okay, I'm used to this matchup, right? But it will be really cool to see such a classic matchup in the current tournament meta be played out by 2 players on Buddy System, especially one that, as we've said multiple times, is completely new this month of the first month of the second season, and one that's been playing literally every single month that Buddy System has existed. So, like new versus old in a very classic matchup that, we've seen a lot of in actual play.
Yeah.
Now, Noir, considering your thoughts with the decks and how many times you've given your input on all of them so far, I actually want to know your input regarding the players themselves and their ability to learn each and every one of these games.
Yeah, so the players, I think they've been doing a really good job so far. Terran, being even a new player, has been putting up really good plays. I think she's been playing really consistently on one of the more difficult decks, being Runecraft. So that's definitely super impressive. On the other hand, Amazonian is really solid overall, making sure that she's playing cards in the right order and really being fed good instructions, I would say, by Frost as well. The coaches have been very good as well, as far as I can tell. So definitely just really solid all around.
Yeah, also this is a matchup between a first-time coach and a first-time player, right?
That's also very true.
They both have veteran partners, but still somebody new on each team.
Yeah. I kind of failed to realize that as well. Frost has been doing an excellent job as a coach thus far, and you mentioned that's your boy.
Yeah,
also,
that's my boy.
So you're glad to see him advance, but of course there's no bias here.
Yeah,
right?
no
There's
bias.
no bias.
Obviously not. Yeah.
There's a lot of bias.
Don't lie. No.
Yeah. So again, for those of you just tuning in, we have Terran and Eldrin and Amazonian Frost. Now, I always like to talk about it. I feel like in the early parts of Ultimate Coliseum and the tournaments, it feels like these two have been the heaviest hitters. Shikigami Rune, we've seen time and time again, but Midrange Shadow has also been considered one of the heaviest hitters in the current meta.
Yeah, exactly. These are 2 of the probably biggest, most popular decks right now. As of recently, Control Force has definitely been on the upswing. People have been arguing about whether Control Force is the second best deck over Shadow, but Shadow obviously is definitely up there, at least top 3 in my opinion. So really solid deck. As I mentioned before, it's a mid-range deck that has a pretty even matchup against almost everything. It doesn't really outright lose to that many things. In fact, it's probably one of its weakest matchups is Shikigami Rune, if only because the high end of Shikigami Rune can be so threatening.
Yeah, you can never ever look down at Shikigami Rune. So we were talking earlier about Evo Sword, where you were saying Evo Sword is at your base draw, you're good against everything. At your best draw, you're still just good against everything. Shikigami Rune is at your base draw, you're good against everything. At your best draw, you just win, right?
Yeah, the game ends. Yeah, pretty much.
We got the return of the cat on the side of Amazonian. Hopefully that's not a bad omen. Hopefully it's a good luck charm, right?
I can't tell, but is that a cat behind the big card suit of armor?
Is that? I probably.
Okay.
Oh, okay. It's not.
I'm getting confirmation that it's not a cat. It looks like a cat.
So we have ourselves the grand finals: Terran versus Amazonian. Let's see who prevails in game 1.
Ooh, Bison is definitely the final boss.
Yeah, Bison against Isabel. Not the most common matchup, but that's our grand finals. Isabel versus Bison. So going first in this matchup does actually become pretty relevant because one of the main ways for Shadow to actually come out on top here is to put on that early aggression with Miyako and Helio, kind of similar to the sword matchup. They have to look for those early plays and push as much damage as you can. Rune cannot heal, so that damage will stick. And once you reach turn 7, turn 8, and even further, it's just going to be really difficult for Shadow to be able to keep up with all the insane boards that Rune is going to, just throw out.
Right, so it's another one of those kind of timer matches, as it tends to be almost always against Spell Boost Rune.
Yeah, pretty much.
And so I would assume we're seeing a lot of mulls here. Okay.
Okay, so keeping the legendary skeleton, that is interesting, and the reason why they did that is because, of course, it is untargetable, so it can be a little bit annoying for Rune to deal with. If they don't have a follower, we're just checking out the ranks there. But yeah, it can be annoying to deal with, but at the same time, as the Rune player, you should be expecting that Shadow wants to go aggressive early on, so you definitely should be keeping, cards like some Shikigami summons. They do also have the Conjure Golem in this version of the deck, which they have in their hand already, so we could definitely see that one come out. Kuwan right off the top, really good. We haven't seen a whole lot of like Kyoka plus Kuwan.
Yeah, this is literally the first time that we've seen Kyoka plus Kuwan within the first like 5 turns.
Yeah.
Easily.
So that is already looking very good. Demon Caller as well, really strong for fighting on board. As long as you can stall out against Shadow and hit your power spikes, Rune can definitely just run away with the game. Shadow really struggles to deal with wide boards that have multiple strong followers. They do have Sora available, and you do have to be extremely careful with how you use Sora in this matchup, because if you waste Sora or if you use her slightly suboptimally, as soon as the big turn comes with Kuwan plus like a Zella or something like that, it's a really strong board, and you don't have Sora anymore, you're gonna feel the pain at that point.
Okay, so what's the 2-drop option here?
So here, you've got a couple of choices. You can either go for the Yuki-Onna or that legendary skeleton. I would kind of prefer the Yuki-Onna here.
Well, if you're trying to be aggressive, it definitely seems like that's the one that's going to start leading the race.
Yeah. It does push the 2 damage, assuming it doesn't get cleared. There is a magic missile in hand, unfortunately, but you do on turn 3 generally expect something like Core to come out. So the Yuki-Onna is not terrible. Something to mention is that later on in the game, because this iteration of Spell Boost Rune is so heavily, board based in a sense, they have to put the followers on board to actually push damage with them with their storm followers. If you're able to lock up a follower later on in the game, it can prevent Rune from actually being able to set up these things, because like Kuwan is 4 followers, and then each of the Demon Caller and Traditional Sorcerer, those are each 2 spots. So locking up a board space can be really powerful later in the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, Kuwan uses so much board space. But I mean, hey, that's nice. I mean, getting to push 2 damage, however, not winning on board. Going for 2 turn 2/2, 3rd turn 3/3. Interesting to see that Kyoka's super early on, but I mean, this is definitely severely threatening this board.
Yeah, so what they can set up here is, now that they can trade off the Golem with the 2/1, now they are able to set up that legendary skeleton if they want to get that free trade over the 3/3, because now that skeleton will not be able to get removed by a spell, as it cannot be targeted.
Right, but I mean, at this point, if you're playing defensively, that seems kind of tough for Shadow, right?
Yeah, it could be a pretty tough. Personally though, I would still prefer to actually just play out the Helio here. Probably try and save the legendary skeleton for a turn where it can be even more threatening, preferably with the necromancy effect. Even if we play the Helio here, it's going to be threatening, and then the Shikigami, not the Shikigami, the Shuden Doji is going to clear the Kyoka anyway, so not too much to be afraid of here.
Ooh, are we going to see Conjure Golem, Magic Missile clear the 2/2 maybe? That would be...
Yeah, so the 2/2 is
not... sorry, it's not there yet.
Yeah,
what am I talking about?
Yeah, it's not going to appear yet.
Just swing face,
Yeah, so
I was just thinking about the trades over, sorry.
Yeah, but definitely going to see the Conjure Golem here, I assume, and then push 3 to face. The Shuden Doji will be able to trade over this Kyoka quite nicely. And then from that point, I believe that Demon Caller is going to be active, so that could be on the table to clear the Shuten afterwards.
Yeah, this has been a really strong game board-wise from this Rune deck. This is like the strongest board
early
that I've
game
seen.
that Rune has had so far. Yeah, because up until now they've had like some really questionable early games. Some that have been like just average. What you expect from Rune with like Core, Clark setups, and some games where they're just like project into project. Like it's really, oh my god.
That is nice.
Okay. We've definitely got a game on our hands now. Let's see what we get off the inside. Embrace, not the best, but it's not terrible either. You definitely would rather see either like another spell that can draw more things, or another spell boostable follower rather than a spell. You already have a lot of removal, and Against Shadow, Fiery Embrace is really not that impactful. It's good against something like Gensetsu. It's good when they play out the Sora Evolve, for example, or when they have series, but a lot of the time they're playing like one threat at a time, especially after the early game, because after that, it's kind of hard for them to go wide again. And then, of course, Legendary Skeleton can't even be targeted to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so this is going to make the Demon Caller playable, right?
Yeah.
So hard to see its cost.
Yeah, so it is a highlight. It is going to be playable. I assume they will be playing it here. And it's unfortunate that the Shuden Doji still has 1 health, but they're just going to have to take that trade. Rather keep the Kyoka alive. Make sure it's a really awkward trade for series if that were to be the play.
Yeah, and so close to turn 6 Kuon, but actually getting really close to running out of steam. Obviously the Kuon board by itself and then whatever's on board right now is scary, but aside from that, just 2 Fiery Embraces, you know?
Yeah. When Rune doesn't have the draw power, it can definitely run into difficult situations like this where, like, yeah, Kuon's scary, but it's only scary because you have more follow-up afterwards. If it's just the Kuon and that's it, you know, most decks can actually deal with 1 Kuon if it's really just 1 Kuon, but it's never just 1 Kuon.
Right.
Except maybe in this game, because those 2 Fiery Embraces are not looking too hot right now.
And then they draw another Kuon. That's how it always works.
Yeah. I mean, if that's really how it is, then that would be really impressive.
Or
if nothing else.
There's Mysterian Project also.
Yep.
Right. So
there is Project, but then they would not be able to play the... Okay, they can't play it anyway. Yeah, Shikigami Summons is a little bit too weak here. Not really boosting anything too worthwhile, and it's also just really low value as a card. You're definitely giving Shadow a lot of time, and usually, you know, you would think about that in the other direction. It's usually like Shadow not being able to put enough pressure on Rune, and then Rune has too much time and they get to pop off, but
yeah.
This time it might actually be the other way around. They don't have Gensetsu on the table just yet, but that series will be developed at some point. They've got a ton of draw power. They have Nicola for the late game. They have Gulfer and Kasha for more draw. They even have, you know, Sora and Pudding to deal with that Kuon and even any future Kuons with the Pudding. So,
well, I want to listen into Amazonian and Frost because they've got a lot of options, and I kind of want to know what they think about the fact that there's only 2 cards in hand. There's like nothing on board.
You series 100%. You don't trade, but you don't evo either. You just go
I just hit face. Make them attack it.
Right, and you don't have to play the Miyako. I think we're in a good position to like save the Miyako.
Yeah, I want to use it when it has. Yeah, and we're pretty close to it.
Yeah, we're pretty close to it. We're gonna have it on turn 8 most likely.
Because I'll probably evo something by then.
Exactly. Now the bad thing is that we don't have Gensetsu, but considering the amount of cards that he has in his hand, we're pretty well off.
I have a Kasha and a Ghoul if I really want to try and draw it. Like I could always go like Kasha face, Ghoul to eat Kasha. Kasha's not one of Machina. It's Nicola who's the Machina one. Okay.
Yeah. So if you if the Ghoul targets a Machina card, well, it gets +1/+1. Right. Our next turn is probably going to be something like Kasha, Nicola, Ghoul.
I assume I'm vowing though, right?
Yes, you have to vow.
I have so many cards in hand.
You have a lot of cards. You don't have a Gensetsu, but I think it's not the
they did that just to kill the Shikigami. Okay.
Alright, so they did have Kuon, so that's why you want to keep the Evo. So next turn... Ooh, that's... Ooh, okay.
Yeah, so definitely like that trade to make sure that they can play both the Kuon and the Korra on the same turn there. They need to get that core just for the 2 insights, dig a little bit more in their deck because they have literally nothing in their hand right now. Project would have been so good earlier. Okay, but if they can copy Clark, that's not the worst. That's definitely not too bad, especially because Shadow is still searching for Gensetsu. They're still searching for, you know, any source of direct damage. Kasha is not it.
Yeah, no, not at all. But so they get the vow. They've got 1 play point left. They have 4 0 costs. Yeah, they have a lot of options right now.
Like, even though there's no Gensetsu, this is almost the next best type of eternal vow you can get. It hit both of the Union Burst followers, importantly, you have the zero-cost Sora that we're probably going to see right away now.
Right, that Sora clears out more than half the board by itself.
Yeah, and then we can probably just leave the other 2 followers on board, and that is okay. Just get a lot of draw power out of these other cards. And yeah, they're looking like in a pretty good situation. That being said, though, they're probably not going to be healing anymore. The series is already gone. There's 6 damage on board for Rune. 6 more in hand if they decide to copy the Clark, but there is Gensetsu. But because they drew it after the Eternal Vow, it cannot come out on turn 8. It can only come out on turn 9.
Yeah.
Will that be enough time? I think so.
I mean, it will get life back. Oh, that's so scary. That's super duper scary. And then at what point do you try and just play it for the 3?
Oh my god. What? Okay. That... Okay. I still think you project onto one of... I think you're gonna triple Clark this time. And, you want to draw with one of the Clarks, see what happens before you play the next one, because you are not bound by play points very likely at this point, unless you want to play around the Zealot top deck.
Yeah.
But, I guess maybe you don't want to let them know that you've got this much damage in your hand. So there is an argument for, you know, not activating one more Clark just yet, because you will be able to play both of them right away on the next turn regardless. And then if you push 6 damage here, if you don't die, you actually just have lethal.
There's no way for... Well, I guess the second series would be the only way to stop it, right?
Yeah, exactly. So second series is the only way, yeah.
Ooh. Okay,
so they do play 1. I guess that's fine.
Yeah, I mean...
It really does come down to whether they draw a series or not, right? If they did... even if they didn't see that Clark come out, they would probably have to play it anyway, so... Completely fine there. Let's see if they draw series. No, that's not series, but they can draw into it. They can draw into it. Their hand is already full though. They can play the 0-cost Miyako and then trade off one of the followers to make sure that they can get the full card draw and still play the series afterwards.
Ooh, this is rough.
Yeah.
But did they even think that this is a possibility? I mean, they have to.
They have
right?
to be thinking about it because they saw Project. And then, well, they assumed at this point that they projected the Clark, but did they know that they actually have 3 Clarks in total there?
Well,
is that... Oh, man.
There are other options for lethal there, right? Like, if there's a Zealot in hand, it could still go off next turn.
Yes.
So that number, that exact life total, is actually super, like, important. And I feel like they must know. It looks like it, right?
It looks like they're going for the play that I mentioned. Oh, they're going for something a lot more aggressive, actually. They're only going to play around that, you know, one more Veronic Ritual in hand. They're not even going to... Actually, they can play Demonic... Do they have Demonic Procession? No, they don't.
They don't have any, like, cool lethal options, right?
I don't think so. No, they don't have the Nicola spell, so there's nothing. I don't think there's anything. Yeah, there's nothing. That's it.
Wow.
Wow. That is unbelievable.
And look at that. 2 life left, too. Oh,
yeah,
my gosh.
That was just so close from both sides. Sagacious score. Just coming in, saying hi, guys. I hope I didn't miss too much. But, yeah, didn't need that much draw power in the end. You just draw all the... Even more damage. Oh my god, you could missile to pretend that you drew into the Clark.
Yeah, just to make them feel better, right? Come on.
Oh my god.
Or, you know what the more insulting thing would have been if you missiled and you drew another missile. That would have been good. You should have done that.
Missile, play the Clark, and then missile.
Yeah.
Jeez, the amount of sheer firepower from Terran's hand throughout the entirety of the match is kind of absurd. And I do want to blame the cat, by the way. In chat, Amazonia is like, every time the cat's shown up, I've lost the game. And it's been proven.
True. Yeah.
It's been proven in this match.
And what luck! I mean, that was not a very good rune hand.
Not at all.
It didn't seem like it. Yeah.
It doesn't matter because it was a good rune hand because there was 9 damage face in it, right?
Yeah.
So what does it matter? You got 1 Kuon and 9 damage face. GG.
That's it. Yep. That's all it takes sometimes. Project is such a flexible card. You know, it's not just, you know, projecting on the Kuon, but also on Clark, on Zealot, occasionally on Chaos Wielder or Kyoka as well. You definitely see all of these options come up. We've seen copying traditional Sorcerer come in very clutch against Amatos as well. It's just a really, really strong card.
Yeah. Zealot, did you say Zealot?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Then definitely, yeah.
I gotta say, having triple Clark is probably the best way to finesse somebody in the first game of Grand Finals. I don't know, it's a pretty solid start, if you ask me.
Yeah,
definitely got the morale high ground there.
Especially because it was a really bad-looking game for Rune, and it was just like Shadow's gonna win, Shadow's gonna win, Shadow's gonna win. Oh, Rune wins.
Oh,
yeah. You know?
I just so happen to draw all my cards in time.
Yeah.
You know, that's no big deal.
Yeah,
we do that with Shikigami Rune. Of
course.
It's like you've never played before. I don't know. But either way, Terran does lead the set in the first game. A very solid comeback, we got to say. I mean, that was all skill involved, by the way.
Absolutely. 100% calculated.
Nice work. You know, it all starts with the deck you pick. So, I'm just saying, that's a pretty good choice.
Rune just has so many ways to win. And that is just, it's great for a tournament setting, you know, even if it's buddy system.
Yeah. And all jokes aside, Terran has done a really great job in recognizing when she has the potential to bounce back from a deficit, not letting the mental pressure get to her, and just executing flawlessly against the likes of Amazonian. But we can't count the opposition out yet, as we have one more game to go. It's going to be Terran versus Amazonian once more.
Can't count them out until the cat comes on screen, which has not happened yet. All right, and Shadow going second, Rune going first.
Yeah, so once again, it looks like Shadow might have a tough time having the early aggressive start here. That's an interesting, very expensive hand over there.
It's strong, but late.
With a couple packs you get for free from watching Buddy System, you might be able to barely craft all of those cards. But, yeah, that is... Oh, I'm kind of liking that. I like the Zealot Keep. Really, really aggressive alongside the Shikigami, and now they have Clark once again.
You know what's weird? We've seen like one Zealot played today, and like no more.
Yeah.
Where are all the Zealots? That's so weird.
That is kind of weird. We've had, very few Zealots. I mean, there's only one Rune deck, but...
Yeah, but still. I mean, there's so much draw. Like, I mean, you see how many like traditional sorcerers we've seen, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, tons of them. And we've seen like a bunch of Kuons, and we've seen pretty much every single spell boost like follower in the deck a bunch of times, and Zealot maybe once.
Yeah, but now we're gonna see him. If we get Project, we could see him even more. That is definitely...
Stop it! Stop doing that!
Why does this keep happening? I don't know. Maybe like, am I just like a better player by being a caster? Is that what it is?
Maybe.
Because sometimes, like when I play, like I hope, like just send me Clark one time, and then it gives me like core, you know? It's
Maybe
like...
you gotta say it out loud. Maybe that's the key.
Okay,
you know?
that's
Put it
true.
out there in the universe.
Okay, yeah. I'll try that next time I'm in Shadowverse Open. March Cup's coming up. I mean, I could just say the words out loud and then maybe I'll win.
Yeah, caster curse yourself in a good way.
Caster curse myself in the positive direction. That's definitely what we need. Looking like a similar early game from Shadowcraft here. We've got the same option of Yukiona and Legendary Skeleton followed by Kasha.
Yeah, very, very similar here. The Gensetsu in hand earlier, though, but no Shooting Doji yet. So, I mean, if Gensetsu was there one turn earlier, that game would have been so different, right?
Yeah, it would have been a complete wash, I think. But the Kasha definitely gives them a good chance to draw the Shooting Doji. And then if they get that, they do have the God Curve, but... against Runecraft, you will have to be able to put up with the pressure that they put on around turn 5 and turn 6. So they're going to be hoping for a Sora alongside that Shuden Doji combo to be able to deal with, whatever Rune puts out on that turn 6 evolve with the Eternal Vow.
Yeah, the whatever you get to play on turn 6 with the Eternal Vow seems like such an important card in Shadowcraft in general, Like, it seems like that really, allows you to play your cool game or makes you at least wait one turn.
Yeah, I actually really like that they're just projecting right away. They're making sure that they can maximize the amount of spell boost on that second Zealot there. If they played the Shikigami first, it would be 2 spell boosts that the Zealot is not getting. So I definitely like this. It really enables their aggressive plan that they were clearly going for with that Zealot Keep.
Yeah, and this is a very different hand than we've been seeing pretty much the rest of today.
Yeah. I mean, we saw last game they had triple Clark. This time, it could be a triple Zealot type of game. Just 3 damage, but with more board presence.
I feel this. In my last 3 Spell Boost Rune games, I have gotten 15 Zealots and 1 Kuon. I'm not joking.
I mean, that's still pretty good. 15 Zealots is a little scary to me.
I know. It's unreal. I felt like something was rigged, but it's good. It's strong. It's a lot of damage, obviously, and it's such a hard stat line to deal with.
Yeah, 3-5 is actually quite annoying. You know, when the card first got announced way back when, like I'm a boomer at this point, but I mean, the Shadowverse, Zealot's been around for a while now. But yeah, I didn't think it was that good when it was first revealed, but actually a 3-5 Storm that can be reduced down to 0 is really, really deadly, as we've been seeing. Well, not so much, but maybe this game we're going to see.
As we've been seeing in the world in general, outside of the buddy system.
Yeah. Okay, Helio, solid option here, but maybe you want to go for the catcher just to see if you can draw Shuden Doji here.
Yeah, it's so, like, tempting to want to try to get that Shuden Doji, right?
Yeah, honestly, it's tempting on both sides. It's kind of tough. You're not going to have a very good turn 4 if you play the Helio, though, so I do think Kasha is probably the better play overall. Maybe try to fit in Helio somewhere down the line. Not great, but at least you can evolve Helio on turn 4. That is a decent option as well. You will be able to get the 4-4 out on the following turn.
But also, technically, even though you didn't draw Shuden Doji, it clears out 2 cards in your deck, so your chances of drawing Shuden Doji on your actual draw are higher.
Yeah, thinning out your deck is always really good. You have Ghoul as well if you want to thin your deck even more sometime down the line. It draws 2 cards by destroying an ally follower. But I think Helio Evolve is going to be really good at this point. Maybe like 2 in a row on turn 4 and 5 just to get a lot of damage with those 4/4s.
Yeah, really make them deal with it. And, I mean, you don't really see it from Rune's hand. Well, we see it from Rune's hand, but they don't have a great way of dealing with all of that super well without giving up all of their offense, right?
Exactly, yeah. Especially with this hand. They do have 1 Fiery Embrace in hand for that removal, but there's no Kyoka. The removal options are definitely kind of limited. They're not really going to be able to get a lot of good value trades.
Triple Zealot.
It's a Zealot game, boys. We have 3 Zealots in hand. Oh, boy.
Are we going to see like 5 Zealots? Did I curse it this time? Why did the Zealots only show up in packs? The Zealots and the Amatas today.
Oh my god, so much damage! Oh, that is a full house of 3 damage. That is 15 damage in board before you even count the Evos. If those Evos both go face, that is 19 damage in hand on turn 4 that we can see.
Okay, that's some damage.
That is something. Helio looking like a good option here. Shinobu, you can evolve it the next turn, and then once you trade off the Skullfather and buff 2 random follows, you can buff the 4/4 that you get from this evolved Helio, and then potentially push 5 damage next turn. So that could be really good. Even though Terran and Eldrin have a crazy amount of damage here, let's give them a listen here.
Wait.
See what they're up to.
Yeah.
What do we want to do? So I think that we want to verdict ritual their face. That's for sure. Play inside. That's the best card we could have drawn right now. Okay, and since the next turn is probably what's she called? Ceres. Let's play Shikigami. I think we have to go all in this game. Shikigami summons.
Okay.
Evolve the 1/1 and go face with it. The one on the left.
Okay. And go face with it, you said?
Yep.
Alright, what shall we do next round?
Okay, next round is gonna be hard because we're gonna be lowering the cost of our entire hand. So what's probably going to happen? They're going to play Ceres and evolve it. You play Magic Missile on their face, play Clark, play the Verdict on their face, play all 3 Zealots, evolve 1 and go face.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Yeah,
that was so many instructions all at once.
Yeah, that was a lot of information, but, you know, the answer is pretty much written in her hand. This is the gameplay that we will make you play. Whether you want to or not, you're going to hit them in the face with these Zealots.
Yeah, and okay, so shooting Doji drawn, but...
It's, yeah, it's not going to do a lot against what we know that they have.
Yeah, but, okay, assuming you didn't know the hand, would shooting Doji be the turn this turn? Would it be the
not here. It would still be better to play the series just to stay more play point efficient. It's a pretty good trade onto that 3-3 there. You do get a little bit of healing, which is always nice to have. And it's just more efficient. You get to play the Shooting Doji later on and, you know, not flow any play points this way. The healing is going to be nice, but that is just a crazy amount of damage still in hand from Rune.
All right, so how much do we have? We've got 9. We still got the 15,
12,
right?
We got 15, and so...
No, 16. 16 is a magic missile.
With the magic missile. Wait, they have the one...
oh my god, is that
the one on board, yeah.
That's lethal because of the one on board, right?
Yeah.
Is there enough play points to play all of it? It's so hard to
There is. I think so. There has to be. There has to be.
Okay, so...
Because the Shikigami just died. There has to be.
So, okay, magic missile's 1. The most expensive Zealot I see in hand is 4 right now?
Oh, it's 4.
I don't know. This is hard.
If it's 4, then it's not going to be enough unless they trade off the... Oh, no. They can play a zero-cost Embrace, can they?
Is there a zero-cost Embrace?
Yeah,
it's a 1.
They can play
well,
2
Clark,
zero... Oh, yeah. So they can Clark and then shoot the zero-cost Embrace. That's lethal, right?
Yeah, that should be it. Zero cost.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, but this is lethal on a coach meter turn.
Yeah.
And you have to see the Fire Embrace to lower the cost of the other Fire Embrace. Well, you don't actually need it. You just need 1, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, Eladrin pretty much laid it all out for her, right?
Right.
He mentioned the Fiery Embrace and Triple Zealot Evil Face. That is gonna be...
Wait, no, that's not enough.
Wait.
How did I miscount that? 9, 10.
Oh my god.
12. What did I miss as far as the damage? Oh wait, was there? Wait, I don't know. What did I miss? The Verdict Ritual went face.
Did we? I think we just miscounted.
No, was it the Magic Missile? Did the Magic Missile not go face or something like that?
Wait, was she? Were they at 16 or 17? 17. Yeah, so it was just one off, right?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So we just both suck at math clearly. Yeah, that's why we're casting. What? Just kidding.
Okay, so now how do you deal with this? You've got not a lot. You've got the Gensetsu enhance maybe to keep you alive or accelerate.
Sorry. Yeah. So you could play that, but it doesn't actually clear anything, and you're actually still quite likely to die from almost anything at that point.
Yeah, but how do you clear actually anything here? You can play Shooting Doji, Evo into something, then play Yukiona, stop one thing, and then kill another, but you're still taking damage.
So, I'm not okay, so something you could do is, like, you could play Yukiona plus the Shinobu. Yukiona's gonna lock one of them. Can you clear 3 other things? I don't think you can. No, it's not possible. If Shuden Doji was active, then I think it would be possible, but without... Yeah.
And even if you... Well... Wait. If you Gensetsu and... If you Gensetsu and then Evo one of your non-foxes, then you live, right? Or even one of your foxes. But this...
Oh, it's not... There's not going to be time.
And it's also not going to save you. There's no chance of living here.
Yeah, not bad, he says, as he goes down to the Triple Zealot. Triple Clark and a Triple Zealot. No Kuwan's needed, clearly.
Who needs it? All right, so a clean 2-0 in finals. And our newest player is going to be our newest champion.
Yeah, Terran and Eladrin playing really phenomenally throughout that whole set. and throughout the entire tournament, they've had a variety of different, wins with that deck. As I mentioned, it has so many different ways to win, and we really actually got to see that on full display, even though there was only one Shikigami Rune in this tournament. They won with Kuon, they won the long game, playing slowly and carefully against Amatoz, and then here against Shadow, they really, upped the aggression.
Yes.
They went all the way face, triple Clark, triple Zealot.
They won 2 games in this grand final set, the only 2 games with 1 Kuon. That was it, just 1.
That's wild to say, actually.
Yeah, so obviously one of them didn't even have it. It just shows the flexibility of Spell Boost.
Yeah,
against the entire opposition. There's like so many other decks in today's buddy system, and still Shikigami Rune happened to be at the top of them all. Who would have thunk it? But either way, Terran and Eladrin, big congrats to both of them. Let's see the route that they have to take to become the champions of this month's buddy system. Man, a lot of 2-0s and 2-1s. Alrighty. Well, there was a majority 2-0s, but they were still very, very long-winded games. It was very, very close. No matter what the score was, it was actually some pretty good Shadowverse overall.
It was. Lots of really good matches, lots of really cool interactions, and, suboptimal game plans that had to be put into effect. I mean, even just seeing those last 2 games, that was not how Spell Booster Rune wants to win, but it doesn't care how it wins, right? If it wins, it wins.
That's how it is, actually. Yeah, that's from last time I've heard how a tournament works, for sure.
Just reduce their health to 0.
Exactly. Terran, again, Eladrin, big congrats to them for first. Snake Nate and Mary maybe with 3rd and 4th as well. Big congrats to them, but also fantastic performance from Amazonian. I can't express how awesome she's been playing with the transition from Control Force over to mid-range Shadow. She really played her heart out today.
Yeah, I think she played extremely well. Those games where she lost just now, I don't really think they were on her at all. It was just a little bit too much damage coming out from Rune.
Right, yeah. I was just about to ask you as well. Was there anything that could have prevented that loss? Anything she could have done differently in the second game? I feel like there wasn't really much of a chance.
I mean, they're really, especially not in the second game. The first game, I don't think there was much they could have done either. I mean, there was a little bit of a chance where if they wanted to play around them having 3 Clarks, they could have played out the 0-cost Miyako, which they did. But then from there, they could have drawn with the Kasha, traded one thing in, and then just see if they can get series, just to play around the maximum amount of damage that the opponent could have. But, I mean, it's really tough, playing around 3 Clarks. Like, it's
for sure.
Unlikely.
Yeah. I actually want to hear it from Terran and Eladrin themselves. We actually have them on call to get an interview with the winner. Terran, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear us?
Give us a nod or a thumbs
Loud
up.
and
If you
clear.
Oh, perfect. It's coming in. It's actually working.
Unbelievable.
Bless the Shadowverse gods. Hey, first of all, welcome to Buddy System, and second, congratulations. That's an impressive feat, actually. I guess my first question was, how was it playing with a veteran like Eladrin?
Oh, I mean, he carried me. I'll be honest, he carried me.
But at the
He
same
did a
time,
great-
I felt like you were very coachable, and you've carried out the instructions very well, especially in the second and third games.
Yeah, I did. And last night I actually stayed up way past my bedtime learning my deck fully, so I figured out what it does exactly. Since I only have like 5 or 6 hours in the game, I made sure and it worked.
That's actually quite impressive. I'm already having a hard time with Shikigami Rune, and I've spent at least a week. So you're already way above the skill gap here between us and the couch and you in the playing field. But I'm also going to open up the floor for questions as well.
Yeah, I got one. So you stayed up, played the deck. How do you feel about having that either chosen that deck or having that deck chosen for you by Eladrin? Do you like the deck, or were you afraid that it is a really difficult deck? We've been talking about that all day. So how do you feel about it in general?
Honestly, since Eldrin is the pro, I just went with what he said, and he said it's a really good deck, and I should learn it. So that's just what I did. I like the deck. I don't really know any other decks as of yet, but I enjoy playing that deck.
Well, he's definitely
it felt a little
right.
OP.
Yeah.
I'm not.
It is definitely, yeah. Okay, so he's right about that one for sure. Yeah, so I've got a question. So on your side of the bracket, you were up against a lot of potential combo decks. And those, I mean, are a little bit difficult for Rune to deal with. You did manage to beat them in the end, but how are you feeling about, just being on the bracket with all those, like, Amatoz and ambush decks?
I didn't really know what the decks did, to be honest, because I
That's
said
what
like
I'm
I only
talking about.
I've
Yeah,
played
yeah.
I've only played 5 or 6 hours. I'm still very new to Shadowverse, so I honestly didn't know what they did. The only deck I knew, I don't even know the actual term for it, was fairy deck, because I was practicing against.
Yeah, that was Amatos. Well, hey, you can't be afraid of something if you don't know
know
what it
about
does.
it
So
yet. Yeah,
you play
so-
without fear and you play correctly. You know?
Absolutely.
Yeah, honestly, I think you did a fantastic job navigating your way past the more potential threats on your bracket and coming up as the winner against amongst all the veterans. In fact, you were like the 1 out of 3 newcomers in the total of the roster here. So big ups to you. Before we let you go, actually. Also, we want to give a big shout out to Eldrin. Where can we find you on your social media? For all the folks at home that want to follow you.
Me or Eldrin? I
would say you mostly, because Eldrin maybe we can get him to pop in, but I don't know if we'll have time for that, honestly.
Okay. You can find me on Twitch at Taryn, Taryn. I use PUBG, but I'll be playing more Shadow from now on. Still pretty.
Love to hear that.
We're converting them one by one, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly what I like to see, and hopefully you can return for the next buddy system. We would love to see how you've progressed with your Shikigami Rune deck. And again, big congratulations to you, Taryn.
Thank you so much again for hosting.
See, that's what I like to see. It's like,
That's so wholesome.
we stream other games, but at the same time, it's like, Shadowverse, it's part of my heart now. I can't let it go.
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect time.
Person follow-up for Singles Awareness Day.
Listen, hey, we hope you guys have enjoyed your time at Buddy System. Thank you for switching over. I do obviously want to thank you guys again. We've renewed for a second season. There's going to be plenty more Buddy System ahead. I'm glad to actually say that with confidence. And I also want to thank our newcomer, Noir, for joining us on the couch.
Ooh, the music changed when you start talking about Noir.
He went from being the cream of the crop to just setting up shop here on the couch with Wonder Chef, and we couldn't be happier. Honestly, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Wonder Chef as well. Yeah.
It was a great time. I had a lot of fun catching with you guys. You guys are great. It's a lot of fun. Really great opportunity. I'm glad I came.
Yeah, we're glad you're here too. I mean, I think it's been super fun. Glad to finally meet you. Like I said, I've been watching you for a really long time, and hopefully we get to do more than this at some point, right?
Either that or Grand Blue Versus. Who knows?
Oh, yeah.
Who knows? Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. Either way. Again, big shout outs to you guys. Always holding it down 100%, especially the folks at home as well. I hope you guys got yourselves a ton of brand new packs. And again, from our hearts to yours, we appreciate you guys here at Buddy System. Take care. Have a great weekend. Make some great decisions. And we'll see you next time.